Chapter 43, 93. Gu Fei knew very well that if he wanted to be unafraid of the heavenly punishment, he needed absolute power. The heavenly punishment was not the strongest. As long as he surpassed the heavenly punishment, he would be invincible in both the heaven realm and the mortal realm. However, what level of power could surpass the heavenly punishment? The peak of the extreme grade. That was not enough. He needed at least the power of the extreme grade secret realm to surpass the heavenly punishment. In the ancestral realm, the peak of the extreme grade was not the strongest. There was another realm above the peak of the extreme grade secret realm. Above the extreme grade secret realm were the supremacies, and above the supremacies were the half-step eternal realm. The extreme grade secret realm was second only to the supremacies in the extreme grade secret realm. However, Gu Fei did not expect that the eternal ominous Xian Huang was a supreme existence in the extreme grade secret realm. This was the first extreme grade secret realm expert he had met in both the heaven realm and the mortal realm. Even heaven-defying existences like the old tortoise and the Qin clan's princess, Qin Yao, were only at the mid-level of the extreme Dao, while the great omen Xian Huang was many times stronger than these geniuses. At this time, a divine pagoda surrounded by Xian Huang Qi floated above the Black City, blocking the destructive lightning from the sky. Who said that I was courting death? Xian Huang stood on the altar in the city and said coldly, "Haha, the little monk who descended to the mortal realm has been slapped in the face." The old turtle laughed. In the myriad Buddha palace, the little monk Fan Xiu was also very depressed. This family can actually resist the heavenly punishment. Everyone who saw this scene was shocked. They all knew how terrifying the heavenly punishment was because the master of void purgatory had died under the heavenly punishment. The master of void purgatory was one of the top 3 purgatory masters in the extreme Western purgatory. Even the powerful master of void purgatory could not resist the heavenly punishment. But now, the eternal ominous Xian Huang could. This guy was invincible. Thinking of this, many experts who had broken into the inner world of the myriad Buddha mountain retreated. This guy was invincible. Should they stay and wait for death? We still don't know who will be the winner. Gu Fei suddenly said, "What? Could it be that Fan Xiu can turn the tables?" Old Tortoise looked at Gu Fei in surprise and said, "It's hard to say." Gu Fei said with a smile, "Little monk Fan Xiu was not simple. He would not be defeated so easily, even if his opponent was the ancient, ominous being Xian Huang. Little guy, come out." The heaven and earth chi soared into the sky, and its right hand grabbed at the myriad Buddha palace below. The endless heaven and earth chi instantly condensed into a huge heaven and earth hand. This Xian Huang hand shrouded the entire myriad Buddha palace. The Xian Huang hand was trying to grab the little monk Fan Xiu along with the entire myriad Buddha palace. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked to the extreme. Extreme Path Secret Realm? The primogenitor realm's Yi family's king supreme, Yi Beichen, was extremely shocked. That was the Extreme Path Mystic Realm, an existence that was almost invincible in the Extreme Path realm. He had cultivated for countless years, but his cultivation was only at the peak of the extreme grade. The peak of the extreme grade was the king of the extreme grade realm, but he still couldn't take that step and become an existence that surpassed the king's supreme realm. This place is really a pleasant surprise. Yi Beichen now realized that he had underestimated this world and the living beings that were born here. Just as Xian Huang's Xian Huang hand reached for the myriad Buddha palace below, 3 beams of Buddha light rushed in from outside the myriad Buddha mountain. Each beam of Buddha light emitted an extremely strong wave of Buddha power. "They're here," Gu Fei said to the 3 Buddha lights. These 3, the corners of Old Tortoise's mouth curled up into a smile. It was Buddha Ranbei, the gold body Buddha, and the clone of the ancient Buddha leader. The three elites from the Buddhist sects had arrived at the same time, and they rushed into the Myriad Buddha Palace. In the next moment, the entire Myriad Buddha Palace seemed to come alive. Inside the Myriad Buddha Palace, a Buddha knife was awakening. It was like a supreme being had just woken up from a deep slumber, and it emitted extremely sharp knife energy. The arrival of the three quasi-supremes from the Buddhist sects had activated the entire Myriad Buddha Palace. An endless amount of heaven and earth chi was gathering from all directions. The entire Myriad Buddha Mountain was becoming unstable, and the Myriad Buddha Palace was reviving. Let's go. The elites who were watching saw that things were not going well, and so they retreated. Only Gu Fei, Old Turtle, and a few elites did not leave. Even Yi Beichun left. They had to leave. A battle of this level, if they got caught up in it, it would be devastating. Even a king of supreme being would die. Yi Beichun did not want to take the risk because he did not have a king of supreme being cultivation here. But some people were willing to take the risk and stay to watch. A battle of the extreme path secret realm was not something that could be easily encountered. Boom! With a loud bang, the giant hand that descended from the sky broke through the layers of Buddhist power and grabbed hold of the Myriad Buddha Palace. Boom, boom, boom. The entire Myriad Buddha Palace was lifted off the ground by the heaven and earth hand. Bzzz. Just then, the sound of a knife rang out from within the Myriad Buddha Palace. The next moment, a knife light rushed out of the Myriad Buddha Palace and clashed with the heaven and earth hand. The knife light flashed, and the heaven and earth hand was cut down. Another extreme path secret realm, Old Turtle said in shock. So you have already seen through it. Old Turtle could not help but admire Gu Fei. Gu Fei smiled and did not say anything. Heaven and earth, do you think you have me? Little monk Fan Xiu's figure appeared in the sky above the Myriad Buddha Palace. Behind him stood Ranbei and the other experts from the three Buddhist sections. In the next moment, an unexpected scene happened. The incarnation of the ancient Buddha, who was standing behind little monk Fan Xiu, took a step forward and directly rushed into little monk Fan Xiu's body. What? Old Turtle's eyeballs almost fell to the ground. What was going on? Little monk Fan Xiu's appearance was undergoing a shocking change. He actually grew up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, he became a 13 or 14-year-old boy with delicate features. But strangely, his bald head did not grow any hair, and it was still very shiny. Little monk Fan Xiu's battle strength was also soaring, and his cultivation easily broke through to the extreme path secret realm. This is going to be a good show. The Old Tortoise side. The methods of this ancient Buddhist master were truly endless. Kill. Heaven and earth did not hesitate and directly attacked little monk Fan Xiu. Countless heaven and earth chi turned into a shocking divine light that penetrated the Myriad Buddha Palace. Everyone felt that it was difficult to breathe, and the air seemed to be frozen. This was the power of the extreme path secret realm. Even a supreme king at the peak of the extreme path would not be able to withstand a single blow from such power. Boom! Little monk Fan Xiu blasted out a punch, and it directly shattered the countless penetrating divine light. It was as if the sky had been blasted apart by this punch. Little monk Fan Xiu's punch actually erupted with a power that could destroy heaven and earth. Heaven and earth annihilation hand. Xian Huang was getting serious. A terrifying power of the extreme path erupted from his body. In the next moment, the entire interior of the Myriad Buddha Mountain collapsed, and countless Buddha runes were scattered. It was truly a world of destruction. The world created by the ancient Buddha was finally destroyed, and even the myriad Buddha mountain was collapsing. The experts who were watching the battle on the sidelines quickly retreated, and only Gu Fei remained calm. All the destructive power could not even get within 3 feet of him. Gu Fei also protected Old Tortoise. This Old Tortoise was extremely shocked. Could it be that Gu Fei's eternal Tao instrument was not asleep yet? His guess was half right. Gu Fei's 9 Heaven Stars sword had not completely fallen into a deep sleep. This was Gu Fei's trump card, and he would not use it easily. At this time, the destructive power formed by the destruction of heaven and earth had already arrived. Gu Fei did not make a move. Old Tortoise was shocked by this scene, but when he saw that Gu Fei was calm, he was relieved. With Gu Fei around, nothing would be a problem. Boom! Bang! The 2 figures directly fought in the chaos, and heaven and earth collapsed, turning into chaos. This kind of power that could destroy everything could not do anything to the 2 existences of the extreme path's secret realm. At this time, all the experts had retreated, and only Gu Fei and Old Tortoise were still watching the show. "You two, come over here." That little monk Fan Xiu suddenly abandoned Mysterious Yellow and directly rushed towards Gu Fei and Old Tortoise. With a wave of his big sleeve, a powerful devouring power emerged from his sleeve, and he wanted to suck Gu Fei and Old Tortoise into his big sleeve. This guy, Old Tortoise, was frightened. Humph! The corner of Gu Fei's mouth curled up. With a thought, a sword light directly flew out from his body, and the sword light directly strangled the little monk Fan Xiu. Little monk Fan Xiu was taken aback. He instinctively felt an extremely dangerous aura from this sword light. He instinctively dodged and dodged it. He looked down and saw that the sleeve of his right hand had been cut off. The sword light that flew out from Gu Fei's body made a turn in the void, directly flew back to him, and disappeared into his body. "Your opponent is me," the ancient, ominous, mysterious Yellow roared angrily, breaking through layers of chaos, and attacked. Fan Xiu could only turn around and fight the ancient, ominous Yellow. Fortunately, this battle did not break out in the outside world. Otherwise, the entire western desert of the Heaven Realm, and even the Heaven Realm, might be destroyed. The power of the Extreme Path Secret Realm was too strong, and it was the power closest to the eternal power. At this time, the entire western desert was in an uproar, and all the Buddhist disciples were extremely shocked. The supreme holy land in their hearts, myriad Buddha mountain, was actually collapsing. This was unacceptable to all the Buddhist disciples. This was the foundation of Western Desert Buddhism. As long as myriad Buddha mountain existed, Western Desert Buddhism would not disappear in the merciless years. Now, this supreme sacred mountain was about to cease to exist. How is this possible? Seeing this, the 3 Western Desert Buddhist lords were dumbfounded. Chapter 43-94. In the heavenly realm, the sacred mountain of the Western Desert Buddhist lands, the myriad Buddha mountain had actually collapsed. This shocked everyone to the extreme, especially the 3 Buddhist lords of the Western Desert, Lord Shilin, Lord Golden Eagle, and Lord Maluo of the myriad Buddha sect. They were the 3 giants of the Western Desert Buddhist sect. Buddha Lord Mo Luo's heart was dripping blood. The Million Buddhist sect was located on the Million Buddha Mountain. When the Million Buddha Mountain collapsed, countless temples and palaces on the Million Buddha Mountain were destroyed. This was equivalent to the myriad Buddha sect being annihilated. Of course, the myriad Buddha sect's strength was still there. Lord Maluo was the strongest among the 3 Buddhist lords of the Western Desert Buddhist lands. His cultivation and combat strength were the first. The important figures of the myriad Buddha sect had already escaped from the mountain. However, there were many things that they couldn't take away in time. The temples and palaces were all Buddhist buildings that had existed for countless years and had been blessed by countless Buddhist experts. It could be said that every brick and tile on the myriad Buddha mountain had a history. They were the treasures of the Western Desert Buddhist sect. Most importantly, some of the stone carvings left behind by the ancient Buddhist Lord on myriad Buddha mountain, as well as the stone platforms on which the ancient Buddhist Lord once preached, couldn't be taken away. They were all destroyed. This was no longer a loss for the myriad Buddha sect alone. It was a loss for the entire Buddhist sect. How is this possible? Could it be the expressions of the three Buddhist lords were extremely ugly? The reason why the myriad Buddha mountain collapsed was because of the collapse of the world inside it. Those people could actually destroy the world created by the ancient Buddhist lords. Were they not afraid of divine punishment from the heavens? Were they not afraid that their bodies and souls would be destroyed? However, the moment the myriad Buddha mountain collapsed, an extremely terrifying pressure descended upon the world. Countless living beings were terrified to the extreme. They saw a giant pagoda that emitted golden divine light. Bathed in divine punishment, it rushed out from the broken myriad Buddha mountain. Rumble, the aura of destruction swept across the heavens and the earth. The power of divine punishment that terrified billions of living beings erupted. Shadows appeared in the sky. The aura of each shadow seemed to be enough to destroy the entire world. Even the three Buddhist lords of the Western Desert were stupefied. Countless experts retreated like the receding tide. Those with weaker cultivation bases were sprawled on the ground, trembling. They didn't even have the thought of fleeing. Even the three Buddhist lords had to retreat. Under this pressure, they felt as weak as ants. At this moment, the great omen of the ages, Xian Huang, attacked with all his might. He used the nine heavens black-yellow pagoda to block the heavenly punishment while he personally tried to capture the myriad Buddha temple. However, to everyone's surprise, the little monk actually fused with one of the avatars of the ancient Buddhist Lord. Then, this fellow's cultivation actually soared to the extreme secret realm. This was something that no one could have imagined. Boom! Just as little monk Fan Xiu used the Buddha saber to cut down the ancient ominous Xian Huang's Xian Huang hand, the void below the myriad Buddha palace suddenly exploded. A demonic hand tore through the void and grabbed at the myriad Buddha palace. The monstrous demonic aura immediately filled every inch of the void, and the demonic might shook the heavens and earth. What happened? The old tortoise was shocked to see this. What else could it be? The demon that was originally sealed by the myriad Buddha palace is about to come out, Gu Fei said disapprovingly. What? The old tortoise was taken aback. The myriad Buddha palace left behind by the ancient Buddhist Lord actually had such an effect. The ancient Buddhist Lord actually used the myriad Buddha palace to seal a giant demon. Roar. At the same time, a terrifying demonic howl came from the void. As the demonic sound spread out, ripples that were visible to the naked eye immediately appeared in the void. As the demonic sound entered their ears, some of the weaker cultivators immediately roared. Suppress. Little monk Fan Xiu did not dare to be careless. He directly activated the power of the myriad Buddha palace. A Buddha diagram immediately rushed out from the myriad Buddha palace and suppressed the demonic hand that was grabbing at it. Rumble. The Buddha diagram blocked the demon's hand, but it couldn't seal it. At this time, the void around the demonic hand was shattering. A huge demonic shadow wanted to break through the void and enter the world. The extremely violent demonic power was getting stronger and stronger. Clang! At the same time, golden divine chains rushed out from the myriad Buddha palace and entangled the giant demon. The upper body of the giant demon was immediately entangled by the divine chains. Roar! The giant demon roared crazily, and a powerful demonic power erupted. He struggled fiercely, and the golden divine chains that entangled his body immediately broke. Haha, unless the ancient Buddhist Lord comes personally, you little guy, want to seal me again? Dream on. The giant demon laughed loudly. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of demonic fire at the Buddha diagram. Boom! The demonic fire instantly erupted and engulfed the Buddha diagram. The terrifying demonic fire burned the void and continued to annihilate it. What little monk Fan Xiao, who was above the myriad Buddha palace, could not help but be shocked when he saw this scene. At this time, the two golden Buddhist supremacies stretched out their hands and pressed on little monk Fan Xiao's back. Rumble, the sound of wind and thunder immediately sounded from little monk Fan Xiao's body. Under the power of the two golden Buddhist supremacies, little monk Fan Xiao's aura was still increasing. One eye of reincarnation. Little monk Fan Xiao roared angrily, and a ray of Buddhist light immediately rushed out from between his eyebrows. On his eyebrows, there seemed to be a Buddhist eye that suddenly opened. The ray of Buddhist light instantly pierced through the demonic fire and went for the true body of the demon. The ray of Buddhist light that rushed out from between little monk Fan Xiao's eyebrows was filled with a strange power. Everywhere it passed, it seemed to be able to send people into reincarnation. Buddhism was particular about reincarnation. It was not surprising that the ancient Buddhist Lord had cultivated the reincarnation divine ability. Buzz. The void began to ripple like water. In the next moment, the ferocious demon was actually sent into reincarnation. However, very quickly, the ferocious demon shattered the void again and rushed out. This little monk Fan Xiao was shocked. This ferocious demon was too powerful. Could it be that the ancient Buddhist Lord really had to come personally to subdue this ferocious demon? Kill! That ferocious demon roared and charged towards the myriad Buddha palace. With a single move of its gigantic body, the surrounding void shattered into pieces. This ferocious demon was very strong. Even though it had been sealed for countless years, it was still much stronger than the current little monk Fan Xiao. The ferocious demon directly punched at the myriad Buddha palace. Everywhere the fist passed, the Buddha diagram that was enveloped by the demonic fire was directly sent flying. Boom. Chapter 43, 95. The appearance of a peerless fiendish devil changed the color of heaven and earth. Demonic aura engulfed the 9 heavens as demonic might shook the universe. In an instant, the entire world darkened. Countless living beings felt the demonic aura and were terrified to the extreme. That devil has been sealed for so long, yet he's still alive. The 3 Western Desert Buddhist lords were shocked, as the Western Desert's Buddhist lords, Buddhist Lord Mara, and the others naturally knew the secrets of the myriad Buddha mountain and the myriad Buddha temple. The ancient Buddhist Lord had killed many great devils of the archdevil ancestor level. However, there were some peerless devils that even an existence like the Buddhist Lord couldn't transcend. Therefore, the Buddhist Lord decided to seal these peerless devils that even he couldn't kill. Back in the Hell Tao, the archdevil ancestor Ing Tian was sealed by the ancient Buddhist Lord's Buddhist saber. However, Gu Fei had taken away the Buddhist saber from the archdevil Lord Ing Tian, allowing the archdevil Lord to escape. Underneath the myriad Buddha temple, there was also a peerless fiendish demon sealed. However, when the ancient fiendish Xian Huang transformed into a giant hand and grabbed the myriad Buddha temple, it broke the seal that sealed the peerless fiendish demon. Even Xian Huang was shocked by the appearance of the great devil. Rumble. At the same time the great devil attacked the myriad Buddha temple, the power of heavenly retribution in the depths of the heavens was activated. Destructive lightning bolts shot down from the heavens towards the great devil. However, the great devil didn't even look at the lightning bolts of heavenly retribution, allowing them to land on its body. In the next moment, a shocking scene unfolded. The lightning bolts of heavenly retribution landed on the great devil, yet they couldn't harm it in the slightest. Even the old tortoise was dumbfounded. The great devil's devil physique was too powerful. Is this a devil physique that surpassed the extreme Tao's secret realm? Gu Fei murmured. Although the great devil had been sealed for countless years, it was still as ferocious as ever, especially its devil physique. It was powerful to a monstrous degree. The peerless demon's punch landed on the Myriad Buddha Palace, causing the entire Myriad Buddha Palace to shake violently. This guy, Little Monk Fan Shio, was both shocked and angry. He had never thought that this ferocious demon would have such a powerful cultivation and combat power. At this time, the ferocious devil raised its head to the sky and let out a long roar. Then it opened its mouth and sucked in. The lightning of the heavenly punishment that fell from the sky was completely swallowed by it. This is too awesome. The old tortoise was speechless. What should we do? Little Monk Fan Shio was a little anxious. This peerless, ferocious demon was so abnormal that even if he controlled the Myriad Buddha Temple, he might not be able to do anything to it. It was even more impossible to reseal this ferocious demon. Brother Gu, how about we join forces to seal this demon? Fan Shio looked in the direction of Gu Fei. He had wanted to capture Gu Fei and Old Tortoise together, but Gu Fei had displayed an unimaginable combat power and cut off one of his sleeves. If he hadn't dodged fast enough, his entire right arm would have been separated from his body. You want me to take action? Then you'll have to pay the right price. Gu Fei smiled. Little Monk Fan Shio's eyes immediately lit up when he heard that. What do you want? Little Monk Fan Shio said directly, 9 heavens pure gold. Gu Fei didn't want to waste his breath. What? Little Monk Fan Shio was stunned. He didn't expect Gu Fei to want 9 heavens pure gold. This 9 heavens pure gold was an extremely precious divine metal. It was an exclusive refining material for supreme beings. You want to refine and supreme Tao artifact? Little Monk Fan Shio looked at Gu Fei with a complicated expression. Why do you care what we want it for? If you don't have it, you can deal with this demon yourself. If you do, hurry up and take it out, Old Tortoise said impatiently. Although he looked impatient on the surface, he was extremely excited. Once he had 9 heavens pure gold, he would be able to repair the Grand Sovereign Seal. To Old Tortoise, repairing the Grand Sovereign Seal was his top priority. This Little Monk Fan Shio hesitated. At this time, the ferocious demon didn't attack again. It was continuously devouring the power of heaven's punishment. This scene was too crazy. That was a heaven's punishment that could kill supreme beings. The ancient great omen, Xian Huang, was also fighting against the heaven's punishment. That was because the power of heaven's punishment was getting stronger and stronger. Phantoms descended from the sky, like real supreme beings, were attacking. This way, even the ancient great omen, Xian Huang, had to take it seriously. These lunatics, the 3 Buddhist lords, who had retreated hundreds of thousands of miles away, looked at this scene in shock. Old Tortoise was also in disbelief. One had to know that Gu Fei had used this superpower last time. Although he had defeated the ancestor devil, he had also suffered great damage. Now, these guys were easily blocking the power of heaven's punishment. This was heaven's punishment. 9 heavens pure gold. Give it to me, and I will help you get rid of this demon. Gu Fei sat on the chair and said lazily, Little Monk Fan Shio glanced at the giant demon that was devouring the power of heaven's punishment. The demon's demonic aura was getting stronger. The demon was increasing its cultivation. All right. Little monk Fan Xiao gritted his teeth and nodded. He knew that if he didn't make a decision, he would be the one to die. He took out a piece of godly metal the size of a fist. There was nothing special about this piece of godly metal. It looked like an ordinary black stone. However, when Old Tortoise saw this piece of godly metal, his eyes lit up. Just a little. I think it's better for you to keep it for yourself. Gu Fei was a little displeased. This guy was too stingy. Did he want me to help him with just this little bit of godly metal? Was he trying to get rid of a beggar? Really? Brother Gu, this is more than 50,000 kilograms of Nine Heavens pure gold. Little monk Fan Xiao said hurriedly, "It's not enough." Little monk Fan Xiao wanted to say something, but Gu Fei interrupted him. Nine Heavens pure gold was different from ordinary iron. Even a small piece of this kind of godly metal weighed more than 5,000 kilograms. A fist-sized piece was more than 100,000 kilograms. However, this bit of Nine Heavens pure gold was not enough to repair the Tai Huang seal. Fan Xiao, you are too unkind. Old Tortoise was very displeased. Sigh. Little monk Fan Xiao took out another big piece of Nine Heavens pure gold. This piece of Nine Heavens pure gold was the size of a millstone. This should be enough. Little monk Fan Xiao said impatiently. Back then, the Buddhist lord obtained a lot of Nine Heavens pure gold, but he used it to refine his Buddhist weapon. Only 2 pieces were left. Now, little monk Fan Xiao had no choice but to part with it. Give it to me, Gu Fei said. Little monk Fan Xiao had no choice but to throw the Nine Heavens pure gold to Gu Fei. Chapter 4396. The West Earth Buddhism in the heavenly world had encountered a great calamity. The peerless demon that had been sealed by the ancient Buddhist lord for countless years had been released. The peerless demon had a monstrous demonic aura. It opened its mouth and swallowed the power of heavenly punishment, shocking everyone. Even the little monk Fan Xiao had to ask Gu Fei for help. This was definitely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Gu Fei wanted to make Fan Xiao bleed and ask for the Nine Heavens pure gold as soon as he opened his mouth. However, that little monk Fan Xiao was too unkind. He actually wanted to use a small piece of Nine Heavens pure gold to trick Gu Fei, so that Gu Fei would make a move. How could Gu Fei not know what kind of person this guy was? It would be too degrading for him to make a move for a small piece of Nine Heavens pure gold. Fan Xiao also knew that this time, if he did not pay a big price, he would not be able to get Gu Fei to make a move. After weighing the pros and cons, he could only obediently take out all the Nine Heavens pure gold. Hee, that's a good boy. Old Tortoise looked at the distressed Fan Xiao proudly. Good my ass. Fan Xiao glared at Old Tortoise. Brother Gu, please make a move. Fan Xiao solemnly said to Gu Fei, since you can afford it, I naturally won't go back on my word. Gu Fei nodded and said, in fact, Fan Xiao was not afraid that Gu Fei would not make a move after accepting the item. With Gu Fei's current status and identity, he would not bother to cheat others. Of course, if it was Old Tortoise He Tian, or even Fan Xiao, it would be hard to say. Then I'll have to trouble you. Fan Xiao, who had turned into a young man, now looked like an eminent monk. Gu Fei actually liked the cute little baldy who looked like a child. Roar. At this moment, a demonic howl shook the heavens. That peerless fiendish demon actually swallowed all the powerful phantoms that descended from the sky in one gulp. Rumble. After devouring the sky punishment shadow, the ominous demon's body immediately burst out with unprecedentedly powerful mana fluctuations. With a clanging sound, the ominous demon's body actually grew pieces of black magic armor. This ferocious devil became even more ferocious and terrifying. streaks of demonic light that were visible to the naked eye coiled around his body like black lightning. The entire world trembled under the demonic might. He's actually this powerful. Gu Fei was a little surprised. He originally thought that this peerless fiendish demon had reached the peak of the extreme path's secret realm. He didn't expect this fiendish demon to already have 1 foot in the supremacy realm. Fan Xiu, Gu Fei suddenly understood. Since the Buddhist Lord could suppress this peerless fiendish devil, how could he not have thought of the day when this fiendish devil would come out again? The Millennium Buddha, Lord, definitely had a backup plan, but little monk Fan Xiu didn't use it and instead asked for his help. What was he thinking? This was not the first time Gu Fei had fought with little monk Fan Xiu, so he knew very well what kind of existence this guy was. Even the old tortoise and Hei Tian, the ancestors of underhanded means, couldn't gain any advantage in front of little monk Fan Xiu. Don't be careless. The old tortoise transmitted his voice to Gu Fei. I've always been careful. Besides, I don't have to do it myself. Gu Fei transmitted his voice to the old tortoise. What? The old tortoise heard this too late. If Gu Fei didn't do it himself, how could he deal with this peerless fiendish devil? All of you will die. At this time, the ominous demon's demonic might finally reached its peak. The next moment, his figure suddenly disappeared, and then a black hole appeared where he was. A terrifying, devouring power surged out from the black hole, and the surrounding spiritual essence was immediately attracted. Some experts who were closer to the black hole were involuntarily pulled toward it. Roar! An expert with white hair and beard roared and desperately urged his divine power to rush out, but in the end, he was still swallowed by the black hole. What? Even the myriad Buddha temple was sucked in by the black hole that appeared in the sky. Rays of Buddha light were swallowed into the black hole and instantly transformed into demonic chi. Brother Gu, when are you going to make a move? Little monk Fan Xiu couldn't stay calm anymore. Come on, don't be in such a hurry. Gu Fei raised his right hand unhurriedly and then drew a line in the void. The void in front of him was directly cut open. Boom! The next moment, the spatial crack suddenly exploded, and a head as huge as a mountain came out. Then, the giant beast directly broke through the void and rushed out. A powerful coercion appeared between heaven and earth. This is seeing that Gu Fei released such a divine beast. Little monk Fan Xiu and the others were stunned. Master, as soon as the star beast saw Gu Fei, it hurriedly lowered its huge head. Starlight sparkled all over its body, as if it was formed by the gathering of billions of stars. The power of the stars was unimaginably strong. Those above the extreme path arcane realm do not fear the heavenly punishment. Go, devour this demon bastard. Gu Fei said, pointing at the black hole in the sky, transforming into a black hole and devouring the heavens and earth. When the divine beast saw the black hole in the sky, it immediately became spirited. This beast's sovereign, Shooting Sun Sovereign and Black Wind Sovereign, had found Gu Fei. This time, Gu Fei came to the western desert with the 3 of them in his inner world. Boom! Without any hesitation, the star beast immediately released the seal on its body. In the next moment, the powerful coercion of a supremacy erupted from the star beast's body. If not carefully controlled, this coercion could directly destroy the entire western desert of the heavenly realm. Even so, the entire western desert was greatly shaken. It was as if a magnitude 10 earthquake had occurred. Mountains collapsed, and the earth split open. It was extremely terrifying. Golden light shields appeared all over the western desert. The important places of the Buddhist sects and the huge cities were all protected by formations. Even if the heavens and earth collapsed outside, it would not be able to threaten the countless living beings protected by the Buddhist formations. When Gu Fei saw this, he could not help but frown. Then he waved his right hand, and an ancient cauldron flew out from his hand. It rapidly enlarged and then shot down from the sky, suppressing the earth. Mountain and river cauldron. One cauldron suppresses the universe. When the old turtle saw the huge cauldron, the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. The moment the mountain and river cauldron landed on the ground, the earth immediately calmed down. The moment the star beast released the seal, the power of the heavenly punishment was activated. Destructive lightning directly enveloped the star beast. However, the power of the heavenly punishment, which was enough to kill a supremacy, was like a scratch on the star beast's body. At this time, the star beast made its move. Its huge claws directly slapped at the black hole in the sky. Boom! With just one strike, the black hole formed by the peerless demon was immediately destroyed. A figure appeared in the void, its body exploding with extremely pure demonic aura. Every strand of demonic aura tore through the void. Star Beast. Chapter 4397. Gu Fei had an extreme Dao weapon. He threw out the mountain and river cauldron to suppress the western desert. Boom! At this time, the star beast made its move. Its claw, which was many times larger than a mountain, smashed the black hole in the sky. Everyone who saw this scene was directly stunned. This mythological beast was too powerful, wasn't it? It actually destroyed the black hole formed by the peerless, ominous demon in an instant. Even the little monk Fan Xiu was shocked. This Gu Fei actually has such a powerful subordinate. Everyone was shocked. Little devil brat, be good and eat it for me. The star beast opened its mouth and sucked. The demonic figure immediately flew into the star beast's mouth. Courting death, the peerless great demon hollered out and punched out, breaking through the devouring power of the star beast instantly before slamming down on the head of the star beast. Boom! A violent demonic power erupted, and the incomparably huge star beast was actually knocked to the side by this peerless great demon's punch. Everyone's eyes almost fell out of their sockets. The star beast could ignore the heavenly punishment. It was extremely powerful. Was it not a match for this demon? Roar! The star beast roared. The next moment, its huge body shrank rapidly. In just a few breaths' time, the star beast turned into a tall, majestic young man. Kill! The star beast venerable waved its right hand, and streaks of starlight pierced through the peerless demon. Kill me? Even the ancient Buddhist masters couldn't kill me. Can you? The demon said disdainfully. He waved his right hand and shattered the beams of starlight. Then he opened his mouth and spat out demonic fire. Boom! The demonic fire turned into a demonic ball and smashed into the star beast's body. The star beast roared and was sent flying thousands of miles away by the demonic fireball. Split the heavens! The star beast venerable let out a furious roar. In the next moment, boundless starlight erupted from his body. A world of stars appeared and devoured the peerless fiendish demon. Then the starry heaven and earth disappeared, and the star beast venerable appeared. He directly sat in the void and circulated the astral energy to refine the peerless fiendish demon. This star beast was a beast sovereign, and it could fight with supreme existences at the Supreme Lord level. This peerless fiendish demon wasn't even at the Supreme Lord level. That said, the star beast venerable needed some time to completely refine the ferocious demon. That's it. That demon? Little monk Fan Xiu simply couldn't believe what he was seeing. A peerlessly powerful and terrifying demon that didn't fear heaven's punishment was killed just like that. That was a peerless demon that even the ancient Buddhist masters couldn't kill. Could it be that this divine beast was even stronger than the ancient Buddhist lord? Thinking of this, little monk Fan Xiu was even more afraid. If such a powerful existence were to attack him, he might not be able to escape. However, the star venerable beast did not make a move against Fan Xiu. This made Fan Xiu heave a sigh of relief. Come back! With a wave of Gu Fei's right hand, the star beast venerable that was sitting in the void disappeared. Brother, why didn't you use such a trump card earlier? Old Tortoise said in shock. You already said that it's a trump card. Do you think it's so easy to use a trump card? Gu Fei said disapprovingly. That's true too. Old Tortoise nodded. The trump card was naturally the last to be used. No one would expose their trump card. This was because once a trump card was used, others would know about it. They would have scruples against you, be unwilling to fight you, or run away directly. At this moment, everyone looked at Gu Fei in a different way. Let's go. With a wave of his hand, Gu Fei retrieved the mountain and river cauldron that was suppressing the ground and left with Old Tortoise. Since they had obtained the 9 heavens adamantine, they naturally had to find a way to repair the Tai Sovereign Seal. The Tai Sovereign Seal was the supreme sacred item of the Heaven Realm Demon Clan. Just as Gu Fei and Old Tortoise left, a few figures appeared near where Gu Fei was originally. Did Gu Fei leave? A young man with mighty dragon chi was somewhat disappointed. Humph, he left so quickly. In another direction, a young man with a pair of wings on his back said, Even if Gu Fei was here, you are no match for him. The young man with the dragon chi sneered. What did you say? The young man with wings on his back was instantly enraged. A violent aura immediately erupted from his body. You're not deaf. Didn't you hear what I said? The young man with the dragon chi said coldly, as if he did not take the young man seriously. Outrageous! I'd like to see what you're capable of. How dare you be so presumptuous in front of me, little Peng Emperor? The young man was truly enraged. I, Azure Dragon, may not have any other abilities, but I do have some ability to defeat you. The young man tightened his grip on the halberd. So you're Azure Dragon. We, the Great Peng Clan, specialize in eating dragons. As the little Peng Emperor spoke, he directly attacked the Azure Dragon. The wings on his back flapped, and countless formless astral winds slashed towards the Azure Dragon. Die! The Azure Dragon roared angrily, and a powerful energy wave erupted from the halberd in his hand. In the next moment, the halberd turned into a cold light and blocked all the invisible wind blades that were coming at it. The two experts started fighting in an instant. You too, get out of my sight. Seeing this, Fan Xiu was truly enraged. The Western Desert Buddhist land was almost destroyed, but these two guys still wanted to fight here. Did they think that he was invisible? Fan Xiu waved his sleeves. Azure Dragon and Little Peng Emperor were directly swept away by a wave of energy. In an instant, they disappeared without a trace. Whoever dares to fight in the Western Desert, I'll teach them a lesson. Fan Xiu's voice spread throughout the entire Western Desert. All the experts were in awe. No one dared to provoke Fan Xiu at this moment. One should know that this guy controlled the Myriad Buddha Temple. Even the ancient Great Omen, Xian Huang, had long left. In fact, the ancient Great Omen, Xian Huang, had already retreated when the Star Beast appeared. He was afraid that the Star Beast would attack him. The Star Beast was in existence at the level of a supremacy. It was even stronger than the extreme path mystic realm. The ancient Great Omen, Xian Huang, knew that he was no match for a supremacy. It was definitely not luck that the ancient Great Omen, Xian Huang, was able to survive until now. He knew who he dared to provoke and who he couldn't. However, in the extreme west of the purgatory, a cold laugh was heard. Then, endless black energy surged out from the extreme west. In an instant, it covered half of the sky. A terrifying and monstrous evil aura appeared between heaven and earth. Chapter 4398. A peerless demon was sealed in the western desert Buddhist lands of the heavenly domain. This was a secret that only the higher-ups of the Western Desert Buddhist sect knew. However, on this day, this peerless demon was devoured by a divine beast. Star beasts devoured stars to obtain power. Star beasts at the supremacy level could devour countless stars in one gulp. With a single thought, they could devour the power of stars in an area of space. The peerless demon was devoured by the star beast. He was dead for sure. However, after the peerless demon was finished off by the star beast, the purgatory masters of the extreme West Purgatory finally had a rare opportunity. The Western Desert Buddhist sect was heavily injured by the peerless demon. Even the myriad Buddha mountain and the world inside it were destroyed. They suffered heavy losses. Most importantly, the seal of the extreme Western Purgatory had collapsed in this battle. Without the existence of the seal, the purgatory beings of the extreme Western Purgatory were free. Ha ha! I've been waiting for this day. Crazy laughter came from the depths of the extreme West Purgatory. All the beings of the extreme West Purgatory were excited as though they were on steroids. That's right. I'm going crazy after being sealed for so many years. Is the ancient Buddhist Lord still here? 6 powerful divine consciousnesses conversed in the extreme West Purgatory. Void dust. How did Wu Shang die? An old voice sounded. Although it was not loud, it was filled with authority. Boss, the void dust purgatory master, was the only purgatory master who had killed his way out and returned to the purgatory. No one knew the situation in the outside world better than him. Yes, boss. Wu Shang died. He died under the heavenly punishment. The void dust purgatory master hurriedly said, died under the heavenly punishment. What is the heavenly punishment? The eldest of the purgatory masters muttered to himself, who cares? Now that the Buddhist sect is weakened, we can flatten them and take over the Western region. A purgatory master said disapprovingly. Is that so? Old 4, you take the lead. The eldest said, don't, boss. It's better for boss to attack, the 4th purgatory master hurriedly said. The 4th purgatory master said hurriedly. Even the 3rd purgatory master, Wu Shang Purgatory, had died under the heaven punishment. His own cultivation base was slightly weaker than the 3rd purgatory. 3rd brother wouldn't be able to withstand the heavenly punishment and would be blasted to smithereens. He wouldn't be able to withstand it either and would also be blasted to smithereens. However, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If he missed it, he didn't know how long it would take for him to break the seal. Humph! The purgatory boss sneered and didn't say anything else. Soon, the 6 purgatory masters joined hands. Countless purgatory beings rushed out of the extreme Western Purgatory. Their violent auras filled the sky and earth. Endless fiendish energy surged out of the extreme Western Purgatory and covered half of the sky of the Western Desert. The countless living beings of the Western Desert were terrified to the extreme. The purgatory creatures were sweeping through everything in their path. Even saint-level living beings were ripped to shreds by the purgatory creatures. Boom! A great battle in front of the beings of extreme Western Purgatory suddenly erupted with endless Buddha light. This Buddha light almost dispersed the fiendish aura in the sky. Swoosh! A ferocious bird broke through the fiendish aura and descended from the sky. It clawed at a figure on the Buddha mountain. The layer of Buddha light that covered the entire Buddha mountain was directly crushed by this fiendish aura. Evil creature. On the peak of Buddha mountain, a figure emitted endless Buddha light. This Buddha immediately threw out the string of Buddha beads that hung around his neck. The The string of Buddha beads instantly enlarged and trapped the ferocious bird that swooped down from the sky. Rumble, at this moment, a black cloud floated over from afar. A huge hand slapped down from the black cloud. The huge hand instantly covered the entire sky and earth. A powerful fiendish energy exploded from the huge hand. Boom! With a loud sound, the huge hand landed and broke the string of Buddha beads that trapped the bird. The ferocious bird hurriedly flew into the sky and into the black cloud. Oh no, it's the Purgatory Master. The Buddha on the peak of Buddha Mountain could not help but be shocked when he saw this scene. He hurriedly sent out a fire signal. At this moment, the black cloud in the sky directly swept down from the sky and instantly covered the entire Buddha Mountain. In the next moment, the Buddha light formed by the guardian array of Buddha Mountain immediately dimmed. In just a few breaths' time, the guardian array of Buddha Mountain collapsed. A black aura landed on the body of a Buddha sect expert on the Buddha Mountain. In the next moment, the eyes of that Buddha sect expert suddenly turned blood red, and he was instantly demonized. He became a soulless, fiendish demon that only knew how to kill. As the black aura covered the entire Buddha Mountain, countless Buddha sect cultivators on the Buddha Mountain were demonized. Even the strongest Buddha sect expert on the Buddha Mountain was not spared. Roar! A painful roar came from the peak of Buddha Mountain. At this moment, similar scenes were happening in the regions near the extreme west of the Buddha lands. Countless Buddha sects were directly breached, and all the Buddha sect cultivators were turned into fiendish demons. The 6 great purgatory masters were crazily devouring the power of the Western Desert Buddha lands. The Western Desert Buddha lands had already been severely damaged. The 6 great purgatory masters were going to kill all the Buddha sect disciples in the Western Desert Buddha lands. The 6 great purgatory masters had been sealed by the ancient Buddha for countless years and hated him to the core. These purgatory masters naturally wanted to destroy the orthodoxy that the ancient Buddha lands had left in the heavenly realm. The Golden Buddha Mountain was one of the 3 great Buddha sects of the Western Desert Buddha lands. The Golden Eagle Buddha Lord was the true ruler of the Golden Buddha Mountain. His cultivation had long reached the peak of the quasi-supremacy realm. At this moment, the news of the extreme Western Purgatory Master killing his way out of the extreme Western Purgatory had already spread. The entire world was shocked. Golden Eagle, come out and die. Endless black aura came from the horizon. A loud roar came from within the black aura. The voice spread throughout the entire Western Desert and shocked countless Buddha sect disciples. Swoosh! A golden figure directly rushed out from the Buddha Palace at the peak of the Golden Buddha Mountain. A powerful wave of Buddha power immediately appeared in the world. At this moment, on the ground outside the Golden Buddha Mountain, countless ferocious evil swarmed towards the Golden Buddha Mountain like a tidal wave. Everywhere they passed, not a single blade of grass was left. Bam! A ferocious evil directly collided with the Buddha light formed by the Golden Buddha Mountain's guardian array. It was directly smashed into minced meat and died. Then, countless ferocious evil collided with the guardian array of the Golden Buddha Mountain. Soon, a thick layer of corpses accumulated at the foot of the Golden Buddha Mountain. The void was filled with a nauseating smell of blood. I have a saber that can slay Buddha. An angry roar came from within the black clouds. In the next moment, a saber light directly slashed out from the black clouds and instantly broke the guardian array that enveloped the entire myriad Buddha Mountain. Clang! The Golden Eagle Buddha Lord clenched his right hand. In the next moment, he punched at the saber light that was descending from the sky. Boom! With a loud bang, the saber light that was descending from the sky was actually smashed into pieces by the Golden Eagle Buddha Lord's punch. Countless fragments shot out in all directions, each fragment cut through the void of heaven and earth. Everyone who saw this scene was directly stunned. No one expected the Golden Eagle Buddha Lord to have such powerful combat strength. One must know that the power of that saber was infinitely close to the extreme Tao, but it was smashed into pieces by the Golden Eagle Buddha Lord's punch. It's your misfortune to dare to provoke me. The Golden Eagle Buddha Lord looked up at the Golden Buddha light that was broken by the saber light and said indifferently, most of the people in the Golden Buddha mountain lineage were heterogeneous Buddhist cultivators. The true form of the Golden Eagle Buddha Lord was a golden eagle. At the top of the Golden Buddha mountain, the Golden Eagle Buddha Lord turned into a beam of Buddha light and descended from the sky. He directly rushed out from the crack in the Buddha light and directly rushed into the monstrous black aura outside. A great battle broke out. The black aura was vast and mighty. The two powerhouses moved quickly in the void, and a terrifying and monstrous pressure spread in all directions. Roar! At this time, on the Golden Buddha mountain, a tall golden Arhat roared angrily. With a sway of his body, he turned into a golden giant elephant and directly rushed out from the Golden Buddha mountain, slamming into the evil army outside. Everywhere the golden elephant passed, there was a burst of blood light. Countless evil beings were directly smashed by the giant elephant, leaving a path of blood behind. The Golden Buddha mountain had a very deep foundation, especially this Golden Buddha mountain. It was simply an inescapable net, and no one could take even half a step forward. Rumble. At this time, a giant city appeared in the distant sky. A looming figure appeared above the giant city, and a terrifying aura of destruction spread from the figure. Oh no, the Purgatory Master is here. Countless Buddhist powerhouses on the Golden Buddha mountain were shocked to the extreme when they saw the giant city in the distant sky. The giant city was like an ancient demonic mountain, standing there giving people a strong sense of oppression. Ha! The Master is here. Golden Eagle, you're dead meat. The figure who was fighting with the Golden Eagle Buddha Lord laughed loudly. Hee, is that so? The Golden Eagle Buddha Lord didn't care at all and continued to attack. The moment the Purgatory Master of the extreme Western Purgatory attacked the Western Desert Buddhist land, little monk Fan Shio knew. Humph! Do they think I'm a pushover that they can bully? Little monk Fan Shio was furious. So, what if it's the Purgatory Master? Since he dares to provoke me, I'll kill him. Little monk Fan Shio drove the Thousand Buddha Palace and flew directly to the extreme Western battlefield. He wanted to trample the extreme Western Purgatory and get rid of this disaster once and for all. He even sent a message to Gu Fei. Brother Gu, are you interested in playing in the extreme Western Purgatory? Heaven Domain, in the demon race's ancestral land. In front of Gu Fei's residence, a figure appeared. This figure was little monk Fan Shio. Not interested. Gu Fei rejected directly. Little monk Fan Shio definitely didn't have anything good to look for him. Brother Gu, don't be like this. How about listening to me first? Little monk Fan Shio smiled. Speak, don't talk nonsense. Gu Fei was a little impatient. Recently, he was a little annoyed because he realized that the Nine Heavens pure gold was very difficult to refine. With his current cultivation, it was very troublesome to refine the Nine Heavens pure gold. 6 Purgatory Masters of the extreme Western Desert. Get rid of them for me. How about I give you 10 drops of the undying Golden Buddha tree's divine liquid? Little monk Fan Shio said, with a smile. He had obtained the Thousand Buddha Palace and inherited everything from it. Now he was rich and overbearing. 10 drops of the undying Golden Buddha tree's divine liquid. Chapter 43, 99. Fan Shou entered the Thousand Buddha Palace because he had obtained the legendary Immortal God Tree. The Immortal God Tree was as famous as the immortal ancestral herb and was known to be immortal. Such a heaven-defying creature could only be born in a world with perfect, great Tao nomological laws. However, although the vitality of the Immortal God Tree was extremely heaven-defying, it did not have much cultivation and would be captured by other cultivators to refine its divine liquid into a supreme Tao elixir. Of course, not everyone could refine a supreme Tao Dan. Only the supreme alchemist could refine a supreme Tao Dan, and the success rate was 50-50. Only a heaven-defying existence like Gu Fei could easily refine the supreme Tao elixir because his alchemy was extremely heaven-defying. At this time, in the demon race's ancestral land, at Gu Fei's residence, a faint figure floated in front of Gu Fei. 10 drops of divine liquid from the Immortal God Tree. Gu Fei was tempted when he heard little monk Fan Shou's offer. That was the divine liquid of the Immortal God Tree. 1 drop was equivalent to a life, even if an extreme supreme was severely injured or on the verge of death. A drop of divine liquid from the Immortal God Tree could help him recover in a short period of time. 10 drops of divine liquid from the Immortal God Tree were so precious that even an extreme supreme would be jealous. However, Gu Fei had the immortal ancestral herb and the divine spring of life in his inner world. He did not care much about 10 drops of divine liquid from the Immortal God Tree. Yes, if Brother Gu is willing to help, 10 drops of divine liquid from the Immortal God Tree will be yours. Fan Shou said. Although they were separated by a great distance, he could still communicate with Gu Fei, who was in the ancestral land of the demon race, through the information transmission talisman. I'm not free. That's all. As Gu Fei spoke, he waved his right hand, and the figure floating in front of him disappeared in the void. You want me to help you with 10 drops of divine liquid from the Immortal God Tree? Gu Fei shook his head in disdain. The higher the price little monk Fan Shou offered, the harder it was to deal with. The extreme Western purgatory master was not a weakling. The great ominous being Xian Huang was one of the 7 great purgatory masters. With Gu Fei's current cultivation and combat power, even if he used the Star Beast, he would only be able to fight evenly with the great omen, Mysterious Yellow. He did not want to use the 9 heaven stars sword again. Let's let Fan Shou fight with that Xian Huang first. When the time comes, we'll take advantage of little monk Fan Shou. Gu Fei muttered to himself. Gu Fei. At that moment, a figure pushed open the door and entered. It was Old Tortoise. What happened? Gu Fei couldn't help but ask when he saw the Old Tortoise's anxious look. I've received news that something big is happening in the Western Desert. Little monk Fan Shou is fighting against the ancient evil Xian Huang. Old Tortoise quickly said, TSK, I thought it was something important. Gu Fei said disapprovingly, You know everything? Old Tortoise was surprised. In fact, he didn't expect little monk Fan Shou to ask Gu Fei for help again. But this time, Gu Fei would not make a move easily, because he knew that the ancient evil Xian Huang was difficult to deal with. This Western Desert, Thousand Buddha Palace, little monk Fan Shou, who was sitting cross-legged on a praying mat, suddenly opened his eyes. At that moment, there were 3 Buddhist experts sitting in front of little monk Fan Shou. One of them was the Golden Body Buddha, who had blocked the experts from all sides. The other 2 were the Shilin Ancient Temple's Lord Shilin and the ancient Buddha's disciple, Buddha Ranbei. Even Buddha Ranbei was respectful in front of Fan Shou, not daring to show any signs of neglect. This Gu Fei is not willing to make a move. Lord Shilin was secretly shocked. Buddha Fan Shou was willing to take out 10 drops of the divine liquid of the Immortal God Tree. This was the divine liquid of the legendary immortal God tree. One drop of this divine liquid of the immortal God tree was enough to turn one into a Buddha. This Gufei doesn't know what's good for him, Buddha Ranbei said. Buddha's son Ranjian said. Buddha Lord Ranjian and Buddha's son Ranbei were brothers. They were both disciples of the ancient Buddha Lord. Buddha Ranbei looked old, but he had to call Buddha Ranbei brother. This Buddha Ranjian trained in the body of a Buddha. Even though he wasn't fighting with anyone and wasn't using his Buddha power, his skin was still shining gold. When his eyes opened and closed, there was gold light shining. Buddha Ranbei could turn into a golden Buddha when he used his Buddha skills, but when he wasn't using his Buddha skills, he was like an old monk with no cultivation. Brother, you just came out of seclusion, so you don't know how strong Gufei is. Buddha Ranbei sighed. He knew what kind of existence Gufei was from Buddha leader Shilin. He was someone who could defeat the Alpha realm and the Alpha demons. But how strong can he be? His god beast is the truly strong one. Buddha Ranbei didn't care. He had been in seclusion inside Thousand Buddha Mountain for a long time. He had been protecting Thousand Buddha Palace. Even the battle between the Alpha demons and Gufei didn't disturb him. But Buddha leader Shilin was one of the 3 Buddha leaders of Western Desert. After that battle, the primogenitor realm's experts, who were originally unscrupulous and casually attacking the heaven realm's major forces, became well-behaved. The experts from the ancestral realm who had grudges with Gufei immediately left the ancestral realm. This Buddha leader, that Gufei, Buddha leader Shilin wanted to say more. Enough! Buddha Ranbei interrupted Buddha leader Shilin's words. Without Gufei, I can take care of those purgatory masters. As he spoke, Buddha Supreme Ranjian stood up. As he moved, a faint sound of wind and thunder came from his body, and there was a faint golden glow around his body. A strong aura emanated from Buddha Ranbei's body. Little monk Fan Xiu and Buddha's son Ranbei were fine, but Buddha leader Shilin was shocked. The pressure coming from Buddha Supreme Burning Vision made it hard for him to breathe. At this time, a powerful and evil aura came from afar, and a huge black city appeared in the sky. What? Fan Xiu's eyebrows jumped. Ancient ominous Xian Huang. Buddha Ranbei was shocked too. Ancient ominous Xian Huang's expression changed. Ancient ominous Xian Huang was a true ominous being. He was the real boss of Western Purgatory. Fan Xiu and Little Monk didn't think that they would meet the boss of Purgatory before they even arrived. Ancient ominous Xian Huang. Now, ancient ominous Xian Huang was definitely one of the strongest existences in Heaven Realm because he could ignore Heaven's punishment. In both Heaven Realm and Human Realm, there were no more than 5 experts who dared to ignore Heaven's punishment. Fan Xiu was one. Gufei was another. Ancient ominous Xian Huang was also one. Ancient ominous Xian Huang suddenly appeared and blocked the path of Million Buddha Palace. Little monk Fan Xiu was unhappy, but didn't little monk Fan Xiu and little monk Fan Xiu come for ancient Buddha leader and the other purgatory masters? Rumble! At the very next moment, a huge hand grabbed out at the myriad Buddha Palace. An extremely violent power of Buddha erupted, locking down the entire place. Humph! At this moment, a cold laugh was heard. Then, a golden Buddhist light rushed out from Million Buddha Palace. It broke through the evil power and shot into the ancient ominous city. Boom! When the loud sound was heard, the entire ominous city shook. However, in the next moment, a figure shrouded in Buddhist light rushed out of the ominous city. An extremely powerful force rippled in all directions. Then, an extremely ferocious figure stepped out of the ancient ominous city and caught up with Supreme Buddha Ranjian. They started fighting. Ancient ominous Xian Huang was not a kind person. Bam! Buddha Supreme, Ranjian, was sent flying with a fist mark on his chest. However, the fist mark quickly disappeared, as if he had never been hit in the first place. Such an extremely powerful Buddha body was difficult to be injured. This was especially true for Supreme Buddha Ranjian. He cultivated the supreme technique of becoming an honorable with his physical body. Fan Xiu, come out and die. Ancient ominous Xian, Huang did not take Supreme Buddha Ranjian seriously at all. He attacked casually and forced Supreme Buddha Ranjian to retreat continuously. It was almost impossible for him to fight back. Humph! In the myriad Buddha palace, Fan Xiu's face was extremely solemn when she saw this scene. Ancient ominous Xian, Huang lived up to his name. He was afraid that he could not deal with this ancient ominous Xian Huang. That was why he wanted to ask Gu Fei to take action. However, Gu Fei directly refused. This Xian Huang, Ran Bei, and the others stared at the peerlessly powerful and ferocious figure. The Buddhist power on their bodies was vast, and they were ready to take action at any time. Rumble. At this time, thunder began to sound from the depths of the sky. There was a terrifying aura of destruction coming from the depths of the sky, shocking all living beings in the world. The power of heaven's punishment began to stir. Whether it was the ancient ominous Xian Huang or Supreme Buddha Ranjian, their power had reached the limit that the heaven realm could allow. If the power they displayed increased again, the heaven's punishment would really come. Of course, whether it was Fan Xiu or Xian Huang, they were not afraid of the heaven's punishment. You don't want to come out? Then let's start killing. As Xian Huang spoke, a terrifying and monstrous power suddenly erupted from his body. The next moment, the heaven's punishment tribulation, thunder, directly fell from the depths of the sky. Rumble. In just an instant, the destructive aura that made hundreds of millions of living beings tremble filled every inch of the void. Upon seeing this, Buddha Ranjian was shocked and hurriedly tried to retreat. But at this time, the ancient ominous Xian Huang directly pointed a finger, and a beam of destructive light rushed out from the tip of his finger. A golden blood light suddenly appeared. Supreme Buddha Ranjian's chest was directly pierced by the ancient ominous Xian Huang's finger, causing a bloody hole to appear from the front to the back. Golden Buddha blood seeped out from the bloody hole. The successor of the ancient Buddha Lord is only SOSO, Xian Huang said disdainfully. This guy could not even take a blow from him when he was serious. You, Supreme Buddha Ranjian, was shocked and angry. He retreated in panic, but the ancient ominous Xian Huang's current cultivation had broken through to the extreme path's secret realm, and he was not afraid of heaven's punishment. Chapter 4400. Just like an ant, Xian Huang was extremely powerful. He didn't even use He Cheng's power. Just his physical strength alone was enough to send one of the 12 disciples of the Millennium Buddha flying. With such cultivation, he was indeed almost invincible. Wah! Buddha's supreme burning vision spat out a mouthful of blood when he heard Xian Huang's words. It was golden blood, and every drop was shining with golden Buddha light. When one's cultivation reached Buddha's supreme burning vision's level, his flesh and bones had completely transformed. He was just one step away from reaching the top and becoming the second Millennium Buddha. However, since ancient times, no Buddhist cultivator had ever reached the extreme grade supreme realm. Fan Xiu, come out and fight. Xian Huang stared at the myriad Buddha palace opposite him. His entire body was filled with battle intent, and the entire world shook. Countless lightning bolts descended from the sky and bombarded him. However, the terrifying power of heaven's punishment that was enough to kill an extreme grade supreme realm was blocked by an invisible force 100 feet away from Xian Huang. It was as if a special domain had formed within a radius of 1,000 feet around him. No power could enter this domain. Absolute forbidden domain. Inside the myriad Buddha palace, little monk Fan Shio couldn't help but be moved when he saw this scene. This domain power was too abnormal, and he was the absolute strongest existence in the domain. When fighting with Xian Huang, one must not enter within 100 feet of him, or else he would be killed. In the absolute forbidden domain, even those who had the same cultivation as Xian Huang would be completely imprisoned. Their cultivation would be suppressed, and they would become immortal. Xian Huang didn't even need to make a move. He only needed to blow out a breath, and he would be able to destroy the body and soul of those who entered his absolute forbidden domain. Tisk, if I go out just because you tell me to, then I'll lose face. Little monk Fan Shio's voice came from the myriad Buddha palace. You bastard, you're even more of a bastard than before. Ancient evil Xian, Huang roared in anger. Haha, what can you do to me? Fan Shio said proudly. This Buddha Lord Shilin and Buddha Son, Ranbei looked at Fan Shio in shock. They couldn't believe that this guy in front of them was the legendary person. If you don't come out, I'll beat you until you do. Xian Huang roared and threw a punch at the myriad Buddha palace. A huge fist appeared in the void, like a Xian Huang divine mountain, crushing down on the myriad Buddha palace. Boom! It was as if billions of thunderbolts had exploded in the void at the same time. The void within a radius of 100,000 miles around the myriad Buddha temple was directly blasted apart, and a terrifying destructive force swept across the sky and the ground. Rumble! The earth was sinking, and 100,000 miles away, pitch-black spatial cracks appeared in the void. Each crack was incomparably huge, like a pitch-black abyss lying across the world. This was just the might of a single punch, but it was enough to destroy the world. Of course, even someone as strong as Mysterious Yellow would not dare to destroy the Heaven Realm. One must know that the waters of the Heaven Realm were very deep. Not to mention others, just that Gufei was already unfathomable. Moreover, the current Heaven Realm was very complicated. Powerful beings from the primogenitor realm had also descended to the Heaven Realm. The primogenitor's world was a legendary supreme world. Even the Buddhist Lord, the great ominous Xian Huang, had never been to that legendary world. Is this guy crazy? Several experts broke through the void and rushed out from the shattered void. One of the experts directly revealed his ancestral dragon true body. The ancestral dragon's pressure was vast and mighty, and a dragon's roar tore through the sky. All living beings trembled under the ancestral dragon's pressure. An ancestral dragon from the primogenitor realm? The great ominous Xian Huang's eyes lit up when he saw this ancestral dragon. One had to know that the primogenitor realm was known as the origin of the myriad worlds. The ancestral dragon race was definitely powerful to the extreme. However, this ancestral dragon race did not dare to undo the seal and restore its extreme cultivation base. It could only retreat far away, not daring to get close to the blessed Buddha palace. Haha, just a little more, and we might be able to break in. Little monk Fan Shio laughed. The myriad Buddha temple was a palace of the Buddhist Lord. Even Mysterious Yellow would not be able to break in a short time. Again, Mysterious Yellow punched again. This punch contained 50% of his strength. When the punch was thrown, heaven and earth shattered. Boom! Another loud bang shook the myriad Buddha temple. Billions of Buddha lights burst out from the myriad Buddha temple. The surroundings of the myriad Buddha temple had turned into chaos. The power of the extreme Tao secret realm was too strong. The great ominous Yellow punched the myriad Buddha temple into chaos with just 2 punches. However, he still could not do anything to Fan Xiu because he could not even break through the defenses of the Myriad Buddha Temple. "You can just hide in there like a turtle," Mysterious Yellow said, angrily. Little monk Fan Xiu hid inside the Myriad Buddha Temple and did not come out. He could not do anything to Fan Xiu. "No, no, no. Don't misunderstand. It's not that I don't dare to come out. I just don't want to talk to you." Little monk Fan Xiu shook his head. "You ancient ominous Xian," Huang was really angered. "This guy was too shameless. You better not come out. I'm going to kill all the Baldies in the Western Desert," Mysterious Yellow said, as he turned and left. "Oh no." Shilin Buddhist Lord sensed the direction Mysterious Yellow left in. His expression changed. The direction Mysterious Yellow left in was the Shilin Ancient Temple. Was this great ominous yellow planning to start with the Shilin Ancient Temple? This guy, Buddha's son, Ranbei, could not sit still. The Shilin Ancient Temple was the inheritance of Buddha's son, Ranbei. Shilin Buddhist Lord was just a descendant of Buddha's son, Ranbei. Mysterious Yellow wanted to start with the Shilin Ancient Temple. The two of them were very nervous. "This guy means what he says. AI, this is troublesome." Little monk Fan Xiu shook his head and sighed. The great ominous Yellow was fierce, but he always did what he said. "Buddha Supreme, what do we do?" Shilin Buddhist Lord looked at Fan Xiu. Fan Xiu sighed and took out a message talisman. "Buddha Supreme, what are you?" Buddha's son Ranbei saw Fan Xiu use the talisman. Was he going to call for reinforcements? But where could he get reinforcements from? AI. Fan Xiu sighed, and then she activated the information transmission talisman. Heaven Realm, Monster Ancestral Ground, where Gu Fei was. In front of Gu Fei, little monk Fan Xiu appeared. "Why are you here again?" Gu Fei said impatiently. "Brother Gu, I still want to ask you to help." Little monk Fan Xiu smiled. This was a shadow, but it was like he was talking to Gu Fei face to face. "Didn't I tell you? I don't have time." Gu Fei refused. How about 10 drops of undead god liquid and a technique to refine 9 sky pure gold? Little monk Fan Xiu said with a pained expression. Chapter 4401. If Mysterious Yellow wanted to destroy the Western Desert's Buddhist orthodoxy, the most direct method would be to kill all the bald heads in the entire Western Desert. This method was not only the most direct, but also the simplest and most effective. Moreover, the most important thing was that the great Omen Xian Huang really had the ability to do so. He immediately rushed towards the Shilin Ancient Temple and wanted to destroy the Shilin Ancient Temple. Little monk Fan Xiu could no longer sit still. Little monk Fan Xiu thought that only Gu Fei could help him resolve the chaos caused by the Purgatory Masters. Therefore, he finally contacted Gu Fei through the information transmission talisman. Gu Fei had been troubled recently. Although he had obtained the 9 heavens pure gold from little monk Fan Xiu, he realized that it was difficult to refine after returning to the demon race's ancestral land. This was an immortal divine material. In order to refine it and use it to repair the grand sovereign seal, one had to be at the extreme grade. Gu Fei was not yet an extreme grade supremacy, and the heavenly realm did not allow the appearance of extreme grade supremacy. This gave him a headache. Although he had the treasures, he did not know how to use them. At this time, little monk Fan Xiu actually made a condition that he could not refuse. He asked him to deal with Mysterious Yellow and the other Purgatory Masters. 10 drops of the Immortal Tree's divine elixir and a cultivation technique to refine the 9 heavens pure gold. Gu Fei was a little tempted, but he still refused without batting an eyelid. "Brother Gu, what do you want?" Little monk Fan Xiu asked helplessly. How about this? 20 drops of the immortal tree's divine elixir, a cultivation technique, and 3 golden Buddha fruits. Gu Fei said, "What? Why don't you just rob?" Little monk Fan Xiu shouted, "Haha, you're right. I'm really robbing. If not you, who else?" Gu Fei laughed. "You?" Fan Xiu was so angry that she almost cursed at Gu Fei. "How about it? Forget it." Gu Fei didn't care at all. This little monk Fan Xiu pondered. That was 20 drops of divine liquid from the immortal tree. Even the top forces in the primogenitor realm would find it difficult to obtain a single drop. Boom! At this moment, a loud bang suddenly came from the direction of the Shilin Ancient Temple. The entire Shilin Ancient Temple was blown up by a punch, and dust rose high into the sky. The countless Buddhist cultivators in the Shilin Ancient Temple disappeared together with the Shilin Ancient Temple. When the news spread, Buddha leader Shilin almost went berserk. Buddha's son Ranbei was even more furious. This Xian Huang was too despicable. He actually dared to do such a thing. "What's that sound?" Gu Fei asked. "It's nothing." "All right, I agree." Little monk Fan Xiu hurriedly said. He had hesitated just now, and the entire Shilin Ancient Temple had been destroyed. If he had hesitated again, perhaps that madman Mysterious Yellow would really kill all the Buddhist cultivators in the entire Western Desert. "Good, straightforward. I'm coming." Gu Fei smiled and cut off the connection with little monk Fan Xiu. "Haha, I say, you are really asking for too much." Old Tortoise, who had been sitting cross-legged opposite Gu Fei, laughed. This time, Gu Fei had cheated little monk Fan Xiu of a lot of treasures, especially the 20 drops of divine liquid from the immortal tree and the 3 golden Buddha fruits. "I want Fan Xiu to bleed." Gu Fei smiled. "I want 1 golden Buddha fruit." The old tortoise laughed. That was the legendary supreme divine fruit of the undying golden Buddha tree. Just 1 fruit was enough for an ordinary cultivator to ascend to the heavens in a single step, becoming a saint ancestor. Legend has it that the immortal tree blooms once every 100,000 years and bears fruit after another 100,000 years. It takes 200,000 years for it to bear 9 golden Buddha fruits. Old Tortoise mumbled. Of course, for an extreme path supremacy, it was not rare to roam the 9 skies for 1,000,000 years. However, for a normal cultivator, 200,000 years was an extremely long time. It takes so long? Gu Fei was surprised. 200,000 years was too long. What do you think? The immortal tree seemed to have bloomed once in the hands of the ancient Buddha Lord. In the entire heavenly earth, only Fan Xiu could take out 3 golden Buddha fruits. Old Tortoise explained. "I see." Gu Fei nodded. "All right, hurry to the Western Desert. Once that lunatic black yellow goes crazy, it will not be a joke." Old Tortoise urged. He was not worried about Fan Xiu. He just wanted to get the golden Buddha fruits as soon as possible. "All right," Gu Fei said, and tore the void apart. He took a step and instantly disappeared into the void. Hee, I did not expect that Old Tortoise, would have the chance to eat the legendary supreme divine fruit. Old Tortoise almost drooled at the thought of eating the golden Buddha fruits. In fact, the reason why Gu Fei asked Fan Xiu for the golden Buddha fruits was Old Tortoise's idea. Old Tortoise was also testing Fan Xiu to see if he had the golden Buddha fruits. He did not expect that Fan Xiu really did have the golden Buddha fruits. Just then, Fan Xiu, who had agreed to Gu Fei's request, looked extremely ugly. He could not go out and fight Black Yellow because he had something important to do. He could not waste his essence chi right now. He could only ask Gu Fei to help. "Buddha Supreme, the immortal god liquid is okay, but the golden Buddha fruit," Buddha Ranbei hesitated. "The golden Buddha fruit from the immortal tree will probably ripen in a few days," Fan Xiu said. What Buddha Ranbei and West Forest Buddha leader were shocked and happy. They did not expect that the golden Buddha fruit, which took 100,000 years to bloom and 100,000 years to bear fruit, was about to ripen. One reincarnation. Fan Xiu sighed. Buddhists cultivated reincarnation. After hearing Fan Xiu's words, Buddha Ranbei and West Forest Buddha leader did not speak. Their faces were very serious. Fan Xiu, why are you not coming out? Just then, Black Yellow's voice came. He was stomping down on the Buddha palaces and Buddha mountains. The other big power in West Desert, Gold Buddha Mountain, had been destroyed. Even the Golden Eagle Buddha, Lord of the Golden Buddha Mountain, was smashed into minced meat by this great fierce being, his body and soul destroyed. Why isn't Gufei here yet? Fan Xiu and the others hiding in the Thousand Buddha Palace were panicking. Ha! Okay, if you don't come out, I will kill you until you do. Next is Xian Buddha Valley. Black Yellow laughed and rushed towards Xian Buddha Valley. Fan Xiu was shocked and angry. Black Yellow had destroyed 2 Buddhist holy lands. Countless Buddhist cultivators had died at his hands. This made Fan Xiu's heart bleed. Just then, a god light descended from the sky and stopped in front of Black Yellow. Black Yellow, stop here. The god light dissipated, and a young man in black appeared in the sky. It's you. When Black Yellow saw this young man in black, his eyes narrowed. He knew this person. He had seen him not long ago. Chapter 4402. Eternal Ominous Xian Huang's name was not just for show. It was earned through killing. Back in the day, this ominous Xian Huang was almost invincible. The number of experts that died in his hands was simply too many to count. At his peak, he even killed an extreme-grade supremacy. Although countless years had passed, and the current era was no longer Xian Huang's era, this great ominous Xian Huang had returned. At this time, Xian Huang took advantage of the fact that the Western Desert Buddhist land of the Heaven Realm was heavily injured and directly attacked the Buddhist sects of the Heaven Realm. Even the little monk Fan Xiu was blocked in the Myriad Buddha Temple by Xian Huang. He did not dare to come out and had no choice but to ask Gufei for help. In order to invite Gufei, the little monk Fan Xiu had put in a lot of effort. He did not hesitate to give Gufei 20 drops of divine liquid from the immortal god tree, 3 golden Buddha fruits, and the secret method to refine the 9 heavens gold essence. The little monk Fan Xiu's heart was bleeding. 20 drops of the immortal tree's divine liquid was a priceless treasure, and the golden Buddha fruits were even more precious than the divine liquid. If possible, he could use these things to create many Buddhist sects powerhouses. But it was a pity that he had to give them to Gufei. Just as Xian Huang was about to start a massacre in the Western Desert Buddhist land and force Fan Xiu out of the Myriad Buddha Temple, Gufei finally arrived. Xian Huang, why did you kill the innocent? Gufei stopped Xian Huang and looked at him coldly. He had already received news that Xian Huang had actually destroyed the Shilin Ancient Temple and the Golden Buddha Mountain. Countless Buddhist cultivators had died under this guy's butcher knife. What does this have to do with you? Dao friend Gu, your hands are reaching too far. Eternal ominous Xian Huang stared at Gufei and said in a deep voice, "Ha ha, what does this have to do with me? What do you think?" Gufei laughed. "I only have a personal grudge with the Buddhist sects. Are you going to interfere?" Xian Huang's face became even more gloomy. Personal grudge? Then why did you start a massacre in the Western Desert and slaughter the disciples of the Earth sect? Gufei said sternly, "Dao friend Gu, I have enmity with the Buddhist sect. You better not intervene." Xian Huang's voice turned cold, seemingly impatient. "I'm going to take care of this." Gufei said coldly, "Humph, then don't blame me for being ruthless." Black Yellow was brimming with killing intent. "Tisk, bring it on." Gu Fei said in disdain. This fella had crossed his bottom line by slaughtering humans. Kill! Without any hesitation, Xian Huang threw a punch at Gu Fei, and the violent force directly blasted through the void of heaven and earth. A huge yellow hand appeared in the void. It directly smashed towards Gu Fei, its powerful power locking down the space around it. Black spatial cracks kept appearing around him. Humph! Gu Fei extended his right hand and punched out as well. Boom! With a loud bang, the two fists instantly collided. The two figures separated in an instant, but in the blink of an eye, they rushed together again. Bam! Boom! In just an instant, Gu Fei and Xian Huang had exchanged dozens of moves, but there was no clear winner. Gu Fei is getting stronger and stronger. Although they were separated by tens of thousands of miles, a picture appeared in the void in front of Fan Xiu, who was watching the battle with his great magical power. Can he stop Xian Huang? Buddha Lord Shilin was very doubtful. However, Gu Fei actually fought with Xian Huang from the Extreme Path Secret Realm, which made Buddha Lord Shilin and the others in disbelief. One should know that Xian Huang had the cultivation of the Extreme Path Secret Realm, and he could ignore the power of heaven's punishment. Even Fan Xiu was very surprised. He knew that Gu Fei had a star beast, which was a supreme existence at the High Lord level. Wouldn't it be easy for such an existence to kill Xian Huang? However, he never expected that Gu Fei would personally take action. When did he become an extreme path supremacy? Buddha Ranbei stared at the figure that appeared in the void and was inexplicably shocked. Fan Xiu did not speak. He was also very curious that Gu Fei had such a skill. His cultivation was only at the middle of the quasi-supremacy level before, but now he was strong enough to fight the Extreme Path Secret Realm. The power of heaven's punishment also had a limit. It was true that this power could kill a supremacy. Even the peak of the Extreme Path Secret Realm would die under the power of heaven's punishment. However, those who had the cultivation of the Extreme Path Secret Realm could ignore the power of heaven's punishment. This was because the existence of the Extreme Path Secret Realm could fight against the power of heaven's punishment. How could you? Xian Huang could not understand. Gu Fei's cultivation was only at the middle of the quasi-supremacy level before. How long had it been? How could he fight against him now? This was not Gu Fei burning his eternal real blood again to increase his cultivation and combat power. Ever since he used this trump card, he would not use it easily. One had to know that the eternal real bone in his chest could only refine a few drops of eternal real blood. Every drop he used was one drop less. It was not easy to refine it again. Gu Fei knew that burning his eternal real blood could indeed increase his cultivation to the Extreme Path Secret Realm. However, he would not do so easily because the gains would not make up for the losses. Heaven and Earth Destruction Fist. The great evil Xian Huang used his killer move. He punched out, causing the entire space around him to tremble, emitting a terrifying sonic boom that could topple mountains and overturn seas. Everywhere his fist passed, the space around him was crushed. 5-element fist. Gu Fei used a fist technique that he had created. He clenched his right hand, and a dazzling golden light immediately exploded from his fist. It was as if a golden sun had appeared in the sky. This was the metal element fist of the 5-element fist. Like a golden wave, the fist energy swept towards Xian Huang. Boom! The two forces collided in an instant, and the two figures were sent flying at the same time. It was still a tie. How did you do it? Xian Huang was really shocked. The combat power that Gu Fei showed was really beyond his imagination. No one's cultivation could suddenly increase from the mid-level quasi-supreme realm to the Extreme Path Secret Realm, because whether it was the human clan or other creatures, they could only improve their cultivation and combat power by going through arduous cultivation step by step. Haha, are you stupid? How could I tell you? Gu Fei smiled proudly. Xian Huang was shocked and angry. In fact, Gu Fei had only become one with the sword and temporarily borrowed the power of the Nine Heavens Stars sword. The Nine Heavens Stars sword was an eternal Tao artifact. The God's will in the Nine Heavens divine sword was not completely asleep, so he could borrow the power of the extreme path secret realm. However, he could not borrow more powerful power unless the God's will in the Nine Heavens Stars sword was completely awakened. In his era, Xian Huang was only in existence at the supremacy level at his peak, and he had not touched the edge of the eternal realm. Naturally, he could not see through Gu Fei's strength. Again, Gu Fei's fighting spirit was like a rainbow. His hands bloomed with golden light, dancing like two heavenly swords, and fiercely chopped at Xian Huang. Pagoda, come! Xian Huang's expression was solemn. He flipped his right hand, and the Nine Heavens black-yellow pagoda immediately appeared in his hand, blocking Gu Fei's attack. Hey, Xian Huang, this thing is not bad. Why don't you give it to me? Gu Fei said as he stared at the Nine Heavens black-yellow pagoda in Xian Huang's hand. Okay, I'll give it to you now. Xian Huang was furious. He immediately activated the Nine Heavens black-yellow pagoda, and 9 rays of black and yellow divine light immediately rushed out of the 9-story pagoda. The 9 rays of black and yellow divine light instantly turned into 9 different weapons that slashed at Gu Fei, and each weapon exuded the power of the extreme path mystic realm. Dang, dang, dang. Gu Fei continued to wave his arms, blocking the 9 divine weapons that were slashing towards him. When the divine weapons slashed on his arms, they actually emitted the unique sound of metal colliding with each other. What? Seeing this scene, Xian Huang could not help but be shocked. How could this guy's physical body be so strong that he could block a supremacy-level Tao artifact with his bare hands? The Nine Heavens black-yellow pagoda was a supreme Tao artifact refined by Xian Huang at his peak. Even among supremacy-level Tao artifacts, it was one of the best. And the rarest thing was that the material of the Nine Heavens black-yellow pagoda was the immortal spirit metal Nine Heavens black-yellow iron. Therefore, this Nine Heavens black-yellow pagoda was a supremacy-level Tao artifact that could evolve. Otherwise, Gu Fei would not have taken a fancy to this supremacy-level Tao artifact. If his cultivation was restored to the eternal realm, he could refine this Nine Heavens black-yellow pagoda into an eternal Tao artifact. At this time, Gu Fei walked in the void, approaching Xian Huang step by step. The 9 divine weapons that rushed out of the Nine Heavens black-yellow pagoda danced around his body, slashing at him in a frenzy. However, with a wave of his hand, Gu Fei slapped away the Tao soldiers that were slashing at him. The 9 Tao soldiers could not even cut through his clothes. Gu Fei's understanding of the great Tao surpassed everyone in the heaven realm and the human world. Even Jiang Renhuang could not compare to him. It should be known that he was once an eternal sovereign. Xian Huang's magical power could not hurt him at all. Preposterous, Xian Huang desperately urged the 9 Heavens black-yellow pagoda, and the 9 Tao soldiers suddenly burst with dazzling divine light, illuminating the whole world. The power of black and yellow shook the world. You are too weak. Gu Fei's fist technique changed. His right hand bloomed with endless golden light, and his left hand burst with bright black light. A yin-yang Tao diagram emerged from his body. Buzz! The yin-yang Tao diagram shook, and the 9 Tao soldiers were all knocked away by the yin-yang fist force. This Gu Fei, Fan Xiao, who was watching the battle through a magical power in the void, saw this scene, and her face became extremely serious. She knew that Gu Fei had not used his true power yet. At least the Star Beast had not made a move yet. The Star Beast was in existence at the supremacy level, and it was peerlessly powerful. It had once swallowed the peerless demon that was born in the Buddha land. If the star beast made a move, wouldn't the eternal great ominous Xian Huang be killed as well? Fan Xiu did not understand why Gu Fei did not let the star beast make a move. Instead, he wanted to fight the eternal great ominous Xian Huang himself. Yin Yang Fist. Chapter 4403. Gu Fei battled the ancient ominous Xian Huang. This battle attracted the attention of countless experts, especially those from the primogenitor realm, because they all knew Gu Fei's identity. Gu Fei rose to power in the primogenitor realm in the past. He was invincible, and the number of extreme Tao Supremes that died at his hands was not few. One had to know that it was not easy to give birth to an extreme Tao supremacy, even in a place like the primogenitor realm. Of course, the primogenitor realm was different from ordinary perfect great worlds. The primogenitor realm was the origin of the myriad worlds, and it had the most complete and strongest heavenly Tao laws. The life forms in the primogenitor realm were blessed by the heavens. Some races could fight against true dragons and easily capture true phoenixes the moment they were born. In terms of talent, the great races in the primogenitor realm were much more talented than those in other great worlds. However, the path of cultivation did not mean that one could become a supreme powerhouse with heaven-defying talent. For example, Gu Fei did not have any talent, nor did he have a heaven-defying physique. However, he relied on his indomitable will to walk step by step to become the strongest existence in the world, overlooking the life forms in the primogenitor realm. Of course, it was impossible for someone like Gu Fei to appear in the myriad heavens and realms even in billions of years. Rumble. At this time, Gu Fei used his self-created yin-yang fist. He grasped the yin-yang in his hand, and a huge yin-yang Tao diagram emerged from his body, directly repelling the 9 great Tao soldiers that were slashing at him. As soon as the yin-yang fist appeared, all the yin and yang energy in the world crazily gathered towards Gu Fei. Rays of yin and yang light rushed towards him from all directions, fusing into the yin-yang Tao diagram on his body. The great Tao of yin-yang, the ancient ominous Xian Huang, was slightly moved. The great Tao of yin-yang was the most difficult great Tao to grasp in the world, but this Gu Fei had actually cultivated this great Tao. But so what? In front of my Xian Huang great Tao, all great Taoists have to bow their heads. Xian Huang was bursting with confidence. He had once dominated the myriad worlds for countless years, and he was one of the strongest existences in the world. However, he had encountered the ancient Buddhist Lord. This millennium Buddha Lord was strong, but he was only on par with him. If it wasn't for the fact that the 1,000-year-old Buddhist Lord was too cunning and schemed against him, he wouldn't have nearly died. He had to destroy the Buddhist sect. Over the countless years, the reason why Xian Huang didn't die and persevered until now was because he wanted to take revenge on the Buddhist Lord. However, after he was born, he realized that the sky and the earth were no longer the same as they used to be. The Buddhist Lord had also disappeared. Whether it was the heavenly realm or the human realm, the ancient Buddha Lord could not be found in the mysterious universe. However, in the present world, there was an inheritance left behind by the ancient Buddha Lord. Boom! At this time, the power of heaven and earth exploded. The ancient ominous heaven and earth directly took out the 9 heavens black yellow pagoda. The 9 great Tao soldiers that had been sent flying by Gu Fei flew back into the 9 heavens black yellow pagoda and entered it. The 9 heavens black yellow pagoda soared into the sky and slammed down on Gu Fei. Wong. Gu Fei used the yin-yang fist. The yin-yang Tao diagram soared into the sky and directly sealed the 9 heavens black yellow pagoda. The power of yin-yang was vast and mighty, the yin-yang Tao diagram, and the nine heavens black-yellow pagoda collided. Rumble, the heavens and earth shook. The entire void was directly smashed into primal chaos. 100,000 miles of the void became a black hole. Even the primal chaos chi was beaten out. The peerless experts watching the battle from afar were all stunned by this scene. The power of the extreme path mystic realm was too strong. Whether it was Xian Huang or Gu Fei, they were both trying their best to control this supreme power. Because if this supreme power was allowed to explode, the entire Western Desert would be directly erased from the heavenly realm. Even the entire world would be severely damaged. Xian Huang didn't want to destroy the heavenly realm. Of course, even if he wanted to destroy the heavenly realm, Gu Fei wouldn't let him do so. How is this possible? This Gu Fei actually blocked the 9 black-yellow pagoda. At this time, a quasi-supreme expert exclaimed. This peerless expert was only able to watch the battle from afar by relying on the protection of the extreme path Tao treasure. The aura that erupted from Gu Fei and Xian Huang was too powerful. It suppressed all living beings below the extreme path. Even those with the protection of the extreme path Tao treasure still felt an incomparable pressure. Even Yi Beichen, the supreme king of the Yi clan of the ancestral realm, was shocked. That's the 9 heavens black-yellow pagoda, one of the strongest Tao treasures in the world. Someone said in disbelief, Gu Fei blocked the 9 heavens black-yellow pagoda with his bare hands. This scene shocked everyone because the 9 heavens black-yellow pagoda was a supreme Tao treasure. In ancient times, it was famous throughout the world, and the ancient ominous Xian Huang was an existence that could contend with the ancient Buddhist lord. This guy, Gu Fei, in the ancestral palace of the demon clan, a screen of light floated in the air. The scene of the battle between Gu Fei and the ancient ominous Xian Huang appeared on the screen. At this time, the hall was crowded with powerful figures of the demon clan, all watching the battle nervously. The old tortoise, who was sitting on the throne, clenched his fists nervously. Even the great ancestor of the demon clan, the old tortoise's uncle, who had not appeared for a long time, appeared out of nowhere and appeared in the main hall of the ancestral palace. The ancient ominous Xian Huang is still as glorious as ever. The old tortoise's uncle stared at Xian Huang on the screen, his eyes shining. He had lived for countless years and had once seen this ominous Xian Huang. Uncle, do you know Xian Huang? The old tortoise was very surprised. He had no contact with Xian Huang's era because long before Xian Huang appeared, he had been plotted against by his enemies and sealed in the virtual sky world. The Grand Emperor's era was much older than Xian Huang's. I know him. How could I not know him? We even drank together and fought together, his uncle said. Really? You weren't killed by Xian Huang? The old tortoise stared at his uncle in shock. Sometimes even he couldn't see through his uncle, but he was sure that his uncle was absolutely powerful to an unimaginable extent. Boy, what are you talking about? Do you want me to be killed by that guy? His uncle jumped up and hit the old tortoise's head. Ouch, my God, it hurts. The old tortoise touched the place where he was hit, and the pain made his tears fall. The peerless great demons in the hall were all dumbfounded when they saw this scene. In the entire demon clan, who dared to hit the old tortoise's head? He was the demon lord of the demon clan. However, even though he was the demon lord of the heaven realm and had a supreme status, in front of his uncle, the old tortoise was still a snot-nosed child who followed behind him and pestered him for spiritual fruits to eat. At this time, in various places in the heaven realm and even in the ancestral lands of those super forces in the human realm, experts gathered to watch the battle between Gu Fei and Xian Huang. Although they couldn't be there in person, they still felt endless pressure even through the screen of light. The human realm, the ancestral lands of the Jiang clan. I didn't expect Gu Fei to be so powerful. The goddess of the Jiang clan stared at the screen of light in front of her and said indifferently, "Cousin, I'm afraid you won't have the chance to surpass Gu Fei in this lifetime." A peerless young woman in lavender clothes said with a smile, "Humph, who said that? Didn't Gu Fei just rely on a secret technique to push his cultivation to the extreme path secret realm?" The goddess of the Jiang clan still looked calm. "Hee, is that really the case?" The woman in lavender clothes smiled. "All right, watch the battle quietly. Maybe you can learn something from it." An ancestor of the Jiang clan said. The goddess of the Zhao clan and her cousin immediately stopped talking. A battle of this level was not so easy to encounter, even if the scene of the battle was projected on the screen of light with a supreme divine technique. If one could gain enlightenment from it and gain an instant epiphany, it would be a great opportunity and a great fortune. In the various primordial realms of the human world, there were peerless powerhouses watching the battle. In the eastern region, in the Dongfang clan's ancestral grounds, the battle between Gu Fei and Xian Huang had even alarmed the Eastern Tyrant Emperor, who had been in seclusion for a long time. The Eastern Tyrant Emperor had already obtained the ultimate emperor's inheritance, and his cultivation was terrifying to the extreme. During this seclusion, her cultivation had already broken through to the mid-stage, quasi-supreme stage, and she had even refined the Grand Orient Sword into her natal sword artifact. An ordinary person naturally wouldn't be able to refine the Grand Orient Sword, but the Grand Orient Sword had originally been refined by the Eastern Tyrant Emperor's ancestor. The Eastern Tyrant Emperor's bloodline was the key. She really wanted to spar with Gu Fei, but now that she saw how brave Gu Fei was, and how he didn't fear heavenly punishment and fought against the ancient ominous being Xian Huang, she felt a sense of helplessness. Those who had enmity with Gu Fei were even more anxious, afraid that Gu Fei would come to settle the score with them. Sigh, unreliable, unreliable. In the myriad Buddha palace, the little monk Fan Xiu was frowning. If Gu Fei couldn't deal with Xian Huang, then he wouldn't have a good time. It was definitely not a good thing to be targeted by an existence in the extreme secret realm. Why didn't he release the astral beast? The little monk Fan Xiu really didn't understand. If he had released the astral beast right from the start, wouldn't things have been much easier? Who cares as long as he can get rid of Xian Huang? The little monk Fan Xiu muttered, "The natives here are too terrifying." The peerless powerhouses from the ancestral realm had been frightened by this battle. Some of the factions that had enmity with Gu Fei had long since seen that the situation wasn't good, and had all fled. Those who stayed were all existences that had nothing to do with Gu Fei. At this time, in the sky above the western desert, the battle between the peerless powerhouses had caused the entire sky to darken. From the depths of the firmament, destructive lightning would occasionally strike down. The mountains shook. The two powerhouses, bathed in the power of heavenly punishment, moved quickly through the void. Bang! Gu Fei's foot viciously struck Xuan Huang's left shoulder, and he was directly sent flying. However, when he was hit, his foot landed on Gu Fei's chest. The sound of bones breaking rang out. Xian Huang was miserably abused. Gu Fei's sternum was an eternal true bone and contained a powerful eternal power. When Xuan Huang's foot landed on Gu Fei's sternum, it didn't injure Gu Fei. Instead, Gu Fei broke his right leg. Roar! Chapter 4404. Heavenly Realm, Western Desert, Gu Fei battled the ancient ominous Xian Huang. Someone used a supreme divine ability to broadcast the battle to the entire heavenly realm. Only the heavenly mystery, immortal palace, could do this. It was a very mysterious and transcendent force. The heavenly mystery immortal palace was once incomparably powerful, producing an extreme-grade sovereign who could calculate the secrets of heaven. Inside the heavenly mystery immortal palace, there was a supreme Tao tool called the heavenly mystery mirror. It could reflect the entire heavenly realm and transmit images of the mirror to those who possessed the heavenly mystery divine talisman. The heavenly mystery mirror was like a mirror that could monitor the entire heavenly realm. Of course, the heavenly mystery immortal palace's heavenly mystery mirror was only an extreme-grade Tao tool. It was not omnipotent. Those who possessed an extreme-grade Tao tool could conceal the secrets of heaven. Ha! This Gu Fei is our heavenly mystery immortal palace's lucky star. We've just been born, and we've already earned a large sum of immortal crystals and divine stones. Inside the heavenly mystery immortal palace, an old man laughed. Those who wanted to watch the battle between Gu Fei and Xian Huang had to pay a fee. The heavenly mystery immortal palace took this opportunity to earn a fortune. It had to be said that the battle between Gu Fei and Xian Huang was too attractive. Countless experts were buying the heavenly mystery divine talisman. Even the big shots from the primogenitor realm did not hesitate to buy the heavenly mystery divine talisman. One had to know that the pressure that erupted from Gu Fei and Xian Huang was too strong. Even quasi-supremes could not watch the battle at the scene. Only those true extreme-grade sovereigns who had sealed their own cultivation dared to watch from afar. Even so, these people were still afraid of being affected by the battle. If they were affected by the battle, it would not be a joke. Even extreme-grade sovereigns would fall. This Gu Fei is really abnormal. The big shots from the primogenitor realm were all shocked by the battle strength that Gu Fei had displayed. Was this Gu Fei returning to his peak state? Most of the people from the primogenitor realm were Gu Fei's enemies. Back then, Gu Fei had fought everywhere in the primogenitor realm and offended many people. In the ancestral realm, some important figures wanted to tear Gu Fei apart. The people from the primogenitor realm had already reported the situation of the heaven realm back to the primogenitor realm. As expected, the sealing power of that world hasn't reached the level of a supremacy. It can't even suppress the power of an extreme mystic realm. Even the heavens are helping me. Laughter came from the Li family's ancestral land in the primogenitor realm. At the same time, in the primogenitor realm's heavenly clan's newly opened ancestral land, the heavenly clan's clan master also received the news. Yes, this time Gu Fei is dead for sure. I'm going there personally. The celestial clan's patriarch was a newly ascended High Lord. It was precisely because a new Supreme Lord-level existence had appeared in the Sky Clan that they had the capital and confidence to compete with the other superforces. However, there were people who saw the High Lord of the Tian clan leave the Tian clan's newly opened ancestral land. There was news that the celestial clan's patriarch was going to the lower realms to kill Gu Fei. The news that Gu Fei had appeared in a superior world in the lower realms had already spread throughout the primogenitor realm. Those who had enmity with Gu Fei naturally wanted to see Gu Fei die in the lower realms. This guy was a demon king. He had once slaughtered people in the primogenitor realm, even the first demon ancestor. An invincible great demon in the eternal realm was forced to use his life to open reincarnation and perish together with him. However, the first demon ancestor was dead, but this Gu Fei was still alive and kicking in the lower realms. Moreover, not long ago, this ancient demon king defeated the primogenitor demon clan. One of the primogenitor demons in the primogenitor demon clan died. I have to kill this guy before he recovers his cultivation. An important figure in the primogenitor realm who had enmity with Gu Fei said, I heard that this guy can already compete with an extreme mystic realm existence. Some people were very worried. What are you afraid of? Didn't the primogenitor demons say that Gu Fei is so powerful because of the power of the eternal Tao artifact? Some people disagreed. Gu Fei was once a supreme existence in the eternal realm. It was not surprising that he had an eternal Tao artifact to protect him. However, it was not easy to use an eternal Tao artifact. Some people secretly investigated. When Gu Fei fought against the primogenitor demons, he used an eternal Tao artifact. However, after that battle, Gu Fei's cultivation directly fell from the peak of the quasi-supreme realm to the mid-level of the quasi-supreme realm. In other words, although Gu Fei had an eternal Tao artifact to protect him, if he wanted to use it to kill his enemies, he would also have to consume his own cultivation. This time, Gu Fei fought against Xian Huang. Although he had displayed the cultivation of the extreme mystic realm, some people guessed that he had used an eternal Tao artifact to have such battle strength. After this battle, this guy's cultivation would inevitably fall again. At that time, killing him would be even easier. Someone invited the Ancestral Realms Assassination Organization, the Night God Hall. This Night God Hall was the #1 assassination organization in the Ancestral Realm. It was mysterious and terrifying to the extreme because the Night God Hall had once assassinated an extreme Tao Supreme and succeeded. Assassinating an extreme Tao Supreme, this kind of achievement was enough for the Night God Hall to stand in the position of the #1 assassination organization in the Ancestral Realm. Someone put in a lot of effort and did not hesitate to invite the #1 assassin of the Night God Hall to assassinate Gu Fei. No one knew any information about the #1 assassin of the Night God Hall, but the #1 assassin of the Night God Hall was an existence that could assassinate an extreme Tao Supreme. At this time, Gu Fei was fighting with the great omen Xian Huang. He did not know that so many people from the Ancestral Realm wanted to come to the Heaven Realm to kill him. Boom! Bam! In a peerless collision, Gu Fei's hands were overflowing with yin-yang divine light. The power of the yin-yang fist was displayed to the extreme. With a punch, he directly smashed the 9 heavens black-yellow pagoda. The great omen Xian Huang was sent flying, coughing up blood. Xian Huang was shocked and angry. This guy is too strong. How is this possible? Xian Huang also went to watch the battle between Gu Fei and the ancestral demons. This Gu Fei only defeated the ancestral demons with the power of the formation. This Gu Fei's true strength was only at the quasi-supreme level. After leaving the demon race's ancestral land, he was nothing. However, Xian Huang found that he was really wrong. This Gu Fei still had such combat power after leaving the demon race's ancestral land. How did he do it? It was impossible for a person's cultivation to suddenly soar from the quasi-supremacy stage to the extreme path secret stage. Was this guy pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? The great omen Xian Huang is only SOSO. Gu Fei laughed heartily as he charged towards Xian Huang. Roar! Xian Huang roared, and the Xian Huang qi in his body surged. There were bursts of explosions coming from his body. His muscles and bones sounded at the same time, and the injured places were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Little guy, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Do you think you can defeat me like this? Xian Huang's face was ferocious. He waved his right hand, and the 9 heavens black-yellow pagoda immediately flew back to him and fell into his hand. Every level of the 9-story divine pagoda was shining, and the inside seemed to be opening up the world. A terrifying aura came from the 9 heavens black-yellow pagoda. Not simple. Intuition told Gu Fei that this 9 heavens black-yellow pagoda was probably not as simple as a supreme Lord-level Tao artifact. Boom! At this moment, the 9 heavens black and yellow pagoda shook. An ancestral dragon rushed out from each level of the pagoda at the same time. The 9 ancestral dragons roared at the sky, causing the entire world to shake. spatial cracks appeared in the void. The 9 ancestral dragons that rushed out of the 9 heavens black-yellow pagoda directly rushed towards Gu Fei. These were not real ancestral dragons, but they were definitely more powerful and terrifying than the real ancestral dragons. Boom! Gu Fei punched out and directly smashed an ancestral dragon. Then he punched out again and smashed another ancestral dragon. Just like that, he smashed an ancestral dragon with one punch and directly rushed to Xian Huang. What? Xian Huang was shocked. Bam! Without any suspense, Xian Huang was directly sent flying by Gu Fei's punch, and even the 9 heavens black-yellow pagoda in his hand was snatched away by Gu Fei. Haha, good fight. I will let you be arrogant in the Western Desert. If you want to destroy my Buddhist orthodoxy, you have to ask Gu Fei first. In the Million Buddha Palace, the little monk Fan Xiu looked at the live broadcast of the battle reflected by the divine talisman and laughed. He was happy to see Xian Huang being defeated. Good stuff. Gu Fei looked at the 9 heavens black-yellow pagoda in his hand and couldn't bear to put it down. This black-yellow pagoda was completely refined with mysterious golden iron and had a total of 9 levels. Each level was like a world of its own. In this aspect, it was similar to the Heavenly Demon Tower. However, the Heavenly Demon Tower was a demonic artifact, after all, and the cultivation process was too bloody. It was unknown how many creatures and experts were sacrificed to the Heavenly Demon Tower by the ancestor demons. The primogenitor fiends of the primogenitor demon clan even refined the captured extreme Tao Supremes into the Heavenly Demon Tower. Although the 9 heavens black-yellow pagoda was powerful, it was temporarily not comparable to the Heavenly Demon Tower. However, this 9 heavens black-yellow pagoda was a Tao artifact that could evolve and transform. Roar! Return it to me. Xian Huang flew into a rage and directly charged at Gu Fei. Return it to you? I will return it to you with a punch. Gu Fei directly used the primal chaos fist and punched Xian Huang in the face, sending him flying. His face was dripping with blood, his teeth flew out, and his nose was broken. He looked extremely miserable. In a battle of the same level, Gu Fei was invincible. Even if his opponent was Xian Huang, he would still be defeated, because what Gu Fei lacked was power, not realm. As long as he had enough power, he could even restore his eternal realm cultivation. Gu Fei put away the 9 heavens black-yellow pagoda and then directly rushed forward. His fists fell on Xian Huang like raindrops, directly beating him up. Everyone who was watching the live broadcast was shocked. This guy was too fierce. Xian Huang, the great omen of the ages, was beaten into a pig's head by him? Ha ha! Cool, that should be it. 20 drops of immortal divine liquid is worth it. Inside the Myriad Buddha Palace, Fan Xiu laughed. Quickly think of a way to save the boss. At this time, a giant city with soaring murderous aura appeared in the distance. There were a total of 5 cities, each of which exuded a monstrous pressure that caused the void to collapse. Chapter 44:05. Gu Fei was invincible in the same realm. This was not a joke. He was once a supreme existence in the eternal realm. Even if he was forced into reincarnation by the first demon and his cultivation was almost cut off, he still had the eternal real bone in his body. However, he still had the eternal true bone in his body that hadn't been completely destroyed, so he had already recovered to the peak quasi-supremacy level. However, Gu Fei used his trump card in the battle with the primogenitor demons to revive the 9 heavens star's sword. His vitality was greatly damaged, and his cultivation fell from the peak of the quasi-supreme realm to the mid-level quasi-supreme realm. Even so, his combat experience and comprehension of the various realms of cultivation were still there. He was just not strong enough. This time, he used the power of the 9 heaven stars sword again. He didn't borrow the supreme power of the eternal stratum, but simply became one with the sword. His cultivation base and battle prowess had already soared to the extreme path arcane realm. However, he could not maintain this state for a long time. Once the time limit was exceeded, his vitality would be damaged. Gu Fei did not want his vitality to be damaged again. It should be known that if he did it again, his cultivation would fall from the quasi-supreme realm. What eternal omen! I'll let you be fierce. I'll let you be fierce. Gu Fei kicked Xian Huang and sent him flying. He kept coughing up blood. God knew how many bones in his body were broken, and his broken internal organs were spurting out. Bang! Before Xian Huang could even scream, Gu Fei punched out again. Half of Xian Huang's body exploded, turning into a bloody mist. Even the inner armor he wore, which was made from godly golden metal, couldn't block the attack. Because at this time, Gu Fei had used the power of the eternal real bone. This power surpassed the extreme path. Even a trace of it could kill an extreme path existence. Gu Fei's fist was more terrifying than any extreme path Dao weapon. As long as his fist hit, anyone below the eternal realm would not be able to withstand it. In the heaven realm, it was impossible to have an eternal realm expert or even a half step into the eternal realm. How is this possible? Mysterious Yellow, an ancient ominous being, panicked at this time. He had never thought that Gu Fei would be this terrifying. Even the mysterious yellow inner armor he was wearing had been shattered. Nothing is impossible. Gu Fei took a step forward and directly caught up with Xian Huang, who was flying out, and stomped down. Bam! Xian Huang directly exploded from the waist, and Gu Fei stepped on it, breaking it into two. Xian Huang blood splattered everywhere, and each drop of Xian Huang blood pierced through the void between heaven and earth. What a waste! It's such a waste. Those alchemists, watching the battle through the heavenly secret mirror, were all beating their chests and stamping their feet. That was the legendary, mysterious yellow blood. The value of each drop was inestimable and could be used to refine supreme medicines. Who can contact Gu Fei? I want to exchange the mysterious yellow blood with him. In a certain holy land in the heaven realm, in front of an alchemy furnace, an old man with messy hair roared. Mysterious Yellow, an ancient ominous being from head to toe, was a treasure. Since ancient times, he was an existence that cultivated the mysterious yellow great way to the extreme. His blood essence could create a mysterious yellow holy body. The mysterious yellow holy body was innately close to the mysterious yellow chi of heaven and earth. With this kind of physique, the cultivation of the existence would naturally advance by leaps and bounds, far surpassing ordinary cultivators. It was also easy to cultivate the mysterious yellow great way and withstand the mysterious yellow chi to temper the body. Now, not only the heaven realm, but also the human realm and the ancestral realm, there were people who wanted to obtain the mysterious yellow blood. Brat, why don't you collect the mysterious yellow blood? In the demon clan's ancestral land, the old tortoise watched the live broadcast from the heavenly secret mirror, but he was anxious. At this time, in the area where Gu Fei and Xian Huang fought, the void exploded and the heavenly Tao was suppressed. Even an existence like the old tortoise could not transmit a message to Gu Fei. The heavenly secret mirror of the mysterious divine palace could only reflect the battle between Gu Fei and Xian Huang and broadcast it live. It could not transmit a message to Gu Fei, unless Gu Fei also had a heavenly secret divine talisman. However, Gu Fei did not have a heavenly secret divine talisman, because the heavenly secret divine talisman was a hidden force that had recently appeared. They wanted to show the heavenly secret mirror to the world, to borrow the heaven realm to build a network that could allow people to directly contact each other. With the help of this network, even if they were far away, they could contact each other in an instant. This was much faster than sending messages from thousands of miles away or flying swords. The people of the heavenly secret divine palace wanted to use this battle between Gu Fei and Xian Huang to increase their fame. This heavenly secret divine palace wanted to use this network and system to earn a lot of immortal crystals and divine stones. At this time, all the forces in the heaven realm were buying the heavenly secret divine talisman, which made the people of the heavenly secret divine palace ecstatic. A large number of immortal crystals and divine stones flowed into the pockets of the heavenly secret divine palace. The actions of the heavenly secret divine palace caused a sensation in the human realm and even in the ancestral realm. Of course, Gu Fei, who was in the middle of fixing the great omen, Xian Huang was completely unaware of what was happening. The heavenly secret mirror was very powerful. It could conceal the heavenly secret. Even Gu Fei could not sense it. Boom! At this time, Gu Fei once again sent Xian Huang flying. This time, Xian Huang's body was almost torn apart. Roar! Xian Huang roared. The Xian Huang's profound essence qi was vast and mighty. His muscles, bones, and flesh were growing rapidly. The terrifying cracks on his body were disappearing, repaired by the life force that erupted from his body. Don't waste your energy. No matter how much you struggle, you can't change anything. Gu Fei said proudly, his big hand pressed down, directly slapping Xian Huang down from the sky, directly smashing him into the ground. The ground sank, and smoke and dust billowed. A bottomless hole appeared on the ground. Rumble, the earth trembled, and a figure rushed out of the big hole. His hair was disheveled, his body was covered in blood, and he was extremely embarrassed. He had never been so embarrassed before. Even when he fought against the ancient Buddha Lord, although he lost, he was still proud. But today, he was completely defeated. Swoosh! As soon as Xian Huang's head appeared, a divine light flashed in an instant. The next moment, blood suddenly appeared, and a blood mark appeared from the middle of Xian Huang's eyebrows. Then his whole body was divided into two halves. Everyone who saw this scene through the heavenly secret mirror had their mouths wide open, dumbfounded. The ancient, ominous Xian Huang was killed just like that. This was the ancient, ominous Xian Huang who was famous throughout the ages, and he was once invincible until the ancient Buddha Lord took action. He was defeated. Moreover, although the ancient Buddha Lord defeated Xian Huang, he could not kill him and could only suppress him. But now Xian Huang was defeated, and it was very likely that he would be killed. Ha, good. Very good. In the Thousand Buddha Palace, little monk Fan Xiu laughed. Even he had to admit that Gu Fei was too amazing. He could actually defeat Xian Huang. Little monk Fan Xiu was very happy to be able to get rid of Xian Huang, even if he had to pay 20 drops of immortal divine liquid, the 3 golden Buddha fruits, and the secret manual that could refine the 9 heavens pure gold. These were all worth it. Swoosh! Another divine light flashed, and then Xian Huang's figure disappeared in the void. At this moment, the image transmitted by the heavenly secret mirror suddenly disappeared. Damn it, is that Xian Huang alive or dead? How can he be like this, dropping the ball at such a critical moment? Refund my money. The mysterious heavenly mansion is really bold. At this time, the mysterious heavenly mansion was also in a mess. What's going on? What's the problem? The palace lord of the mysterious heavenly mansion was sweating profusely. At the same time, the entire heaven realm shook, and rays of divine light descended from the sky. Waves of terrifying aura spread out, covering the entire heaven realm. For a moment, all the experts in the heaven realm felt endless pressure. It was as if the sky was about to explode. What so many supremacies have descended, everyone was shocked to the extreme. One should know that in the current heaven realm existences, at the supremacies level, were simply invincible in this world. 1, 2, 3. There are actually 7. After Gu Fei kept Xian Huang, his face was cold, and the corners of his mouth rose. At this moment, at the foot of an inconspicuous mountain in the southern region of the heaven realm, an old man walked out of a stone house. The old man's body shook, and the entire world seemed to be overturned. In the southern region of the heaven realm, the weather changed, and the sun and moon lost their light. Lightning suddenly appeared in the dark sky, tearing the void. The old man's body exploded with a shocking aura and directly confronted the experts that descended from the sky. Soon, in the western region of the heaven realm, there was also an earth-shattering aura of a supremacy. Someone saw a Taoist walking out of an inconspicuous, small Taoist temple. Deep in the starry sky of the heaven realm, a wild beast rushed out. That wild beast was much bigger than the stars in the sky, and when it stepped on the stars, the starry sky shook. Roar! The wild beast roared, and countless stars in the surroundings directly exploded. It was a terrifying scene. More Supreme Lord-level existences appeared, and in some of the forbidden lands of the heaven realm, there were also powerful auras seeping out. This world is indeed extraordinary. The expert that descended from the sky said indifferently, he did not put the natives of this world in his eyes. He was still high and mighty, looking down on this world. Humph! Compared to us, these guys are far inferior. A supremacy shrouded in black, aura sneered. All right, find Gu Fei, and then kill him. Let's go back. A black-robed woman said impatiently. She was a high and mighty supremacy, but she actually came down to the lower realm to kill that so-called Gu Fei. Was this Gu Fei really that heaven-defying? Some supremacies did not think much of it. Let me see where he is. At this time, a purple-robed middle-aged man's eyes emitted bursts of golden light. He swept his gaze in all directions, and his gaze penetrated the void. The middle-aged man was very surprised. Even the golden essence fire eyes that he had cultivated could not see where Gu Fei was. This guy escaped? The 7 great supremacies were shocked. A monk can escape, but he can't escape the temple. If he doesn't come out, I will kill those scoundrel friends of his. A white-robed middle-aged man said fiercely, at this time, in the mysterious heavenly divine palace. Palace Master, we finally know why the video was interrupted. It was caused by the 7 experts that descended from the sky. The aura of those 7 experts was too strong, and it disrupted the live broadcast. Chapter 4406. The arrival of the 7 supremacies in the heavenly realm set off a storm that stunned all the major forces in the heavenly realm. They were supremacies that could even ignore the power of heavenly punishment. Such existences could shatter the world with a wave of their hands. If they wanted to destroy the heavenly realm, it would be as easy as flipping their palms, because supremacies were the strongest existences in the extreme grade. Before this, they had no path forward. It was almost impossible to take another step forward. One had to know that the eternal realm was a legend even to supremacies. Of course, there were still a few eternal realm supreme existences in the primogenitor realm. However, in the past billions of years, no one in the primogenitor realm could achieve eternal realm, because Gu Fei was not from the primogenitor realm. For countless years, the end of the extreme grade was the supremacy. It was the same even in the primogenitor realm. It was too difficult to become an eternal sovereign. The primogenitor realm did not lack supremacies. Every few tens of thousands of years, someone could become a supremacy, because it was the origin of the myriad worlds, it was different from the rest. Even in the same era, it was possible to become a supremacy at the same time. In the other perfect worlds, only one supremacy could be born in each era. It was impossible for two supremacies to be born at the same time. Because the other perfect worlds had limited endurance, the primogenitor realm did not have this weakness. With the arrival of the seven supremacies, the entire heavenly realm was shaken. Even the dangerous lands that had existed since ancient times were not quiet at this time. Rumble, the world seemed to be on the brink of destruction. Countless living beings were terrified to the extreme. What's going on? Is the world going to be destroyed? Terrifying. How is this possible? The entire heavenly realm was in chaos. The stronger the existence, the more frightened they were. Even the quasi-supremacies were terrified to the extreme. Under the pressure of the supremacies, their souls were trembling. These guys, in the demon ancestral land, the old tortoise, and the other great demons were alarmed. What should we do? The old tortoise was also frightened. Even though he was the Tai Huang's son, he was also stunned. Those were seven supremacies. When had so many supremacies appeared at the same time in the heavenly realm? However, he was even more shocked when he sensed a supremacy's aura erupting from the heaven realm. It turned out that there were existences of this level hiding in the heaven realm. With the arrival of the seven high lords, those unparalleled experts who had been hiding for who knows how many years had no choice but to jump out. Go! Let's go destroy Gu Fei's gang of scoundrels first, said a supremacy shrouded in boundless divine fire. His figure was blurry, but within the fiery light emitted from his body, there were countless Tao patterns faintly appearing and intertwining. The void around him was incinerated by the divine fire. Grand monarchly fire. I heard that one of your juniors died at Gu Fei's hands. It seems that you can't wait to get revenge on Gu Fei. A mysterious high lord, who was hidden in the black fog and exuding an endless cold aura, said, "Humph, old ghost Een, which of the fellow Taoists here doesn't have a grudge against Gu Fei? Otherwise, how could the Celestial Clan and the Li Clan invite us here?" Grand Monarch, Li Hua sneered. Not bad. The other High Lords nodded. The primogenitor's realm was too vast. No one knew how many High Lords were hiding there. The Celestial Clan and the Li Clan couldn't invite the seven High Lords. It's a pity that the patriarch of the Yi Clan isn't willing to help. Someone sighed. The others stopped talking. That kind of existence was no longer something they could talk about. All right, let's go destroy the Demon Clan first. Grand Monarch Dark, Nether said before disappearing into the void. All right, the other High Lords also disappeared into the void. Soon, the seven figures that seemed to be able to split heaven and earth and tear the void appeared outside the Demon Clan's ancestral land. What? The old turtle's face turned green when he sensed the arrival of those fellows. The auras of the seven High Lords had penetrated the Demon Clan's grand formation and entered the Demon Clan's ancestral land. Although the grand formation of the Demon Clan had greatly weakened the auras of the seven High Lords, the auras of the seven High Lords still terrified them. Some of the weaker great demons were already trembling with fear. They couldn't even muster the will to resist. The seven huge figures stood outside the Demon Clan's ancestral land, their heads reaching the sky and their feet standing on the ground. They were many times larger than mountains, and each of them seemed to have a world around them. Even ordinary extreme grade supremacies would feel their hearts palpitating. It's meaningless to kill such weak worms with a single palm strike. Dark Nether, it's better if you do it. Grand Monarch, Li Hua shook his head. With a thought, he sensed the cultivation bases of all the great demons in the Demon Clan's ancestral land. The strongest great demons were quasi-supremes. For high lords, ordinary supremes were like ants, let alone quasi-supremes who hadn't become true supremes. Humph, we can kill these ants with a single blow. It's beneath our dignity to attack them. My target is Gu Fei, Grand Monarch Dark, Nether said coldly. Why do we need to do it ourselves to kill these worms? A High Lord said disdainfully. That's true. Another High Lord nodded. One of the High Lords waved his right hand. A divine light flashed, and two figures immediately appeared in front of him. Greetings, Patriarch. The two of them quickly kowtowed to that supremacy. The aura on their bodies was very shocking. They were actually existences at the peak of the quasi-supremacy stage. They were only half a step away from becoming a true extreme supremacy stage. The 7 High Lords didn't take the great demons in the demon clan's ancestral land seriously at all. In the demon clan's ancestral land, the old tortoise and the other great demons were shocked and angry. These guys actually compared them to ants and worms. How hateful! Go, kill all those ants inside. The High Lord waved his hand again. The next moment, a big hole appeared in the protective formation of the demon clan's ancestral land. The old tortoise, and the others were shocked. This is the power of a High Lord. They can break an extreme supreme level formation with a casual strike. The other great demons were all pale with fear when they saw this scene. Yes, Patriarch. The two hurriedly accepted the order and stood up. They turned around and walked toward the demon clan's ancestral land. The powerful pressure of peak quasi-supremes immediately erupted from their bodies. They were 2 white-robed young men. They looked very young, but they were old monsters who had cultivated for countless years. Without any scruples, the 2 quasi-supremes directly entered the demon clan's ancestral land through the big hole that their patriarch had opened. Great venerable celestial god, are you using this place to train your 2 successors? Great Monarch Dark, Nether said with a faint smile. He had already noticed that the cultivation bases of the 2 juniors of the deity clan had reached a mysterious state where they were on the verge of breaking through. Once they broke through, they would become extreme supremes. Great venerable celestial god wanted the 2 juniors to break through during the life and death battle and step into the extreme supreme level in one fell swoop. The figure emitting dazzling divine light smiled and didn't say anything. However, at this moment, a mysterious aura instantly enveloped the entire demon clan's ancestral land. Then, the 7 Supremes were shocked to find that they couldn't sense anything in the demon clan's ancestral land. What's going on? The 7 Supremes were shocked. At this moment, 3 huge figures appeared on the horizon. The 3 figures stood on the horizon and quietly watched the 7 Supremes. It's them. The 7 Supremes were shocked. The 3 figures were very strong and not weaker than them. Are they the natives of this world? The 7 Supremes were somewhat disdainful. They were the Supremes of the ancestral realm and were peerlessly powerful. How could these native Supremes compare to them? The cultivators from the ancestral realm were stronger than the cultivators from other worlds. This wasn't without reason. It was because the ancestral realm's heaven and earth law was the strongest. An ordinary supreme-level cultivator from the ancestral realm could fight a peak supreme-level cultivator in the heaven realm. This was the advantage of the ancestral realm. The heaven and earth law was the strongest, and the power cultivated was also the strongest among those at the same level. However, this wasn't absolute. Gu Fei was an exception. Even the weakest creature had the chance to become an overlord of the world and shock a generation. There were also monstrous geniuses with heaven-defying talent who died before they could reach the Tao. Humph! I alone can destroy the 3 of them. Great, sovereign dark, Nether sneered. He looked down on the three supremes from the heaven realm. Then you can try and destroy them. On the horizon, an ordinary-looking old man in plain clothes said indifferently. His eyes were turbid, and he looked old, but when he stood there, he seemed to support the entire world. At this moment, an unforeseen event occurred. A bronze cauldron descended from the sky and directly enveloped the entire demon clan's ancestral land. What? The seven supremes were shocked. That person's Tao tool? The seven supremes stared at the cauldron with uncertain expressions. These fellows want to play big, so we'll play big with them. In the demon clan's ancestral land, Gu Fei walked out. At this moment, in front of the demon clan's ancestral palace, two people were pointing at a group of great demons, telling them to roll over and accept their deaths. You're that ox-headed demon. Come over and let me chop you down. A deity race quasi-supreme pointed at an ox-headed demon and said, TSK, who do you think you are? How dare you come here and be impudent? Hurry up and come over. Let your grandpa trample you to death. The ox-headed demon was extremely displeased. Senior brother, why are you talking nonsense with these ants? Let's just kill all these fellows and go back. Another quasi-supreme from the deity race said somewhat impatiently, Buffed, pretending to be 13? You think those from the ancestral realm are powerful? Come, come, come. This old ox will teach you how to be a human. The ox-headed demon said as he strode forward. This ox-headed demon was also a quasi-supreme, and his cultivation was very powerful. These natives are heaven-defying? The two deity race quasi-supreme were infuriated. These ants from the lower realms actually dared to be so impudent in front of them. They truly deserved to die. Damned native, I'll send you on your way. The tall quasi-supreme from the deity race strode forward. Chapter 4407. The deity clan of the primogenitor realm was extremely powerful. This time, one of the seven supremacies who descended to the heaven realm was from the deity clan. This great god, Qi Shao, was called Grand Sovereign Qi Shao. The seven supremacies surrounded the demon clan's ancestral land in the heaven realm, trapping Gu Fei, Old Turtle, and the others inside. This time, they had to kill Gu Fei. Everyone knew that Gu Fei was a super genius who had cultivated the eternal great Tao and was invincible in the primogenitor realm. He had killed many people there. If he was allowed to grow and return to the primogenitor's realm, many more people would die. In fact, the major clans in the primogenitor realm, whether they had enmity with Gu Fei or not, did not want this peerless, fierce person to return to the primogenitor realm. However, the major forces in the primogenitor realm were also very clear that if they did not kill Gu Fei, there would be endless troubles in the future. Gu Fei was a peerless, fierce person. God knew how many supreme supremacies had died in his hands. If they could not kill Gu Fei this time, the big shots in the primogenitor realm would not be able to sleep. Qi Shao, the deity clan's supremacy, had just sent two descendants of quasi-supremacies into the demon clan's ancestral land when the mountain and river cauldrons suddenly descended from the sky and enveloped the entire demon clan's ancestral land. What? The seven supremacies were shocked. They did not expect Gu Fei and the others, whom they regarded as ants, to have such a move. Ha ha! Isn't it just a supreme Tao artifact? You want to live with a supreme Tao artifact? What a joke! Grand Sovereign, Li Hua said disdainfully. Humph! Grand Sovereign, Netherfire, directly punched at the mountain and river cauldron. Bam! With a muffled sound, the mountain and river cauldron shook violently. The Tao patterns on the mountain and river cauldron rippled like water and dissolved Grand Sovereign Netherfire's attack. Huh! Grand Sovereign Netherfire and the other supremacies were a little surprised. This supreme Tao artifact seemed a little unusual. Netherfire, Did you not eat? You can't even break a supreme Tao artifact. A supremacy surrounded by a vast and mighty purple aura mocked. Zi Yuan, what's the meaning of this? If you can do it, then do it yourself. Grand Monarch Netherfire was displeased. However, this Grand Monarch Purple Origin had a grudge against him. Humph. Fine, I'll do it. As he spoke, he strode forward and stretched out his right hand to grab the mountain and river cauldron. Rumble, he wanted to mention the huge cauldron that covered the entire demon race's ancestral land. Rise! Great Venerable Ziyuan shouted as he grabbed the mountain and river cauldron with his big hand. However, the mountain and river cauldron did not move at all. Countless Tao patterns appeared on the entire body of the cauldron. The void around the mountain and river cauldron continued to collapse, and primordial energy rushed out. How Great Venerable Ziyuan couldn't help but be moved. He couldn't even lift a supreme Tao artifact. Haha, Zi Yuan, you still have the nerve to laugh at me? You're even inferior to me. Grand Monarch Netherfire laughed heartily. It was an incomparable pleasure for him to see Grand Monarch Purple Yuan suffer a setback. Great Venerable Ziyuan was shocked and angry. He desperately urged his divine power, but still couldn't shake the mountain and river cauldron. This mountain and river cauldron was extremely mysterious. No one knew who refined it, but it had existed for countless years. Legends about it were widespread in every era. However, no one knew whether these legends were true or not. However, many people thought that these legends were groundless. Now, however, the mountain and river cauldron had displayed unimaginable power, directly suppressing this area. Oh no! Great Venerable Qi Zhao's expression suddenly changed. At this time, the two demigods in the demon race's ancestral land were still arrogantly pointing out the great demons in the demon race's ancestral land. They didn't care about the great demons in the demon race's ancestral land at all. Ox-headed demon, get over here and die. The demigod Qi Lin pointed at the great demon of the ox demon race and said, "What did you say?" The great demon of the ox demon race was immediately enraged. These two guys were simply asking for a beating. Hey, your pair of horns is not bad. I want them. The other quasi-supreme of the deity race, Scarlet Tiger, said, "You two brats who are still wet behind the ears actually dare to be presumptuous in front of your grandpa ox. This is like lighting a lamp in the toilet. You're courting death." The great demon of the ox demon race said through gritted teeth. He stared at the two demigod Qi Lin, his nostrils constantly spewing hot air. "Why are you talking so much nonsense with this guy? Just kill him. The old ancestor is still waiting for us outside to report back." Qi, who said impatiently, "Yes, let us eliminate these so-called great demons of the demon race." After saying that, Qi Lin opened his mouth and spat out a beam of sword light, which shot towards the great Yao from the ox demon clan. Formidable sword energy rippled outwards, causing the surrounding temperature to fall rapidly as a result. These demigods from the ancestral realm simply didn't care about the great demons of the demon race's ancestral land. Gu Fei and the old tortoise watched from the side and didn't make a move. Boom! The great demon of the ox demon race directly smashed his fist forward. Haha, is this guy stupid? He actually used his fist as my flying sword. Is he trying to commit suicide? Qi Lin laughed. Clang! At this moment, the great demon of the ox demon race's fist instantly smashed into the flying sword. Then, Qi Lin's smile immediately froze. The great demon of the ox demon race actually smashed away Qi Lin's flying sword with a single punch. Even the other quasi-supreme of the deity race, Scarlet Tiger, was greatly shocked when he saw this scene. How is this possible? Qi, who was dumbfounded. Qi Lin was his senior brother and also his elder brother. No one knew better than him how powerful his elder brother's flying sword was. This was a Tao weapon of the quasi-supreme level, and it was a top-notch one at that. Ordinary quasi-supreme level Tao weapons couldn't even block a single strike from this flying sword. Could it be that the ox demon's fist was even stronger than a quasi-supreme level Tao weapon? How could such a powerful existence exist in this lowly world? His physical body was comparable to a quasi-supreme level Tao weapon. Gu Fei and the old tortoise saw this scene, but didn't say anything. Ha! These are the experts from the primogenitor realm. They seem to be a bit stronger than ants, but there's nothing amazing about them. A white tortoise stood on its hind legs and glanced at the two fellows in front of it. Hee, they dare to behave atrociously in our demon race's sacred land with just this bit of ability? How foolish! A golden-haired middle-aged demon with a pair of wings on his back mocked. This is food delivered to our doorstep. We haven't eaten a heavenly god from the primogenitor realm yet. A black, golden tiger demon grinned. He stared at the two demigods of the deity race, his saliva dripping to the ground. These fellows, the two demigods from the primogenitor realm, were both shocked and angry. This was a bit different from what they had imagined. The demon race of this world didn't seem simple. But so what? The primogenitor realm was the origin of the myriad worlds. The primogenitor realm's life forms were innately superior to the other life forms in this world. This was talent. It was undeniable that this kind of talent was something that the other life forms didn't have. The primogenitor realm's life forms were qualified and had the confidence to mock the other life forms. But this wasn't absolute. A grain of sand could become a world, a stalk of grass could become a god. The life forms of the lower worlds might not necessarily be inferior to the primogenitor realm's life forms. Kill! Qi Lin roared. His sword flashed like lightning as he once again attacked the demonic ox demon. Kill your head! The demonic ox demon, Niu Hui, punched again. Roar! Boundless fist energy condensed into a primordial bowl that charged forward. The violent energy shook the heaven and earth, shattering the void. The flying sword that was about to kill Qi Lin shattered in the void. Ha! You can't even withstand a single blow. Niu Hui sneered. Eat another punch. Another primordial bowl charged forward, destroying everything in its path. It was unstoppable. Qi Lin screamed in pain as he was hit by the bowl. In an instant, he was torn to pieces. His physical body shattered, and a primordial spirit rushed out. Niu Hui opened his mouth and sucked, swallowing Qi Lin's primordial spirit. This, just a moment ago, Qi Lin was giving out orders and looking down on all the greater demons. He even said that he would kill all the greater demons. But now, he was scared out of his wits. How is this possible? How can such a powerful greater demon exist in this backward world? Qi Lin's voice trembled. He simply couldn't accept this. One had to know that the primogenitor realm was a lofty existence, the origin of the myriad worlds. The life forms of the primogenitor realm were born as geniuses, monstrous geniuses. How could there be a life form stronger than them in this backward world? In the same realm, they were invincible. However, on this day, Qi, whose understanding was toppled. His older brother, Qi Lin, who was at the peak of half-supreme being realm, was actually defeated. His body exploded with a single fist, and even his primordial spirit was devoured by the other party in a single gulp. Qi Lin's body and soul were both destroyed. He couldn't be more dead. Roar! While Niu Hui was refining Qi Lin's primordial spirit, outside the ancestral land, the primogenitor deity clan's supremacy, Qi Shao roared at the sky, almost going crazy. His most outstanding descendant, Qi Lin, was actually dead. Even his primordial spirit was destroyed. Even a supreme existence like him couldn't save Qi Lin. Qi Lin was the descendant he was most proud of. He was also the descendant who had the highest chance of becoming an extreme supreme. He wanted to use this opportunity to sharpen Qi Lin, to help him improve further and become an extreme supreme. But who would have thought that this backward world's demonic race would actually kill Qi Lin? Preposterous. Qi Shao frantically attacked the mountain and river cauldron, causing it to shake violently. The surrounding void directly shattered, as if the entire world was about to be destroyed by him. Is this guy crazy? The other supremacies were shocked and hurriedly retreated. The might of a supremacy swept through the 9 heavens. Billions of creatures were terrified to the extreme. Ants from the other realms, what do you think you're doing? The supremacies of the 3 celestial realms standing on the horizon roared. Chapter 44:08. Ants. The 7 supremacies were enraged at the same time. This backward ant dared to call them ants. He deserved to die. You don't know your place. A worm dares to be insolent in front of a dragon. This world doesn't need to exist anymore. Let's take this chance to destroy it. That's right. Let's get rid of these ants at once. The 7 supremacies' tone was disdainful and disdainful. They simply didn't care about the 3 supremacies and the entire heaven realm, apart from the primogenitor realm. In the eyes of these supremacies, all other worlds could be conquered and destroyed. The myriad worlds were the hunting grounds of the primogenitor realm. A force with a high lord overseeing it would occupy more hunting grounds than an ordinary force. The Yi clan, because of the existence of the Yi clan's primogenitor, controlled hundreds of hunting grounds. Every once in a while, they would purge these hunting grounds. These lands controlled by the primogenitor realm's powerful clans wouldn't have powerful existences appear. Once they did, they would be mercilessly killed. With the resources from hundreds of lands to support the Yi clan could produce many experts and stand among the strongest clans in the primogenitor realm. Every single one of the 7 high lords that came today had a super force behind them. These were the super forces of the primogenitor realm. None of these forces were necessarily weaker than the heavenly clan of the primogenitor realm. The 7 supremacies of the primogenitor realm attacked at the same time in order to kill Gu Fei and not give him any hope of survival. TCH, these guys really think they can control everything. On the horizon, an old man with almost all his teeth and hair had fallen off said disapprovingly, "Ridiculous, ridiculous." Another middle-aged man in armor was still dripping blood. It was the blood of an extreme path life form. It would never dry and was inextinguishable. It was as if it still had vitality. That was the blood of an extreme path life form. One drop could destroy the world. If a drop leaked out, it would be a great disaster. This middle-aged warrior had definitely killed an extreme path supremacy. The third person on the horizon didn't speak, but the murderous aura he exuded grew stronger and stronger. The entire world trembled. "Since you ants want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Grand Monarch Li was said coldly, his face grim. "He, a supremacy that has fallen from the heavens and earth cannot be called a supremacy at all. Li Hua, I'll leave these 3 ants to you." Great sovereign heavenly god Qi Shao of the primogenitor world's deity race said in disdain, "Let's kill these 3 ants first, then destroy the demon clan's ancestral grounds and kill Gu Fei." Grand Monarch Li Hua said proudly. The other supremacies looked disdainfully at the 3 figures on the horizon. In their eyes, these 3 fellas were already dead. Boom. Just as Grand Monarch Li Hua was about to make a move, a loud bang came from the demon clan's ancestral land, which was enveloped by the mountain and river cauldron. Then, a figure flew out of the demon clan's ancestral land. That is, the seven supremacies were shocked. In the next moment, the guy who was sent flying let out a blood-curdling scream and directly exploded into a cloud of blood mist in the void. His body and soul were directly destroyed. The seven supremacies were all shocked. They clearly saw that the guy who was blasted out of the demon clan's ancestral land and exploded into a cloud of blood mist was one of the descendants of the heavenly god races Qi Shao. Qi Hu, Scarlet Tiger, was also dead. This shocked and angered Qi Shao. Humph, those guys from the ancestral world are too weak. They can't even withstand a single blow. A disdainful voice came from the demon clan's ancestral land. Roar. Qi Shao was almost going crazy. Qi Lin and Qi, who were the geniuses he valued the most in the race, they had the chance to become the extreme supremacy with unlimited potential. But now, such geniuses were actually dead. They died in the hands of a group of people from a backward world who were even weaker than ants. This was unacceptable to him. They were the ancestral world's supreme beings. Who else dares to come in? If one comes in, I'll kill one. If two come in, I'll kill a pair. If a group comes in, I'll kill a group. An extremely arrogant voice came from the demon clan's ancestral land. At this time, the heavenly secret mirror of the heavenly secret immortal palace was activated again. It transmitted the image of the demon clan's ancestral land to various places in the heaven realm. That's when the experts of the heaven realm saw the seven incomparably huge figures standing outside the demon clan's ancestral land. They were all stunned. They're even bigger than the primordial giants. Someone exclaimed as he stared at the light screen formed by the heavenly secret divine talisman. Oh, supremacy! An old antique who had lived for countless years said with a trembling voice. Even through the light screen, they could still feel the terrifying aura of a supremacy. The aura of the seven supremacies was so strong that it could interfere with the operation of the heavenly secret mirror. But now, the heavenly secret mirror was activated again due to the help of a powerful figure. These ants among ants, the lowly creatures of a backwater world, were actually so arrogant. This made the seven great High Lords furious. Grand Monarch Li Hua of the Li Fire clan flicked his sleeve. A streak of divine light flashed, and a dozen powerful figures immediately appeared in front of him. These people were all shrouded in a powerful aura of Li Fire. Each of them was a quasi-supreme. How is this possible? The appearance of a group of quasi-supreme shocked countless people who were paying attention to the demon clan's ancestral land through the heavenly secret divine talisman. That was a group of quasi-supreme. This Li Hua Grand Monarch had casually released a group of quasi-supreme. How were they supposed to survive? Among the dozen quasi-supreme, there were two peak quasi-supreme existences. One of them exuded an aura that was much stronger than Qi Lin and Qi Hu's. Without a doubt, this was an existence who had more than 1 foot in the extreme grade realm. Almost both of his feet were in the extreme grade realm. Charge in and kill all these aboriginals. Li Hua Grand Monarch ordered. Yes, Patriarch, the most powerful existence in the lead hurriedly accepted the order. Then he turned around and strode into the demon clan's ancestral land with a group of subordinates. The protective formation of the demon clan's ancestral land that had been casually broken by Qi Shao, the heavenly god Grand Monarch, had not been repaired yet. Are they here to die again? I welcome them with open arms. In the demon clan's ancestral land, a golden-haired young man carried a golden stick and grinned. He was a descendant of the demon clan's divine ape bloodline. His name was Ho Jian. Yes, it meant crazy. When this guy went crazy, his battle strength would multiply. Hou Jian was very strong. He was also a quasi-supreme. In the demon clan's ancestral land, he was also one of the strongest experts. It should be noted that the divine ape bloodline had produced extreme-grade supremes. Hou Jian had obtained the divine ape bloodline's true teachings and was also one of the quasi-supreme in the demon clan's ancestral land. Each of the greater demons in the demon clan's ancestral land had a powerful background. Niu Hui of the Ox Demon clan and Lord Tiger of the Black Tiger clan both had extreme grade legacies and practiced incomparably powerful cultivation methods. Dai, Li Huaming, the leader of the group, trembled with anger. These guys really deserved to die. Li Huaming, was not Qi Lin and Qi Hu. These two trash couldn't even deal with a group of aboriginals. Kill. Li Huaming directly attacked Hou Jian of the divine ape bloodline. The quasi-supreme of the Lihua clan behind him also attacked. They wanted to destroy the demon clan's ancestral land by themselves. Clang! Hou Jian blocked Li Huaming's longsword. Then, the golden stick in his hand seemed to have grown eyes. With a flash of golden light, the golden stick in his hand swept towards Li Huaming's head. Reckless guy! Li Huaming was enraged. Sword radiance bloomed all over his body. This was the Li Fire Sword principle. Each sword radiance pierced through the void and pierced towards Hou Jian. At such a close distance, Hou Jian simply could not dodge the Li Fire Sword radiance. At the same time, the divine sword in Li Huaming's hand collided with Hou Dian's golden stick once again, causing sparks to erupt. Roar! Hou Jian let out a fierce roar. A mass of divine light suddenly emerged from his body. This mass of divine light directly turned into a large golden bell that enveloped him. Clang! 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 The countless Li Fire Sword radiance that rushed out from Li Huaming's body all collided with the golden bell outside Hou Dian's body. The golden bell vibrated and actually emitted a series of bell sounds. Ripples visible to the naked eye spread out from the golden bell. Kill! Kill them all! The other demi-supremes of the Li Fire clan roared and charged towards the demon clan's ancestral land. Who can you trash kill? Have a taste of my punches first. Niu Hui immediately used the demon ox fist. Every time he punched out, an ancient barbaric bull would rush out from his fists. It was unstoppable, as if it was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. The demi-supremes of the Li Fire clan who rushed at the front were directly sent flying. He kept coughing up blood, and cracks appeared on his body. He had almost been smashed by Niu Hui's punches. Bang! At this moment, a huge seal smashed towards Niu Hui. On the surface of the seal, densely fired Dao patterns appeared, releasing the Li Fire True Force. This was the Li Fire Seal, refined from the Li Fire Divine Metal. The power of the Li Fire that erupted from the seal burned the void to noiselessly. Niu Hui hurriedly dodged. Boom! With a loud bang, the Li Fire Seal blasted a big hole in the place where Niu Hui was originally standing. The great demons in the demon clan's ancestral land were all shocked. It should be known that this was the demon clan's ancestral land. Every blade of grass and every tree here was supported by the power of the great Tao. It was not that easy to destroy it. However, a blow from the Li Fire Seal could actually blast a big hole. This kind of power was really a bit shocking. At that moment, more than a dozen demi-supremes took out their Tao weapons and attacked the great demons in the demon clan's ancestral land. The entire demon clan's ancestral land actually shook. Humph! Old Tortoise, who had been watching from the side, sneered and directly rushed out. He opened his mouth and spat out a Tao diagram that enveloped all the demi-supremes of the Leaf Fire clan. The Tao diagram instantly expanded and enveloped the entire world. The chaos chi was vast and mighty, and the void below the Tao diagram seemed to have solidified. Everyone's movements became slow. This guy, Chapter 4409. Among the demon clan in the heaven realm, there were indeed a few heaven-defying existences who had cultivated to the quasi-supreme stage. Some of the demon clan's almighty experts had even been stuck at the peak of the quasi-supreme stage for countless years. Nyo Hui of the Ox Devil clan, the one who had killed the arrogant Chi Lin of the primogenitor god clan, was a super old fogey. Even though such an existence could not make a breakthrough in his cultivation and become a supreme being, the monster race's power that he had accumulated over the countless years was enormous to the extreme. Nyo Hui's demon race vitality was so thick that it wasn't something that Chi Lin and the others from the primogenitor realm could compare with. They were both at the peak of the quasi-supreme being realm, but Nyo Hui could easily kill Chi Lin. This was the gap between them. At this moment, Grand Monarch Li Hui sent out the elites of the Li Hui clan, a total of 13 quasi-paragons. Under the leadership of Man Shan, who was a peak quasi-paragon, these quasi-paragons of the Li Hui clan entered the demon's ancestral land through the tunnel that Grand Monarch Heaven God had opened. Boom! A huge seal emitted endless divine fire and blasted towards a group of monsters in the ancestral lands of the demon clan. Terrible divine power burst out from the seal, shaking the heavens and earth. This was the ultimate treasure of the primogenitor's Leaf Fire race, the Leaf Fire Seal. The Leaf Fire Seal of the Leaf Fire clan was a quasi-paragon Tao tool that Grand Monarch Leaf Fire had forged when he had been at the quasi-paragon stage. This quasi-paragon Tao tool was definitely one of the most powerful quasi-paragon Tao tools. Even Nyo Hui, a guy who pretended to be young, avoided it. Roar. Mystic Tiger roared angrily as he opened his mouth and spat out a beam of divine light that surged towards the Leaf Fire Seal. Amidst the divine light, a saber could be vaguely seen. An extremely sharp saber chi burst out from the saber light, and the surrounding temperature dropped rapidly. This is the eyes of the greater demons in the ancestral ground lit up. Mystic Tiger Blade. The greater demon Nyo Hui muttered to himself. Black Tiger was also a demon ancestor who had lived for a long time in the demon race. His cultivation had already broken through to the peak of the quasi-supremacy realm. The blade that Mystic Tiger spat out was the famous Heavenly Tiger Blade of the demon clan. He had once used this Heavenly Tiger Blade to kill an expert of the same level. Clang! The Heavenly Tiger Blade that Mystic Tiger spat out directly struck the Leaf Fire Seal. In the next moment, two pinnacle quasi-supreme beings erupted, turning into a terrifying energy storm that swept out in all directions. Humph! A cold laugh rang out. Then a figure rushed out from the top of a mountain in the ancestral land of the Yao clan. He opened his mouth and spat out a Tao diagram. Rumble! The Tao diagram instantly expanded and enveloped all the quasi-supremes of the Lifefire clan that had charged into the demon clan's ancestral land. Endless chaotic chi surged out from the Tao diagram. The void that was enveloped by the Tao diagram seemed to solidify. The energy storm that erupted from the collision of the fleeting fire seal and the Heavenly Tiger Blade was also blocked. This is Man Shan of the Leaf Fire clan was shocked. Chaos Fontion diagram. Man Shan recognized this Tao diagram and couldn't help being shocked. The Chaos Sky Ceiling diagram was once the ultimate treasure of the wood race in the primogenitor world. After the wood race was destroyed by Gu Fei, this ultimate treasure fell into Gu Fei's hands. But now, this ultimate treasure had appeared again. Powerful chaotic power poured down from the Chaos Sky Ceiling diagram. Immediately, 3 experts of the Lifefire clan that were enveloped by the Tao diagram were reduced to a mist of blood. Even the Tao treasures that these people were carrying were directly shattered, turning into scrap metal. Seeing this, the other experts of the Lifefire clan all sucked in a breath of cold air. Under the chaos sky ceiling diagram, they were as weak as ants. Damn it! Manshan was really angry. The fact that they could enter the heaven and earth created by Grand Monarch Leaf-Fire to cultivate was enough to prove that they were the strongest and most talented experts of the Lifefire clan. After all, only the most talented experts of the clan were qualified to receive personal guidance and teachings from Grand Monarch Leaf-Fire. This time, Grand Monarch Leaf-Fire had asked them to attack this backward demon clan's ancestral land. It was their first time going out to train. However, as soon as they started, they had already lost 3 of their companions. The 13 quasi-paragons of the Lifefire clan were the most promising existences in the clan. They were the elites that the entire clan had spent all its resources to nurture. They were destined to rise and shoulder the clan's responsibilities. Even though the Lifefire clan had a deep foundation, losing 3 quasi-paragon geniuses at once was extremely painful. They still think of us as ants. In my opinion, these guys are even worse than ants. Old Tortoise laughed. At the same time, the Chaos Fontion diagram descended from the sky. Another 2 elites from the Lihua clan exploded into a mist of blood. These guys are too weak. Nyohui, who had retreated to the side, looked at the so-called geniuses from the ancestral realm who were enveloped by the chaos sky ceiling diagram with contempt. Manshan was enraged. He tried his best to recall the Leaf-Fire seal. At the same time, a Tao paper rushed out from his body. The Tao paper emitted boundless divine fire, enveloping Manshan and the remaining Leaf-Fire elites. They were originally spirits of fire, bathed in the Lifefire fire. Their battle strength would be enhanced. Most importantly, the Lifefire power that erupted from the Tao paper blocked the chaos sky ceiling diagram. Hey, I didn't expect you to have this move. The old turtle was a little surprised. This guy actually had a supreme decree of a supremacy on him. This kind of decree could erupt with the power of a supremacy. The chaos sky ceiling diagram was very strong. When the Wood Clan's progenitor and dozens of supreme supremacy activated it together, this Tao paper could resist the heavenly punishment. This was enough to show how powerful and extraordinary this Tao paper was. If one had enough power to activate this Tao diagram, they might even be able to kill a High Lord level existence. It's just a Tao paper. The old turtle sat cross-legged in the void and integrated his spirit into the entire demon ancestral land. Then, he activated the enormous power that the demon ancestral land had accumulated for countless years. Endless world essence chi immediately gathered towards the Chaos Fontion diagram. Rumble, chaos runes gradually appeared on the Chaos Fontion diagram. These runes transformed the gathered essence of heaven and earth into chaos energy. Crack! The 9 Tao patterns on the Tao paper floating above Manshan and the others cracked. They were actually about to be destroyed by the chaotic power. What Manshan's shock was not small at all. Once the 9 Tao patterns on the Tao paper were destroyed, they would be finished. This was the pace of total annihilation. Even the Leaf-Fire clan could not bear such a loss. Boom! At this moment, the entire demon ancestral land suddenly shook violently. A powerful wave of supremacy power came from outside. Has the battle started? On a mountain in the depths of the demon ancestral land, Gu Fei raised his head and looked out of the demon ancestral land. Through the mountain and river cauldron, he saw 2 huge figures fighting outside. The void was shattered, and the stars in the sky were falling. This was the power of a supremacy. When a supremacy was angry, heaven and earth would be destroyed. An ant is an ant. How dare you act presumptuously in front of a dragon? You overestimate yourself. Grand monarch Leaf Fire threw a punch. Endless Leaf Fire burst out of his fist. Countless stars exploded in the fire. It was extremely terrifying. Opposite him was the Heaven Realm's supremacy, the white-haired old man. Facing this earth-shaking punch, the old man casually waved the wooden staff in his hand and punched forward. Boom! There was no divine light. It seemed to be an ordinary strike, but it directly tore Grand Monarch Leaf Fire's powerful punch apart. The wooden staff hit Grand Monarch Leaf Fire's fist. Crack! The sound of bones breaking rang out. Grand Monarch Leaf Fire let out a furious roar. Endless divine fire burst out of his body, burning the sky and boiling the sea. How is this possible? Grand Monarch Leaf Fire was both shocked and angry. He could not accept that he had been injured by this backwater native. This was definitely a great humiliation. Grand Monarch Leaf Fire, who stood high above the universe and looked down at the universe, had actually been injured. The other supremacies were also shocked. They were the supremacies of the ancestral realm. They were much stronger than the other supremacies in the universe. They could practically sweep away all the other supremacies in the universe. But now, their understanding had been overturned. This backwater native had actually injured a supremacy of the ancestral realm. That's all? I thought the guy from the ancestral realm would be strong. How disappointing. The old man shook his head. You Grand Monarch Leaf Fire almost went crazy. He had actually been looked down upon by a backwater native. The 7 of you can come at me together, the old man said calmly, glancing at the others. What? Grand Monarch Leaf Fire, and the others were dumbfounded when they heard the old man's words. This guy actually wanted to challenge the 7 of them at the same time. Was this a joke? Was he courting death? Old man, do you want to take everything for yourself? That won't do. The middle-aged fighter with the blood-dripping battle spear said with some displeasure. That's right. It's a bit too much for one person to take everything for himself. Another existence who hadn't spoken until now said. His entire body was indistinct, and no one could see his appearance. It was as if he had merged with the void around him. It was very mysterious. What are these guys talking about? Grand Monarch, Heavenly God, Chi, Shao really doubted his ears. These guys were actually looking down on them like this. This is outrageous. The supremacies from the 7 ancestral realms were very angry. Even in the ancestral realm, no one had ever dared to look down on them like this. Even the supremacy of the Yi clan had to be polite to them. However, today, they were actually looked down upon by a few natives from a backwater world. This made them both shocked and angry. At this moment, Grand Monarch Leaf Fire's expression suddenly changed. He sensed that one of his decrees was gradually being destroyed. This was a life-saving measure he had given Man Shan. Damn it! Grand Monarch Leaf Fire's body swayed and rapidly shrank. Then, he rushed into the Demon Clan's ancestral land. Chapter 44:10. In the demon race's ancestral land, the old tortoise directly used the chaotic sky ceiling diagram, intending to kill all these so-called arrogant fellows. In the ancestral realm, the Leaf Fire clan had never been a direct enemy of Gu Fei. However, as a major clan in the ancestral realm, the Leaf Fire clan intermarried with other major clans. For example, the Sky clan and the Wood clan were inextricably linked to the Leaf Fire clan. This time, the Leaf Fire Grand Monarch was invited by the Sky clan's new High Lord. At this time, the Sky clan's High Lord was also outside the demon race's ancestral land. preposterous. At this time, in the demon race's ancestral land, Manshan and the other Fire Clan quasi-supremes were at a critical juncture. The decree floating above their heads was emitting a high Lord-level pressure that was growing weaker and weaker. The 9 Tao patterns on the decree began to dim. The chaotic sky ceiling diagram was very powerful. As long as there was enough power, it could display its greatest power. In the past, this Tao pattern had been able to contend against the heavenly punishment. At this time, the old tortoise had activated the power of the entire demon race's ancestral land. This power was unimaginably powerful. It should be known that this was one of the means that the Grand Emperor had left behind to help his descendants achieve the Tao. In fact, this power could help the old tortoise break through to the next realm. But now, he had no choice but to use this power. Only he could use this power. This was because to use this power, one needed a bloodline imprint. In fact, the Grand Emperor had already predicted that his bloodline would hinder his descendants from becoming extreme supremes. However, it was difficult to erase the Grand Emperor's bloodline in the old tortoise's body, but it was not impossible. When the old tortoise's drop of blood essence flew out of his fingertip and into the depths of the demon race's ancestral land, it landed on an ancient altar. A figure appeared above the demon race's ancestral land. Boom! A supreme pressure erupted from the figure. In the next moment, the entire demon race's ancestral land fell silent. Everyone raised their heads to look at the huge figure that seemed to be able to support a part of the world. This is the 7 high lords outside the demon race's ancestral land were all extremely shocked. They felt an aura that made their hearts palpitate. Although it was only a shadow, it seemed to be able to threaten them. How is this possible? It's just an obsession. How could it threaten us? The 7 supremacies were discussing in a low voice. F.A. Father? When old tortoise saw the figure, he trembled with excitement. All the great demons in the ancestral land of the demon clan had already knelt on the ground. All the demons who sensed the aura exuded from the figure knelt in the direction of the ancestral land of the demon clan. 10,000 demons greeting sect. All the big shots of the heaven realm were alarmed. The divine secret mirror broadcasted what was happening in the demon race's ancestral land to the entire heaven realm. As long as the divine secret talisman was activated, even the farthest corner of the heaven realm would be able to see it. That is, everyone was indescribably shocked. Taihuang, West Desert Buddhist land, in the 10,000 Buddha Palace, opposite Little Monk Fan Shio, was a screen of light. Even though he was looking at the figure on the screen, he could still feel the immense pressure from it. It's just an obsession. To think that it would possess such might. Buddha Ranbei, who was next to Fan Shio, said in surprise. At this time, all the big shots of the forces in the South Mountains of the Heaven Realm, the Eastern region, and the Northern Plains were staring at what was happening in the ancestral land of the demon race. In a dangerous place in the Heaven Realm, an old man walked out. In front of him was also a screen of light formed by the divine secret talisman. Do these guys think that there is no one in the demon race? The old man waved his hand and put away the screen of light. The next moment, he disappeared in the void. At this time, Grand Monarch Li Hua, who was blocked by the old man outside the entrance of the ancestral land of the demon race, was extremely anxious. Although it was just an obsession, once such an existence attacked, Man Shan and the others inside would definitely die. They were the most outstanding descendants of the Li Hua clan. If they were all killed inside, even the entire Li Hua clan would suffer an irreparable loss. Get lost. Grand Monarch Li Hua directly punched the old man with the cane. Just now, he had been hit by the old man's cane. Even his wrist had cracked. Now that he had attacked, he didn't dare to underestimate this old man. Rumble. Endlessly fire burst out of Grand Monarch Li Hua's fist. It was as terrifying as the eruption of 100,000 volcanoes. Even the void was twisted and destroyed by the heat. The old man opened his mouth and inhaled boundlessly fire, which covered the sky and the earth, madly gathered in his mouth, and was quickly swallowed by him. What? Grand Monarch Li Hua couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this. This guy actually dared to directly devour the leaf fire he had shot out. How was that possible? This was the Leaf Fire Divine Fist, a battle skill of the Li Hua clan. When Grand Monarch Li Hua used this battle skill, its power was naturally earth-shattering. However, no one had expected that this old man would directly devour the leaf fire that filled the sky. Even the other patriarchs from the ancestral realm were shocked to see this. At this moment, the old man's abdomen bulged. Boom! He suddenly spat out the leaf flame he had devoured, which instantly morphed into a fiery dragon that swooped towards Grand Monarch Li Hua in front of him. Bam! Grand Monarch Li Hua's fist hit the fire dragon and was forced back. Fellow Taoists, what are you waiting for, if not now? Grand Monarch Li Hua roared. The leaf fire around him was vast and mighty. The shadow of a huge divine bird emerged from his body, and the power of the leaf fire surged. The Li Hua clan in the ancestral realm was actually the descendants of the Nan Ming leaf fire vermilion bird. Because they weren't pure-blooded vermilion birds, they didn't dare to call themselves the Vermilion Bird Clan. After all, the Vermilion Bird Clan existed in the ancestral realm. The ancestral Vermilion Bird Clan was definitely one of the most powerful clans in the ancestral realm. The Li Hua clan, whose bloodline wasn't pure-blooded, wasn't recognized by the ancestral Vermilion Bird Clan. That's right. Don't waste time. One of the supremacies nodded. Then let's do it, a celestial patriarch said. Boom! A terrifying aura burst forth from the celestial patriarch. The supreme pressure of a patriarch shook the entire world, as if overturning the universe. The other patriarchs also burst forth with powerful primal chi fluctuations. 7 patriarchs' auras appeared in the world. Under the cover of these 7 auras, countless living beings in the heaven realm were terrified to the extreme. Fight! The heaven realm's patriarchs roared. Their bodies also burst forth with powerful patriarchs' auras. All the experts watching the live broadcast through the Tianji Divine Talisman were dumbfounded. When the 10 patriarchs' auras burst forth, the surrounding void couldn't withstand it and kept cracking. At this time, there wasn't a single powerful living being within 1,000,000 miles of the demon clan's ancestral ground. All of the more powerful beings fled at this moment. Are they finally going to make a move? Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged on a mountain in the demon clan's ancestral ground, suddenly opened his eyes. It seemed like there were only these 7 fellows left. He originally wanted to wait for more patriarchs to arrive before making a move. This was because he could only use the 9 heaven stars sword one more time before the sword spirit of the 9 heaven stars sword fell into a deep slumber. Even if it was Gu Fei, it wouldn't be easy for him to awaken the sword spirit. Let's wait and see. Gu Fei sensed that there should be people watching from the sidelines and didn't make a move. Boom! A great battle broke out. The 7 patriarchs attacked the 3 patriarchs at the same time. Swish! The blood-dripping divine. Spears streaked across the void and directly pierced through the heavenly god Qi Shao. Dang! The heavenly god's right hand directly blocked the blood-dripping divine spear. A layer of metallic luster emerged on his palm. It was a glove. Boom! The surrounding void exploded and shattered. A black hole appeared between the middle-aged warrior and the heavenly god Chi-Shao. Kill! Kill! The middle-aged warrior and the heavenly god Chi-Shao fought fiercely. Lowly ant, die! The heavenly god Chi-Shao directly took out a ring and tried to trap the middle-aged warrior. The ring emitted 9 primordial Tao runes. As long as one was trapped by it, even a patriarch would have to surrender. Clang! The middle-aged warrior directly knocked the ring away and punched at the heavenly god Chi-Shao. Bam! The middle-aged warrior and the heavenly god Chi-Shao clashed. At the same time, the blood-dripping spear in his hand stabbed at the heavenly god Chi-Shao. Who's the ant? The middle-aged warrior shouted. His fighting spirit was boundless, and he was extremely powerful. Although he was fighting 1 against 2, he did not seem to be at a disadvantage. Damn it! Both the heavenly god Chi-Shao and the heavenly god Chi-Shao were shocked and angry. They couldn't do anything to this backward native for a while. On the other side, the mysterious patriarch from the heavenly realm appeared and disappeared mysteriously. He actually stalled the 2 patriarchs from the ancestral realm at the same time. However, the remaining 2 patriarchs from the ancestral realm charged at the old man at the same time. Little brats, did you not eat? Put in a little more effort. The old man blocked the 3 patriarchs with a cane. Roar! The heavenly god Li Hua was furious. He directly turned into a vermilion bird and pounced at the old man. Boom! Endless southern Ming divine. Fire burst out of the vermilion bird's body, burning the void. 9 powerful Tao runes swirled around him, releasing terrifying heat. Southern Ming, vermilion bird. The old man smiled. He directly took out a cloth bag and opened it. Little bird, come into the bag. A powerful devouring power surged out of the bag and instantly enveloped the heavenly god Li Hua. In the next moment, the vermilion bird, which was as huge as a small mountain, rapidly shrank and was sucked into the bag. How is this possible? Everyone was shocked by this scene. Grand Monarch Li Hua was a famous patriarch in the ancestral realm. How could he be sucked into a ragged bag? Chapter 44:11. A cloth bag had directly taken away the vermilion bird that Grand Monarch Li Hua had transformed from. This scene shocked everyone. How is this possible? That's a supreme exalt of the ancestral realm. He actually took away a supreme exalt. Is that the legendary heaven-devouring pouch? Everyone who saw this through the mysterious divine palace's heavenly secret mirror couldn't believe it, especially the experts from the ancestral realm who thought they were superior to others. Although it was hard to believe, it was a fact. Grand Monarch Li Hua had been taken away. The old man directly closed the mouth of the pouch. Something seemed to be moving inside the inconspicuous pouch. It was Grand Monarch Li Hua trying to come out. However, Grand Monarch Li Hua soon stopped moving. The other 2 exalts who were attacking the old man were shocked. Grand Monarch Li Hua was no weakling. On the contrary, he was stronger than them. Even he had been taken away by the ragged cloth bag in the old man's hand. Didn't that mean they were no match for this guy? Kill him. The 2 exalts couldn't back down now. Moreover, the old man had already put away the cloth bag. Without any scruples, they attacked the old man again. Boom! In the next moment, monstrous waves slammed towards the old man. Every drop of water pierced through the void. This was the aquamarine Grand Monarch's divine ability. Water power was everywhere, making it impossible for the old man to dodge. The other exalted Grand Monarch was like a golden sun, shining with dazzling golden light as he charged towards the old man with unstoppable momentum. Ha, good. The old man laughed. The walking stick in his hand morphed into an ancestor dragon. This ancestor dragon threw its head back and roared as it charged towards the aquamarine grand monarch. The ancestor dragon soared into the sky, its pressure spreading in all directions. This ancestral dragon directly broke through the towering waves, and in the blink of an eye rushed to the water tribe's great monarch, its speed extremely fast. What the aquamarine grand monarch was taken aback. He hastily raised his hands to block. Boom! With a muffled sound, the aquamarine grand monarch was knocked back thousands of meters. While pushing back the aquamarine grand monarch, the old man's fist slammed into the golden sun. Terrifying, exalted, lord-level power erupted. Transparent ripples spread in all directions. Then, countless black things appeared in the void. Looking closely, they were actually spatial rifts. Rumble. The dazzling golden sun was knocked away by the old man's fist. At this moment, the old man's invincible bearing stunned everyone. The old man was fighting 1 against 2, but he actually had the upper hand. This caused countless experts who witnessed this scene to be dumbfounded. He was truly too ferocious, a ferocious man of a generation. At the same time, the middle-aged warrior with the blood-dripping divine spear fell into a bitter battle. After all, grand monarchs of the heavenly gods and the heavenly races were stronger than ordinary grand monarchs. It should be noted that they were old, powerful races in the primogenitor realm. Especially the celestial race's great sovereign, he directly used his supreme killing weapon, a crimson divine saber. Clang! The middle-aged warrior's blood-dripping divine spear collided with the celestial grand monarch's scarlet blood divine saber, creating ear-piercing sounds. Even the countless experts watching through the light screen created by the heavenly fate divine talisman could hear these sounds that seemed to pierce through their souls. Those with weaker cultivations naturally couldn't withstand it. Swish! The scarlet blood divine saber flashed. Blood splashed out, and a bloody wound appeared on the middle-aged warrior's left shoulder. At the same time, the blood-dripping divine spear in the middle-aged warrior's hand almost pierced through the celestial grand monarch's body. The blood-dripping divine spear brushed past his waist, instantly turning his waist into a bloody mess. Hiss! The celestial grand monarch sucked in a breath of cold air and hurriedly retreated. If he had been half a step slower, his body would have been pierced by the other party's spear. At this time, celestial god Qi Shao activated the celestial god bell. A giant bell descended from the sky, emitting a terrifying aura, directly enveloping the middle-aged warrior. Swish! The middle-aged warrior took a step forward, instantly disappearing into the void, avoiding the celestial god bell's attack. Then, he reappeared in front of the celestial grand monarch. Without any hesitation, the middle-aged warrior roared. The blood-dripping divine spear in his hand turned into a bolt of lightning, piercing towards the celestial grand monarch. Puff! The celestial grand monarch was directly pierced. The blood-dripping divine spear pierced through his chest, nailing him in the void. Roar! The celestial grand monarch roared in anger. He grabbed the divine spear, and in the next moment, the scarlet blood divine saber bloomed with an unprecedented radiance, directly chopping down at the middle-aged warrior. This saber strike contained a vast and mighty saber energy that even scattered the clouds in the sky. The celestial grand monarch's attack was earth-shattering. Even the powerhouses watching from 1,000,000 miles away felt the saber energy assaulting their bodies. Their bodies turned cold, and their souls felt like they were about to freeze. Humph! The middle-aged warrior wanted to pull back the blood-dripping divine spear, but the spear was firmly grasped by the celestial grand monarch. He decisively let go and quickly retreated. Pung! The heavenly god grand monarch controlled the heavenly god bell and directly struck the middle-aged warrior. sending him flying backwards as he continuously coughed out blood. Dang! The heavenly god bell shook, and a terrifying sound wave swept towards the middle-aged warrior. Without any suspense, the middle-aged warrior was forced back once more. His divine soul shook, and his primordial spirit was nearly shaken out of his body. At this time, the celestial Grand Monarch pulled out the blood-dripping divine spear from his body and directly rushed towards the middle-aged warrior. Although the middle-aged warrior was being suppressed by the two powerhouses, he still had the strength to fight back. It wouldn't be easy for the celestial Grand Monarch and the celestial Grand Monarch to kill him. On the other side, the mysterious and unfathomable High Lord was fighting with the two High Lords. For a time, the outcome of the battle couldn't be determined. A battle of this level could destroy the heavens and earth, terrifying to the extreme. Everywhere on the battlefield, one could see the void being pierced through and even primal chaos energy being blasted out. The area where the demon clan's ancestral land was located turned into primal chaos. The ancestral land was enveloped by the mountain and river cauldron. Even if the sky and earth were to collapse outside, it wouldn't affect the inside in the slightest. And at this time, the huge figure that stood up from the demon clan's ancestral land moved. One of his hands directly slapped towards the invaders in the demon clan's ancestral land. Rumble, wherever the huge hand passed, the void collapsed, and a destructive aura spread out, causing everyone's heart to palpitate. Seeing this, the old tortoise hurriedly put away the primal chaos Fontaine diagram. If he didn't put away the primal chaos Fontaine diagram, the huge hand that fell from the sky would smash into it. No, as the huge hand fell, the High Lord's decree floating above man shone, and the others immediately dimmed and tottered. Seeing this, Manshan and the others turned pale with fright. In the next moment, the decree suddenly collapsed, and the huge hand directly fell, obliterating the void. Manshan and the others were directly killed. The Leaf Fire clan suffered heavy losses. The 13 quasi-supremes of the Leaf Fire clan who had charged into the demon clan's ancestral land were all killed. None of them could escape. All the experts watching the battle in front of the light screen were dumbfounded. Although the figure in the sky above the demon clan's ancestral land was faint and illusory, it exuded an invincible aura that looked down on the world. Its battle strength was extremely strong. The Leaf Fire clan is finished. Many experts from the ancestral realm had come to watch the battle through the Heavenly Fate Divine Talisman of the Heavenly Fate Divine Estate. Some people who knew about the Leaf Fire clan said such words. It should be noted that the entire Leaf Fire clan only had one supreme existence, Grand Monarch Leaf Fire. If the result of this battle was spread to the ancestral realm, it would definitely cause a great commotion. Most importantly, without Grand Monarch Leaf Fire, the Leaf Fire clan had become a fat piece of meat in the eyes of the other powerful clans. They all wanted to take a bite. No one else is going to attack. Gu Fei, who was sitting on a short mountain in the demon clan's ancestral land, suddenly opened his eyes. At this time, there were no more experts at the High Lord level attacking. In that case, let's end this, Gu Fei said, opening his mouth and spitting out a sword light. Within the sword light was a divine sword. This divine sword was his Nine Heavens Stars sword. As soon as the Nine Heavens Stars sword appeared, even the supreme experts at the High Lord level felt their souls tremble. What's going on? Countless experts didn't know what was going on, but they all vaguely felt that something bad was about to happen. Is Gu Fei going to attack? Old Turtle looked at the mountain where Gu Fei was. At this time, Gu Fei bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood essence on the Nine Heavens Stars sword. The next moment, the Nine Heavens Stars sword vibrated. 9 great Tao patterns appeared on the sword, releasing a wisp of eternal realm power. This is all the High Lords outside the Demon Clan's ancestral land were terrified. As soon as the Eternal Realm aura appeared, all the High Lords felt as if they were carrying an ancient divine mountain on their backs. They couldn't even straighten their backs. "I'll send all of you on your way." Gu Fei gritted his teeth and directly used the sword-driving technique. Buzz! The 9 heaven stars' sword directly turned into a sword light that rushed out of the Demon Clan's ancestral land. Swish! Blood appeared, and the head of the High Lord of the Celestial Clan flew up. He was directly beheaded on the spot. Even his origin spirit couldn't escape. He died instantly. The remaining High Lords of the ancestral realm were shocked to the point of disbelief. "Run!" The celestial great sovereign roared and turned to flee. However, the sword light formed by the 9 heaven stars' sword was unimaginably fast. With a flash of the sword light, the celestial great sovereign didn't even have time to scream before he was split in half by the sword light. However, the sword light flashed a few more times. Then, the High Lords from the ancestral realm were directly beheaded. Not a single one of them could escape. The sword killed the 6 High Lords of the ancestral realm. The world suddenly quieted down. Even the 3 High Lords of the celestial realm were like statues, motionless. Chapter 44:12. Killing 6 supremacies with a single sword strike. This scene stunned everyone in the heaven realm who witnessed this scene. How is this possible? That's my clan's old ancestor. He died just like that. This can't be real. Among the experts that descended to the heavenly realm, there were the descendants of the 6 supremacies. They couldn't believe it. Those were the 6 supremacies. Even in the primogenitor realm, they could do whatever they wanted. They were supposed to kill Gu Fei, but now they were killed by Gu Fei. The news spread to the primogenitor realm at the fastest speed. This news was like a superstorm that engulfed the entire primogenitor realm. The name Gu Fei, which had disappeared for a long time, appeared once again and shocked the primogenitor realm. How can he be this powerful? Isn't he only a quasi-supremacy? Preposterous. Is this guy pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? The primogenitor realm was in an uproar because of Gu Fei, especially the Li clan, Heavenly Clan, and Chu clan. These 3 clans couldn't wait for Gu Fei to be killed by the 7 supremacies. But now, news had spread that the Li family, the Heavenly Clan, and the Chu clan had all fled. If they didn't flee, should they wait for Gu Fei to come back and settle the score with them? Gu Fei could even kill 6 supremacies with one slash. If he returned to the primogenitor realm, who could stop him? In the entire primogenitor realm, there wasn't a second first demon ancestor. At this time, on a short mountain in the demon race's ancestral land, Gu Fei sat on a boulder. A sword light revolved around him. The sword light didn't seem to be anything special, but when it flashed across the void, it left a hair-thin crack in the space. The heavenly punishment is incomplete, so I will make up for it. Gu Fei took advantage of the time when the 9 heavenly stars' sword's power was about to recede to look at the depths of the sky. There were supreme figures that seemed to have existed since ancient times. The extreme Tao supreme beings of the ancient era were playing a game of chess, using the world as the chessboard. However, this chessboard still had some loopholes, some inadequacies. Gu Fei began to manifest the supreme Tao seal. This was the cultivation that he had once cultivated to the pinnacle. At the same time, the eternal true bone shone brightly, and on the mountain peak it was as if a divine sun had appeared. What is he doing? At this time, the terrifying figure in the sky above the demon clan's ancestral land had disappeared. The old tortoise stood in the void and looked in the direction of Gu Fei. He sensed an aura of the great Tao that he had never seen before. This kind of Tao power Why do I feel like it's even stronger than the extreme Tao? The old tortoise was muttering to itself. Boom! At that moment, the ball of divine light in the depths of the demon race's ancestral land exploded, and endless eternal light illuminated the world. Illuminate the heavenly Tao, brand eternity. Gu Fei gave a loud shout and formed a seal with both hands. Streams of eternal power rushed out from the eternal true bone in his chest and turned into Tao patterns that condensed on his hands. Go! Gu Fei immediately formed this hand seal. An eternal and inextinguishable divine light shot up into the sky, directly rushing out of the demon race's ancestral land into the depths of the sky, and was imprinted on the heavenly Tao. Rumble, the world resonated, and a blurry figure appeared in the depths of the sky, standing together with those figures that seemed to have existed since ancient times. Buzz. In the end, all the figures emitted endless divine light, and one after another, the power of the extreme Tao exploded, interweaving into an endless giant net of the extreme Tao. This net formed by the power of the extreme Tao enveloped the entire heaven realm. At that moment, the power of the heavenly punishment seemed to have been revived, and it became completely different. The heavenly punishment was incomplete, and it had a form but no spirit. At this time, Gu Fei formed his own seal, which was imprinted on the heavenly Tao, and successfully activated the full power of the heavenly punishment. Boom! An endless pressure descended from the sky, and the next moment, the local supremacies of the three heaven realms, who were still outside the demon race's ancestral land, hurriedly sealed their cultivations. In the heaven realm, some of the unparalleled existences in the dangerous lands were originally ready to make a move, but now they were like tortoises with their heads in their shells, all of them retreating. However, not everyone was as vigilant as these fellows in the heaven realm. This was because the fellows in the heaven realm all knew some secrets, unlike the outsiders who knew nothing. The truly invincible existences in the heaven realm all hid and chose to seal themselves. However, some unlucky fellows were not so lucky. Roar! In the sky tens of thousands of miles away from the demon race's ancestral land, a figure suddenly rushed out, and the powerful power of a supremacy spread out, shaking the world. This should have been an extremely powerful existence, enough to walk unhindered in the heaven realm, or even the ancestral realm. However, at this time, this person was extremely frightened, and he wanted to break the void to escape, but his entire body was enveloped by a Tao fire. In just a few breaths, this incomparably powerful existence was burned to ashes by the Tao fire that descended from the sky, and his body and soul were directly destroyed. How is this possible? Everyone who witnessed this scene could not believe it. That was a supremacy, but he died just like that. Wasn't it said that the power of heavenly punishment could not punish supremacies and supremacies at the peak of the extreme grade? Gu Fei, what did he do? Countless great demons in the demon race's ancestral land were extremely shocked. Heavenly punishment. An old man suddenly appeared in the demon race's ancestral land and looked at Gu Fei. Uncle, you're finally back. Old Tortoise's expression suddenly became a little strange when he saw the old man. His uncle was extremely unreliable, and when the war started, the old man ran faster than anyone else. Now that the war was over, the old man had returned without anyone knowing. I've come back to avert the crisis. Otherwise, you bastards will be wiped out in one go. The old monster said calmly. You still have the nerve to say that. You seem to be the first to run away. Old Tortoise muttered. Bastard, what are you talking about? Old Monster directly appeared next to Old Tortoise and directly knocked him on the head. Ouch, oh my God. Old Tortoise was in so much pain that tears came out. This demon ancestor is not running away. This demon ancestor is such a disloyal person. No, a demon. Am I such a disloyal, greedy demon? Old Monster said, angrily. You have always been one. Old Tortoise whispered, I went to ask for reinforcements. Do you think it's so easy for those 3 big guys outside to come out of the mountain? Only this demon ancestor can ask for their help, Old Monster said proudly. This Old Tortoise was speechless. The 3 supremacies of the heaven realm outside were actually invited by his uncle. It can't be. Hee, old friend, long time no see. At this time, 3 figures walked in from outside the demon race's ancestral land. Old Monster directly went to greet them. However, the 3 people ignored him and directly walked past him. They directly walked toward the mountain where Gu Fei was. Uncle, your skin is really thick. Chapter 44:13. Gu Fei illuminated the heavenly Tao and imprinted his own imprints onto the heavenly Tao, successfully activating the true power of the heavenly punishment. In fact, the heavenly punishment was lacking, and he was making up for it. The current heavenly punishment could definitely kill supremacies. There were still some supremacies from the primogenitor realm hiding in the heavenly realm. They hadn't made a move yet, but they had ill intentions. Rumble, the power of the heavenly punishment descended, transforming into Tao fire that burned a supremacy from the primogenitor realm to death. No, more supremacies rushed out from the shadows, wanting to extinguish the Tao fire. However, this Tao fire was incomparably powerful. As long as one was burned, even an invincible supremacy would die. At this time, the heavenly secret mirror of the mysterious heavenly estate did not stop. It was still broadcasting to those who had bought the heavenly secret talisman. What's going on? There are supremacies dying one after another. The heavenly punishment has become so terrifying. Some of the heavenly realm's elders jumped out. At their level of cultivation, they could sense that the entire world had changed. At this time, the powerhouses from the primogenitor realm were all dumbfounded. The ones who had died were all supremacies from the primogenitor realm. Was this targeted? Thinking of this, the dragons from the primogenitor realm started sweating. They hurriedly sent the news back to the primogenitor realm. Some of the big shots that were about to cross over from the primogenitor realm were frightened. Some of them had already set foot on the path to the heavenly realm. After receiving the news, they were so frightened that they hurriedly retreated. How could such a powerful force appear in such a backward world? The major forces of the ancestral realm couldn't understand. In their eyes, the heavenly realm was just a backward world. Although there was a flawless great Tao, there were other worlds with flawless great Tao in the myriad heavens and realms, and the heavenly realm wasn't the only one with flawless great Tao. Some worlds were more suitable for cultivation than the heavenly realm, and their great Tao nomological laws were stronger. However, there had never been a world that had the power to kill a supremacy. That was a supremacy. Even in the primogenitor realm, he was a formidable figure. At this time, the big shots of the primogenitor realm realized that the heavenly realm was no longer a backward world that they could casually descend to. Use the ancestral artifact to destroy that world and destroy that arrogant bastard. Someone in the primogenitor realm shouted. However, no one did so. It had to be known that an ancestral item wasn't something that could be used just because one wanted to use it. Furthermore, even the ancestral items of the strongest races were mostly exalted master-level ancestral items. Even the ancestral realm's Yi family's ancestral artifact was only a half-step eternal rank ancestral artifact. It couldn't even compare to Gu Fei's 9 Heaven Stars sword. The Yi clan and Gu Fei did not have any enmity. Unless their higher-ups were collectively kicked in the head by a donkey, they would never do such a crazy thing. Of course, in the entire progenitor realm, It wasn't just the Yi family that had a half-step eternal rank ancestral artifact. However, it was impossible for these forces to go to war for Gu Fei and destroy a world with a flawless great path. From that day onwards, the heavenly realm became the forbidden land of the primogenitor realm. More accurately, it became the forbidden land of the extreme Tao sovereigns. You want to kill me? Bring it on. Let's see who dares. Gu Fei's voice spread throughout the entire heaven realm. The quasi-supremes from the primogenitor realm and the extreme Tao sovereigns who sealed their cultivation were indescribably shocked. This Gu Fei was still so insolent and domineering. At this time, Gu Fei sat cross-legged on the short mountain of the demon race's ancestral land. He opened his mouth and swallowed the 9 heaven stars sword, which had turned into a sword pellet, into his body. The borrowed supreme power was used up, and the 9 heaven stars sword turned into a sword pellet. The god within the divine sword began to sleep and would not easily awaken. However, he succeeded in making the heavenly punishment unleash its strongest power. Even the exalts of the primogenitor realm did not dare to appear in the heaven realm. At the same level, he was invincible. Therefore, he did not fear anyone at all. Dao Friend Gu. At this time, the 3 exalts sealed their cultivation and directly entered the demon race's ancestral land. They ascended the mountain where Gu Fei was. Gu Fei nodded at the 3 exalts. These 3 stood out at the critical moment, and this made Gu Fei have a good impression of them. The 3 exalts of the heaven realm had already sealed their earth-shattering cultivation. In front of Gu Fei, they did not dare to be impudent, and were all incomparably respectful. One had to know that this fellow was a ruthless person who killed 6 exalts with 1 sword. At this time, the 3 exalts were in disbelief. After they ascended the mountain, they actually discovered that Gu Fei was only a quasi-supreme's cultivator. In their eyes, a quasi-supremacy was nothing more than an ant. However, at this time, the 3 exalts did not dare to underestimate Gu Fei. At this time, Gu Fei waved his hand and directly put away the mountain and river cauldron. The old man and the middle-aged warrior looked at the mountain and river cauldron in Gu Fei's hand and couldn't help but be moved. This was the legendary supreme Tao artifact that could suppress mountains and rivers. It could block the attacks of exalts. Anyone would be envious of such a Tao artifact. However, not everyone dared to snatch it from him. Dao Friend Gu, the heavenly punishment has changed. What exactly is going on? The old man asked carefully. The Tao aura that Gu Fei displayed earlier was so shocking that even their hearts palpitated. I merely activated the true power of the heavenly punishment. Gu Fei said indifferently, the true power of the heavenly punishment. The 3 exalts were taken aback when they heard this. The heavenly punishment was not a secret to them, as it was formed from the combined power of the most outstanding extreme Tao Supremes in history. However, the power of the heavenly punishment could kill Supremes. Although it was powerful, it could not threaten existences at the exalts level. However, it was different now. The current heavenly punishment could even kill exalts. This way, even exalts of the heaven realm like the old man and the other exalts would not dare to remove the seal on their bodies. Is this the reason why you came to see me? Gu Fei looked at the 3 exalts in front of him and said, The old man wanted to say something but hesitated. Actually, we would like to consult Dao Friend Gu on matters related to cultivation. The middle-aged combatant said, sincerely. He had just seen Gu Fei manifest the Tao and sensed that Gu Fei's Tao had surpassed the scope of the extreme Tao. This made him, who had been trapped at the exalts level for countless years and thought that there was no lure ahead of him, see hope, the hope of breaking through in his cultivation. The Tao cannot be taught easily. Gu Fei shook his head and said he was not in the mood to discuss the Tao with these three fellows and directly rejected them. Tao friend Gu, the old man quickly said. Say no more. Gu Fei shook his head and said, Tao friend Gu, you just want to give us some pointers. Can't you do that? The middle-aged combatant did not give up. It's not impossible. Gu Fei pondered. The three exalts were surprised and overjoyed. There was a turning point. However, what Gu Fei said next left them dumbfounded. Chapter 44:14. Only if you acknowledge me as your master. Gu Fei's words shocked the world. He actually wanted to accept the three supremes of the heaven realm as his master through the heavenly secret mirror. Everyone who saw this scene was dumbfounded. Those were supreme existences of the supremes. Gu Fei was too arrogant. He was merely a quasi-supreme being. At this time, an old supreme being who had lived for countless years came out to speak. Gu Fei had merely borrowed a supreme power, which was why he was able to kill the 6 high lords with a single sword strike. That sword was definitely a super killing weapon. However, Gu Fei might only be able to use such an invincible sword once. Of course, this was the old Supreme's guess. No one dared to confirm if Gu Fei could only use it once. What if he could use it a second time? No one dared to take the risk. One should know that they only had one life. If they made a wrong guess, they would be killed by Gu Fei with a single slash. Their bodies and souls would be destroyed. Acknowledge me as your master? The old Supreme looked at Gu Fei in disbelief. He had lived for countless years and was a primogenitor. Now, this young man actually wanted to accept him as a disciple. The other 2 supreme lords also suspected if they had heard wrongly. There is a hierarchy in understanding the Tao. Those who have attained the Tao are the first. Why? Do you think I'm not qualified to be your master? Gu Fei smiled faintly at the 3 supreme lords. Even though the 3 supreme lords had sealed their bodies and forcefully suppressed their cultivation to the quasi-supreme being realm, the formless aura they emitted was not something an ordinary quasi-supreme being could withstand. However, Gu Fei directly ignored this kind of pressure. He had a carefree look on his face. The 3 great reverends were unable to see through Gu Fei's cultivation. However, they were extremely unwilling to acknowledge Gu Fei as their master. One must know that their status in the heaven realm represented the strongest battle power, and also the supreme prestige. If they acknowledged Gu Fei as their master, wouldn't they be the laughingstock of the world? Tao friend Gu, farewell, farewell. After saying that, the mysterious supremacy soared into the sky and left the ancestral land of the demon clan. The old man hesitated for a moment before leaving as well. Only the middle-aged fighter with the blood-dripping divine spear did not leave. I, Di Jiuqian, have been pursuing ultimate power all my life. Are you sure you can let me obtain ultimate power? The middle-aged fighter stared at Gu Fei with a solemn expression. What? He's Di Jiuqian? Everyone was extremely shocked. Di Jiuqian's name was like thunder to the ears of the cultivators in the heavenly realm and the human realm. However, no one had ever seen Di Jiuqian's true appearance. Some said that Di Jiuqian was an elegant young master. Some said that Di Jiuqian was an old man, and some said that Di Jiuqian was a woman. However, no one expected Di Jiuqian to be a middle-aged man. Of course, this middle-aged man was still very stylish. He held the blood-dripping battle spear in his hand, had stubble, and a well-defined face. He was much better than those little fresh meats. Di Jiuqian. Gu Fei was also a little surprised. He had long heard that there was an almost invincible existence in the heavenly realm and the human realm. However, he did not expect this person to be the middle-aged fighter in front of him. Ultimate power. What is the ultimate power? I will not teach you, but you can stay by my side, Gu Fei said calmly. What? Di Jiuqian was stunned. At your level of cultivation, I have nothing to teach you. You have to figure it out yourself. Whatever you figure out is what you figure out. Gu Fei had a profound look on his face. This guy is bluffing again. Old Tortoise and his uncle did not go over. They only watched from the side. Old Tortoise had gone through thick and thin with Gu Fei. To put it bluntly, he knew how many hairs on Gu Fei's body were. So, this kid is a big bluff? Old Tortoise's uncle mumbled. Old Tortoise looked at his uncle with disdain. If Gu Fei was a big bluff, then this old senior was a super bluff. At this time, Di Jiuqian hesitated. Gu Fei would not teach him anything. This was why he hesitated. He had reached the end of his path. Di Jiuqian felt that if he did not have external help and relied on himself, he would not be able to break through in his lifetime. He was already in despair, but Gu Fei gave him hope. Gu Fei suddenly pointed at Di Jiuqian's glabella. Di Jiuqian was shocked. His eyes shot out a dazzling divine light. Without thinking, he stabbed with the blood-dripping divine spear in his hand. For a fighter like Di Jiuqian, the moment he was attacked, he would naturally attack instinctively. Furthermore, it would be a fatal blow. His spear pierced through the space between Gu Fei's eyebrows. It was fast, ruthless, accurate, and without any hesitation. However, just as he was about to make his move, Gu Fei's finger had already landed on his forehead. Gu Fei then quickly retreated back to the boulder. At this time, Di Jiuqian was frozen. It was as if a body-freezing curse had been cast on him. What's going on? Countless powerhouses who saw this through the secret heaven mirror were stunned. Gu Fei was really incredible. Even Di Jiuqian was no match for him at the same level. If Gu Fei had wanted to kill Di Jiuqian, he would have died a long time ago. At that moment, Gu Fei looked at Di Jiuqian with an unfathomable expression. Di Jiuqian, who was known to be unrivaled in battle, had actually closed his eyes. He seemed to be comprehending something. Actually, this wasn't much. Gu Fei had just sent some fragments of his battle with the first demon ancestor into Di Jiuqian's spiritual sea. Although it had only been a fleeting image, the terrifying silhouette of the first demon ancestor still made Di Jiuqian's soul tremble. Too strong. Beads of sweat appeared on Di Jiuqian's forehead. He couldn't believe that Gu Fei was actually fighting such a terrifying demon. The power displayed by these two powerhouses definitely surpassed the supremacy level. Power that surpassed the supremacy level. Could this be the ultimate power of legends? Di Jiuqian couldn't help but be moved. The fragments that Gu Fei had sent into Di Jiuqian's spiritual sea were limited. Di Jiuqian quickly recovered from his shock. Master, Di Jiuqian retracted his blood spear and knelt down before Gu Fei with a bam. What did I just see? Di Jiuqian actually became the disciple of Gu Fei? How is this possible? Everyone who saw this through the live broadcast of the Secret Heaven Mirror was stunned. Those who knew how powerful Di Jiuqian was were in disbelief. You have to think this through. Once you become my disciple, your life and death are in my hands, Gu Fei said calmly as he looked at Di Jiuqian, who was kneeling on the ground. I have thought this through. I am willing to follow you, Master. Di Jiuqian had made up his mind. He was a pure warrior. As long as he could obtain ultimate combat power, he would do anything. All right. As Gu Fei spoke, he formed a seal with both hands and directly sent Dao seals into Di Jiuqian's body. He had planted a restriction technique in Di Jiuqian's body. When the Dao seals entered his body, Di Jiuqian's body trembled slightly. There was a flash of light in his eyes. When he looked inside himself, he actually couldn't sense the existence of the Dao seals at all. Although Di Zhouqian looked calm on the surface, his heart was in turmoil. His cheap master's methods were indeed impressive. He knew very well that the Dao seals that Gu Fei had sent into his body were definitely not something good. Once you become my disciple, your life and death are in my hands. The words that Gu Fei had just said appeared in Di Zhouqian's mind. Is this what it means to be in my hands? Di Zhouqian already knew what the Dao seals that had disappeared into his body were for. Get up, Gu Fei said. Yes. Di Zhouqian stood up and took a step forward. He came behind Gu Fei and stood there quietly. The tip of the divine spear in his hand was still dripping with fresh blood. This was an almost invincible warrior. Countless experts in the heaven realm witnessed this scene through the light screen in front of them. They were all shocked, speechless. That was Di Zhouqian. He actually became Gu Fei's disciple. This Gu Fei, everyone found it hard to understand. Di Zhouqian, the old man, and the mysterious High Lord were also shocked. Could it be that Gu Fei could really make them take that step? Did they miss a great opportunity? Rumble. At this time, the power of the heavenly punishment was receding. Almost all the High Lords that came from the ancestral realm had been killed by the heavenly punishment. When the news reached the ancestral realm, it caused a huge storm. It should be known that even in the ancestral realm, High Lords were the primogenitor of a race or the founder of a sect. Once such an unparalleled figure died, the chain reaction would be absolutely unimaginable. A storm was brewing in the primogenitor realm. Even if Gu Fei wasn't in the primogenitor realm, his name still shook the primogenitor realm. All the big shots in the primogenitor realm knew that all of this was caused by Gu Fei. Gu Fei, in the ancestral realm, the second ancestor of the Li clan, stood on a mountain and gritted his teeth. This guy was too good at causing trouble. Even the first demon of the ancestral realm could not kill him. Sooner or later, this guy would kill his way back to the ancestral realm. The Li clan felt the threat from Gu Fei and had no choice but to run because the Li clan could not afford to suffer anymore. Once the second ancestor of the Li clan was killed by Gu Fei, the entire Li clan in the ancestral realm would be finished. It was the same for the Celestial clan. This time, the Celestial clan had suffered heavy losses. A new High Lord had actually died in the Heaven realm. To the Celestial clan that had just risen up, this was definitely a blow to the head. The Celestial clan was also afraid that Gu Fei would kill his way into the ancestral realm to settle accounts with them. They had to plan their retreat first. The other ancestral realm experts that had enmity with Gu Fei also restrained themselves. They did not dare to attack Gu Fei's territory again. The forces that Gu Fei had left in the ancestral realm also had a chance to breathe. At this time, the forces that wanted to attack Gu Fei's territory in the ancestral realm had to first consider whether they could contend against Gu Fei. Chapter 44:15. Gu Fei taking Di Zhouqian as a disciple shocked the world. Di Zhouqian was an almost invincible existence in both the heaven realm and the mortal realm. His first appearance was to sweep through everything without meeting a single worthy opponent. In many people's eyes, Di Zhouqian was a madman who crazily challenged the powerhouses of both the heaven realm and the mortal realm. Anyone who fought against him would either die or be injured. He was a pure warrior who lived for battle. Some people didn't want to accept his challenge, but he went straight to their doorsteps and started a life and death battle with them. The result was that most of them died. Di Zhouqian even went to the demon race's ancestral grounds to fight against the old turtle. However, the old turtle was extremely cunning and didn't accept Di Zhouqian's challenge. He hid in the demon race's ancestral grounds and enjoyed himself, facing Di Zhouqian's challenge. Some people were very cautious and wouldn't accept it casually. However, others didn't care. In the end, an elder from the eastern world of the mortal realm died. The Li clan of the Desolate, the Zhou clan, and the Zhao clan all had elders who died. Even a supreme Jiang from the Jiang clan from the mortal realm was injured by the dripping blood spear. It was Di Jiuqian's battle with the supreme Jiang from the Jiang clan that made him famous. One should know that the Jiang clan from the mortal realm was a superforce with a Ren Huang. At this time, a Ren Huang represented invincibility because there were no supremes in the world and no other Ren Huang. Di Jiuqian dared to attack the Jiang clan. He was simply courting death. In the end, Ren Huang Jiang didn't do anything. Di Jiuqian floated away. From then on, Di Jiuqian rarely appeared. However, everyone knew that this person's battle prowess had most likely broken through again. He was now extremely powerful, and yet such a powerful existence had become Gu Fei's disciple. Di Jiuqian's temperament, the elder who left, and the mysterious great lord couldn't help but admire Di Jiuqian. He was able to rise and fall at the same time. He disregarded his status and became the disciple of a young boy. The elder and the mysterious great lord couldn't do this. They wouldn't become Gu Fei's disciples. They couldn't lower their status because they were the ancestors of a force that overlooked the world. Without a doubt, Di Jiuqian might not be the strongest amongst the Heaven Realm's native supremacies, but he was the most magnanimous. You can only gain if you give up something. Staying by my side is actually not a bad thing. At the peak of the short mountain, Gu Fei muttered to himself, "Master." At that moment, the Star Beast Black Wind Supreme and Shooting Sun Supreme climbed up the short mountain and arrived before Gu Fei. They looked at Gu Fei and bowed respectfully. This is when Di Jiuqian, who was standing behind Gu Fei, saw the leader of the three powerhouses. His eyes lit up. This was a supremacy. Even though the Star Beast had taken human form and sealed its cultivation, it still couldn't hide from Di Jiuqian's eyes. At this moment, the Star Beast also stared at Di Jiuqian, who was behind Gu Fei. He instinctively felt that this fellow was very strong, but he did not know how strong Di Jiuqian was. This was because Di Jiuqian had been guarding Gu Ling somewhere in the demon race's ancestral land. Since Gu Ling was in seclusion, Gu Fei naturally had to send his strongest subordinates to protect Gu Ling. Of course, Yen was also there to protect Gu Ling. Yen cultivation had already reached the pinnacle of the quasi-supreme realm. After the battle, the Star Beast and the others were summoned by Gu Fei to the short mountain where Gu Fei was. "Why? Do you guys want to fight?" Gu Fei chuckled. "We wouldn't dare." The Star Beast replied hurriedly. Although he said this, his battle intent became even stronger. Gu Fei's words were like a spark falling into a barrel of gunpowder, igniting his battle intent instantly. "Master, I would like to exchange pointers with this Taoist." Di Jiuqian held the blood-dripping battle spear in his hand. When he sensed the battle intent from the Star Beast, the battle blood in his body started to boil. "Very well, I'll fulfill your wish." As Gu Fei spoke, he took out a Tao artifact that looked like a black disk. It was the Wheel of Myriad Realms. The Wheel of Myriad Realms flew into the air and expanded rapidly, turning into something that looked like an arena. "Let's go up and fight. I'm a little curious as to who would be stronger in a battle of the same level." Gu Fei chuckled. If they fought on the Wheel of Myriad Realms, it wouldn't affect the world and living beings here. Di Jiuqian didn't hesitate. He took a step forward and disappeared instantly. When he reappeared, he was already on the Wheel of Myriad Realms. "Boss, go! Go!" The Black Wind Supreme and the Shooting Sun Supreme urged the Star Beast. "Roar!" The Star Beast took a look at Gu Fei before leaping up from the ground and charging towards the Wheel of Myriad Realms that was floating in the air. Without any unnecessary words, the two powerhouses directly unleashed their strongest combat skills and charged at each other. Boom! The void shook and rippled like water, but no cracks appeared. The void of the Wheel of Myriad Realms was extremely stable. It was difficult for quasi-supremes to destroy it. At this time, the mysterious heavenly estate was still broadcasting what was happening in the ancestral grounds of the demon clan. The mysterious heavenly mirror was a very special Supreme Tao artifact. This Supreme Tao artifact wasn't used to kill enemies, but to monitor the world. This mysterious heavenly divine residence actually had a great background. Legend had it that the mysterious heavenly estate originated from the heavenly court. Yes, the heavenly court was an extremely ancient term. The heavenly court had appeared in ancient times, or even more ancient times. However, there was no doubt that the heavenly court was extremely powerful in the past. Even though countless years had passed, its relics still existed, as though even time could not erase them. The mysterious heavenly estate was actually an organization within the heavenly court, an organization that was responsible for monitoring the world. Within this organization, there was an ultimate treasure. This ultimate treasure was the mysterious heavenly mirror. Back then, under the supervision of the mysterious heavenly estate, the countless territories under the heavenly court did not have any disturbances for a long time. However, such a powerful heavenly court still turned into trash. The supreme heavenly palace of the past had become a relic, and the legendary invincible Dizun had also disappeared. No one knew how the ancient heavenly court had declined, and no one knew why the ancient heavenly court had become a ruin. However, one thing was known to all. The ancient heavenly court had been attacked. Who and what force dared to challenge the ancient heavenly court? Everyone was curious. This was an ancient secret. In the current era, the heavenly court had become a thing of the past, but the mysterious heavenly estate had been passed down. At this time, Gu Fei raised his head and looked at the sky. The corners of his mouth curled up into a faint smile. In an extremely secretive place, far away from the ancestral grounds of the demon clan, there was a small world. This small world wasn't very big, but it had a circumference of tens of thousands of miles. In this small world, there were mountains, seas, lakes, rivers, and rivers. The sun, the moon, and the stars alternated. It was like a complete world, because everything in a complete world could be found in this small world. Moreover, the density of the spiritual chi of heaven and earth in this small world was dozens of times that of the outside world. Some places were even immortal caves. The density of the spiritual chi was 100 times, or even a few hundred times, that of the heaven realm. If Gu Fei was here, he would find that in the depths of this small world there was a huge divine spring of life that was swallowing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. However, this small world wasn't a truly perfect big world. Even if this small world operated like the big world, the laws of heaven and earth were very incomplete. Cultivating in this small world might yield twice the results with half the effort in the early stages, but in the later stages, there would be problems. The incomplete laws of heaven and earth led to the cultivation of the cultivators here being incomplete. In the early stages of cultivation, it was still a small problem for those below the sage level. However, it was basically impossible to become a sage here. The laws of heaven and earth in this small world were very incomplete. This directly restricted the cultivators here from becoming a sage. The incomplete laws of heaven and earth couldn't allow people to prove their Tao. Not to mention humans. Even if a heaven-defying divine beast was thrown here and grew up, it would still be impossible to cultivate to the sage level and become a divine beast. Within this small world, there were quite a number of humans living in various places, forming various settlements. These settlements were all centered around the city, before spreading out in all directions. At this moment, in the center of this small world in the divine city of Tianji City, on the square, there was a treasure mirror hanging on the ancient altar. A misty divine radiance rushed out from the treasure mirror and formed a canopy in the sky above Tianji City. At this moment, the scene of Gu Fei raising his head and looking up appeared in the canopy. On the ancient altar in the square, the group of elders of the mysterious heavenly god mansion were all extremely shocked. They had a feeling that the gaze of the black-robed youth in the canopy seemed to penetrate through the canopy and see them. This person is not simple. The great elder of the mysterious heavenly god mansion looked at the black-robed youth in the canopy and said in a low voice. At this moment, the projection on the Tianji mirror suddenly changed. Another scene appeared in the canopy. It was an extremely intense battle between Di Jiuqian and the Star Beast. Under the same cultivation level, I am invincible. Di Jiuqian's battle robe billowed. The tip of the blood-dripping battle spear in his hand slashed across the void at high speed. The glaring bloody light was extremely demonic. Clang! A star directly collided with the blood-dripping battle spear. The collision caused the spear to shake violently. The star directly exploded. The tyrannical power of the stars exploded and forced Di Jiuqian to retreat. Invincible with you? Then what am I? The star beast laughed coldly. Although this guy was a new disciple of his master, so what? He would still fight him. He would not hold back. 365 stars directly appeared around him and formed the massive heavenly cycle stars matrix. He rushed towards Di Jiuqian to destroy him. The star beast fed on stars. It swallowed stars and refined them into the power of the stars. This star beast was an adult star beast. It was extremely powerful. In the ancestors' realm, it was also an overlord existence. Its combat power was not inferior to Di Jiuqian's. The astral beasts were divine beasts and had a bloodline inheritance. This heavenly cycle stellar killing formation was an inherited divine ability of the astral beasts. As long as the primogenitor's bloodline was awakened, the astral beasts would be able to cultivate this divine ability. Kill. Chapter 44:16. Gu Fei's subordinate, the star beast venerable, was a supremacy existence. Furthermore, it had attained the Tao in the primogenitor realm. Its battle prowess was strong enough to sweep the heavens. However, the star beast venerable had met his match at this moment. It was the heaven realm's native warrior, Di Jiuqian. Di Jiuqian's cultivation was truly impressive. Although it was a battle between same-level opponents, the battle prowess he displayed was extremely shocking. He was actually able to fight the star beast venerable endlessly. At this moment, the all-heavens world wheel floated in the void and formed a world of its own. The star beast venerable and Di Jiuqian fought in the heaven and earth domain, formed by the all-heavens world wheel. Rumble, the 356 stars, revolved around the star beast venerable and formed the heavenly cycle stellar formation. When this killing formation was activated, it was enough to kill a pinnacle quasi-supremacy existence. Of course, this was the power of the killing formation displayed by the star beast venerable when he was in the quasi-supremacy realm. With this divine ability, the star beast venerable was practically invincible among same-level opponents. Heavenly cycle stellar formation, Di Jiuqian roared and charged into the killing formation with the blood-dripping divine spear in his hand. All right. The star beast venerable's eyes emitted a dazzling divine light that was 100 times brighter than the stars in the sky. This Di Jiuqian is too arrogant. He actually dared to charge into my heavenly cycle stellar formation. Since you're looking for a beating, I'll fulfill your wish. Boom. In the next moment, the 365 stars around the star beast Venerable vibrated at the same time and emitted endless starlight. The power of the stars was vast and mighty, as though it was evolving the heaven and earth. Although it wasn't really creating the heaven and earth, the heavenly cycle-stellar killing formation formed a void that was similar to the heaven and earth. It was called the heavenly cycle-stellar killing formation. Once the killing formation was formed, those trapped inside would be killed as though they had entered a prison of heaven and earth. Di Jiuqian was Gu Fei's new disciple. The star beast, Venerable, didn't dare to kill Di Jiuqian. However, this didn't mean that he would show mercy. On the contrary, he would teach Di Jiuqian a lesson. Even Gu Fei wanted to know if Di Jiuqian could contend against the star beast if they were at the same cultivation level. The great demons in the demon clan's ancestral land, as well as the countless experts watching the battle through the heavenly secret mirror, were all nervously watching the battle. However, even an extreme Dao treasure like the secret heaven mirror could not capture the image of the battle between the star beast Venerable and Di Jiuqian. "Little fellow, kneel before me." The star beast Venerable's voice resounded in the starlight slaughter field. In this place, he was the supreme ruler. The life and death of the other party was in his hands. Many huge stars appeared above Di Jiuqian's head and pressed down on him. The strong power shook the heavens. Roar! Di Jiuqian roared into the sky and pierced his spear into the sky. At that moment, he finally displayed his true battle prowess. A beam of divine light shot out from the spear and crashed into the stars that were descending from the sky. One after another, the huge stars exploded. The entire slaughter field was almost pierced by Di Jiuqian's spear. Di Jiuqian's spear thrust forward with an indomitable might. This was an attack that was filled with confidence and displayed an aura of invincibility. Good heavens! The star beast Venerable was taken aback. This fellow was much stronger than he had imagined. Buzz! At the same time, the slaughter field shook. A huge hand appeared in the void. The endless power of the stars condensed into a huge hand that grabbed at Di Jiuqian. Whoosh! Di Jiuqian continued to pierce with his spear. It seemed like he was using the simplest attack. However, such a simple and direct attack displayed unimaginable power. The huge hand of stars was immediately pierced and dissipated in the void. Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. "This Di Jiuqian is really amazing," an old cultivator exclaimed. "Gu Fei has actually grown to such a level. Even one of his subordinates is so powerful." In the Qin clan's ancestral ground, a group of young experts looked at the sky in front of them. In the distance, the Qin clan's princess, Qin Yao, walked out. As an imperial clan, the Qin clan's foundation was incomparably deep. There were also supreme existences at the supremacy level in the clan. Back then, the Qin emperor was already a supremacy. However, one of Gu Fei's subordinates was actually a supremacy. This made the Qin clan's princess feel a little incredulous. As the princess, no one knew better than her what kind of existence a supremacy was. A supremacy was the strongest existence in the extreme grade realm. In the extreme grade realm, a supremacy had already cultivated the extreme grade realm to the extreme and could no longer advance further. One more step, and they would reach the eternal grade. However, the eternal Tao fruit was not that easy to obtain. Otherwise, Di Jiuqian would not have become a disciple of Gu Fei. One had to know that a supremacy overlooked the heavens and looked down on the myriad realms. Which of them was not an arrogant existence? How could they easily put down their pride and lower themselves to become a disciple of a quasi-supremacy? Could it be Qin Yao suddenly thought of something and her eyes lit up? Boom! Bam! At this time, In the world formed by the wheel of the heavens and myriad realms, the star beast Venerable was very displeased after being repeatedly humiliated. He immediately appeared in his star slaughter field and attacked Di Jotian with great force. The slaughter field formed by the great heavenly cycle-stellar formation attracted endless power of the stars. With the support of the power of the stars, the star beast Venerable's combat strength soared. His fists emitted endless starlight, which was many times stronger than the real stars in the sky. Clang! The star beast Venerable punched the blood-dripping divine spear that was stabbing at him and blasted it to the side. His other fist directly punched at Di Jotian's abdomen. Bam! Di Jotian's left hand formed a seal and blocked the star beast Venerable's punch. In the next moment, Di Jotian was sent flying, and a trace of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Fight! Di Jotian extended his hand to wipe the trace of blood from the corner of his mouth. He shook the blood-dripping divine spear in his hand and attacked the star beast Venerable again. The blood-dripping divine spear in his hand seemed to be burning, and divine flames rose. The star beast Venerable did not care what the divine flames on the blood-dripping divine spear were, and he immediately punched. His fists were like two stars smashing towards Di Jotian, and the entire star slaughter field shook violently. At the same time, the star beast Venerable displayed another mystique. The slaughter field froze. The speed of Di Jotian's attack immediately slowed down, and he seemed to be moving in slow motion. Battlefield. Di Jotian was shocked. In the next moment, he had no choice but to use the domain that he had cultivated. This domain was not the power of the domain, but the true domain of heaven and earth. The domain was a minor Tao, and Di Jotian's battlefield was the true domain of heaven and earth. It was like a small world that could not be seen. The moment the power of the true domain surged from Di Jotian's body, the star beast's right fist had already smashed into his true domain and hit his chest. Bam! Kacha! The sound of bones breaking was heard from Di Jotian's body, and his entire chest caved in from the impact of the star beast Venerable's fist. His entire body flew backward, and he kept coughing up blood. The star beast Venerable wanted to chase after Di Jotian and give him another punch. However, just as he was about to move, he suddenly felt a piercing pain in his abdomen. He hurriedly looked down and saw a bloody wound on his abdomen. His flesh had been flipped out, and even his intestines were exposed. What? The star beast Venerable was shocked. Although he had sent Di Jotian flying with a punch, Di Jotian's blood-dripping battle spear had also cut his abdomen. Preposterous! The star beast Venerable was furious. In his opinion, although Di Jotian was very strong, he was still a living being from this backward world. Thus, he looked down on this fella. However, he had no choice but to treat this fella as one of his strongest opponents now. This fella could actually injure him. Furthermore, this was in his own true domain. Boss is actually injured. In the outside world, the Black Wind Supremacy and the Shooting Sun Supremacy, who were standing behind Gu Fei, were extremely shocked. This living being from this backward world was very strange. Boss is probably going to flip out. The Shooting Sun Supremacy glanced at Gu Fei and said. Gu Fei did not say anything, and he still had a calm expression on his face. However, the old tortoise and the great hoodwinker's uncle could no longer sit still. They had never expected that these two people would actually have such powerful combat strength. If they joined forces with Gu Fei, wouldn't they be able to sweep through the heaven realm and the human world? At this thought, the old tortoise and the great hoodwinker's uncle felt their blood boil. The experts who were watching the live broadcast wished they could be there to watch the battle personally. All of them were staring at the light screen, afraid that they would miss out on any details. Gu Fei's power has been formed, an old-timer side. From now on, the extreme Tao and supremacies would not appear in the heaven realm, and the strongest would be quasi-supremacies. However, there were also strong and weak quasi-supremacies. At that moment, Di Jiuqian and the Star Beast supremacy were fighting fiercely in the heaven and earth formed by the wheel of the heavens and earth. Blood stained the wheel of the heavens and earth, and it was extremely tragic. Master, the Black Wind supremacy carefully looked at Gu Fei. Only a life-and-death battle can stimulate one's potential. Gu Fei said calmly. He would not make a move. He wanted the two of them to gain some insight during the life-and-death battle, so that they could make a breakthrough. Soon, the two experts were covered in blood. The left side of Di Jiuqian's body had almost exploded, but his blood-dripping battle spear had pierced through the Star Beast's body and nailed him in the void. The Star Beast roared as he pulled out the blood-dripping divine spear from his body and howled at the sky. He was going to go all out. Enough! Although Gu Fei's voice wasn't loud, it reached everyone's ears. Master, the Star Beast immediately stopped and did not make a move. Even the few arrogant fellows became well-behaved and did not dare to show any dissatisfaction. Boom. Chapter 44:17. The battle between the Star Beast and Di Jiuqian was evenly matched. Neither had the upper hand. This surprised Gu Fei. Although the Star Beast and Di Jiuqian seemed to be fighting at the same level, the Star Beast actually had the upper hand. However, even though the Star Beast had the upper hand, the Star Beast was unable to suppress Di Jiuqian and gain any advantage in this battle. This made Di Jiuqian even more heaven-defying. Moreover, this battle was broadcasted live by the mysterious Heavenly Divine Palace using the mysterious Heavenly Mirror. This allowed countless experts in the heaven realm to watch the battle. This battle shocked the entire heaven realm. Now that even the High Lords don't dare to show up, doesn't this mean that Gu Fei can do whatever he wants in the heaven realm? Someone whispered. The current heavenly punishment had been modified by Gu Fei, not to mention the extreme secret realm. Even the High Lords who dared to show up would be smashed to pieces by the power of heavenly punishment, unless the other party was a supreme existence in the eternal realm, which was one level higher than the extreme secret realm, descended. However, there were only a few eternal supremes in the ancestral realm, let alone the heaven realm. Moreover, they were all hidden from the world and were unknown to the world. This way, Gu Fei could really do whatever he wanted in the heaven realm and the human realm. Even the ancient powers that had existed for countless years did not dare to offend Gu Fei. Just like the remnants of the primordial era, the descendants of the sky demon, and the Buddha sects, they did not dare to openly oppose Gu Fei. That Fan Xiu has not sent the items over. Is he going back on his word? In the demon clan's ancestral grounds, Gu Fei rubbed his chin and said, "Last time, Gu Fei helped Fan Xiu get rid of the mysterious Yellow Emperor. In order to ask for Gu Fei's help, the little monk Fan Xiu promised Gu Fei 20 drops of immortal godly liquid, 3 golden Buddha fruits, and the secret to refining the 9 heavens godly metal. The secret to refining the 9 heavens godly metal and 3 golden Buddha fruits were quickly sent over by the little monk Fan Xiu. However, the 20 drops of immortal godly liquid did not arrive. This made Gu Fei a little unhappy. Rumble. Just as the battle between Di Jiuqian and the Star Beast came to an end, a loud bang was suddenly heard. After that, a shocking scene appeared in the sky. The sky was falling and the earth was cracking. Chaotic chi was vast and mighty. It was as if a part of the world had suddenly crashed into the heaven realm. Pitch-black spatial cracks extended from the horizon. Each spatial crack was like a bottomless abyss, causing one's heart to palpitate. a terrifying, destructive aura swept over from the horizon, causing countless experts to tremble. What happened? Gu Fei was shocked. This kind of collision between heaven and earth was not simple. He only took a glance at the horizon and knew that it was going to be bad. It seemed like there really was a world crashing into the heaven realm. Could it be that the extreme, mysterious realm's lord is here again? Old Tortoise said in shock. The extreme, mysterious realm had almost conquered the heaven realm and even threatened the human realm. In the end, even Jiang Renhuang was alarmed. Although the extreme, mysterious realm's lord's true body did not descend in the end, it was still a collision between two great realms. During the battle, many people from both sides had died. Some of the heaven realm's superpowers, which had existed for countless years, had completely declined after this battle and been replaced by other forces. It's not that. Gu Fei stood up from the boulder and stared at the shattered sky and earth. The aura coming from the shattered sky and earth did not belong to the heaven realm. It did not belong to the extreme, mysterious realm. He knew that the extreme, mysterious realm's aura was fundamentally different from this aura. The extreme, mysterious realm was also one of the myriad realms. However, the aura coming from this world that had suddenly crashed into the heaven realm was different. Boom! Suddenly, a huge tentacle stretched out from the shattered space, and then a shrill cry resounded. One of the saints who was standing high in the sky had actually been wrapped around by the tentacle and dragged into the chaos. What? Everyone was startled. Everyone, a mysterious creature has appeared. What exactly is it? The mysterious heavenly mansion's live broadcast continued. This time, they even had a commentator. Who knows what this thing is? This thing is definitely not a creature from the heaven realm. It can actually kill a saint. The live broadcast platform set up by the mysterious heavenly god manor was bustling with activity. As long as one had the mysterious heavenly god talisman, he could project his image and voice onto the mysterious heavenly mirror, allowing others to see his appearance and hear his words. It had to be said that the live broadcast platform set up by the mysterious heavenly mansion was truly heaven-defying. Furthermore, they charged a fee. Immortal crystals, divine crystals, these were the hard currency of the cultivation world. As long as one was a cultivator, they would use them. However, these were all secondary. The mysterious heavenly mansion was actually still using the mysterious mirror to collect all sorts of yuan qi. It did not matter if they did not have immortal crystals and divine stones. As long as they injected a certain amount of yuan qi into the mysterious divine talisman, they could replace the immortal crystals and receive the corresponding services from the mysterious heavenly mansion. The yuan qi that a cultivator injected into the mysterious divine talisman would be sensed by the mysterious mirror and absorbed by it. The mysterious mirror could monitor the world and become the heavenly eye. It could also gather the yuan qi of billions of cultivators. As long as there was enough yuan qi, they could create some terrifying things. At this moment, through the live broadcast, the blood of a saint splattered out from the chaos. Needless to say, the saint that had been captured by the tentacles was definitely in trouble. Rumble, heaven and earth were still collapsing. Countless amounts of chaotic qi rushed out, and only stopped after half a day. Then, a chaotic rift that was billions of miles long appeared in the heaven realm. The chaotic qi was vast and mighty, isolating all divine thoughts. It was the place where the laws of heaven and earth collided. It was the most chaotic place. Moreover, there were unknown creatures appearing from time to time in the chaotic rift. Some experts who went to investigate were attacked before they could even get close. Some unlucky fellows lost their lives immediately. However, there were also some fearless fellows who charged into the primal chaos. Some of them came back alive and revealed things that shocked everyone. after entering the primal chaos rift. It was actually a primal chaos world that seemed to have no end. In this primal chaos world, there were powerful primal chaos creatures roaming about. Those chaotic creatures were connate life forms born from the chaos. No wonder they could kill saints. Chaotic creatures could also be called connate life forms or connate god fiends. Among the connate god fiends, those born from the chaos were the strongest. That was because they were connate god fiends. They were life forms that had existed before the world was created. It could be said that they were the first batch of life forms after the world was created. Chaotic world? That's not it at all. A ray of light flashed across Gu Fei's eyes. Chaotic world was a world that had already been created but was still shrouded in chaotic chi. Back then, he had trained there for a period of time. However, he was sure that the world behind the chaotic rift was not a chaotic world. Should we go in and take a look? Old Tortoise had already arrived at the mountain where Gu Fei was. Di Jiuqian and the Star Beast, who were standing behind Gu Fei, were a little tempted. This was a brand new world that they wanted to see for themselves. It was especially so for Di Jiuqian. He was a natural-born warrior. There were actually chaotic creatures appearing in the Chaos Rift. He really wanted to go and fight with them. One had to know that chaotic creatures were peerlessly strong and could easily slay saints. Let's take a look first. Gu Fei was very calm. He had once been an eternal paragon and looked down on the primogenitor's realm. Could the world behind the chaotic rift compare to the primogenitor's realm? Yes. The crowd nodded. Now was not the time to be rash. Let the others take the lead first. As expected, many were restless, especially those from the primordial era. A land of primordial chaos, like this, nurtured great fortunes. Once obtained, one would soar into the sky and become a peerless powerhouse. Of course, these fortunes were not so easily obtainable. Soon enough, some of the factions joined forces and sent their elites into the chaotic rift. At this time, Qin Yao, who had already taken Yen as her master, came again. Qin Yao was practically treating the monster race's ancestral land as her own home. Disciple Qin Yao greets master. She first went to see Yen. By this time, Gu Ling had already come out of seclusion. Gu Ling's cultivation had increased greatly, and she was about to catch up to Yen. This made Qin Yao very envious. How exactly did this fellow Gu Fei teach Gu Ling, this cheap senior apprentice sister? Qin Yao took Yen as her master more or less because she was scheming. As the princess of the Qin clan, there were times when she couldn't control herself. This was the sorrow of being a holy daughter of an emperor race, given Gu Fei's current status in the heaven realm. So what if it was the Qin clan? He could directly disregard them. So what if it was the ancient desolate era? All of them were defeated by him. The primogenitor devils from the primogenitor realm were all beaten back by Gu Fei. The 7 supremacies from the primogenitor realm arrived at the same time, and 6 of them were slain by Gu Fei with a single sword strike. The other one was very lucky and was taken away by the old man in a tattered sack. Although he could be spared from the death penalty, falling into the hands of the old man wasn't any better than death. Father, I want to go temper myself. After that, Gu Ling went to find Gu Fei. Beside her was Qin Yao. Humph, humph, you dare to seduce my daughter? Gu Fei glanced at Qin Yao and spoke expressionlessly. There was no need to ask. This was definitely Qin Yao's doing. She wanted to drag Gu Ling into the primal chaos rift for an adventure. This has nothing to do with me. Qin Yao stuck out her tongue and hurriedly hid behind Gu Ling. Father, I want to break through. Gu Ling spoke. She didn't want to be a burden to Gu Fei. She didn't want to hide behind her father, Gu Fei, whenever something happened. Gu Fei could tell Gu Ling's current state with a single glance. This daughter of his was truly incredible. She was already half a step into the peak of the quasi-supremacy realm. All right, but you guys have to make a trip to the Western Desert, first to help me retrieve some things. Gu Fei pondered for a moment before agreeing in the end. That was because he knew very well that only by experiencing blood and tears could one become a true peerless expert. Back then, when Gu Ling stepped on the human race's ancient path, Gu Fei didn't say anything. Yes, father. Gu Ling spoke and bade farewell to Gu Fei before leaving the demon race's ancestral ground. Chapter 44:18. The appearance of the Chaos Rift was the result of the collision of two great worlds. The unknown world directly crashed into a corner of the heavenly realm. The laws of the two great worlds collided and intertwined, forming this chaos rift that was billions of miles long. At this time, the major factions of the heavenly realm were restraining themselves and observing. However, some rogue cultivators and small sects formed expeditions to enter the Chaos Rift. There were great opportunities in the Chaos Rift. This was absolutely true because someone obtained a Chaos Lotus in the periphery of the Chaos Rift. Of course, due to its age, this Chaos Lotus was only a divine herb. Although it was a Chaos Lotus seedling, it was still very rare. When the Chaos Lotus seedling was discovered, a bloody battle ensued. Many people died, and in the end, the goddess of the heavenly realms, Zhao family, obtained it. The Zhou family's young immortal emperor was also making a move, but he was a step too slow. These ancient desolate factions had only sent a few junior disciples to explore the periphery of the Chaos Rift. The mysterious Heaven Estate had also set up a sky eye in the Chaos Rift to provide a live broadcast service for cultivators. One had to admit that the mysterious Heaven Estate was quite capable. Boom! Just as the major factions were probing the Chaos Rift, a supreme energy wave suddenly appeared in the Chaos Rift. All the cultivators who entered the Chaos Rift were shocked to the extreme. The chaos creatures in the Chaos Rift seemed to have been provoked by something and attacked the cultivators who entered the Chaos Rift in a frenzy. Run! The cultivators outside the Chaos Rift immediately fled. These creatures of chaos might not be that strong in terms of cultivation, but their fleshly bodies were extremely tough. Not even sacred artifacts could shake some of them. Of course, not all the chaos creatures were so monstrous. The chaos creatures in the periphery of the Chaos Rift were all low-level creatures. However, most of the low-level chaos creatures were beasts. Once the beast tide erupted, even the Zhou family's young immortal emperor and the Zhao family's goddess would have to flee for their lives. The chaos expert in the depths of the Chaos Rift made his move. A huge chaos figure stood in the midst of the chaos. Boundless chaos energy erupted from his body, shaking the heavens and earth. Everyone felt their souls tremble. Too strong. He's at least a quasi-supreme. Even the Zhao family's goddess was running for her life. The chaos beast tide was too terrifying. Countless cultivators were caught up and torn to pieces. Kill! A saint's entire body was filled with boundless sword light. Everywhere the sword light passed, large swathes of chaos beasts fell to the ground. He protected more than 10 disciples and wanted to charge out. Clang! At this moment, multiple golden chaos beasts appeared. One of the golden chaos beasts used its claws to crush the sword light that was flying towards the saint. Then, it used its claws to pierce through the saint's chest, pulling out his heart. A few gold chaos beasts pounced forward and tore this saint into pieces before devouring him. Grandmaster! Grandmaster is dead! Save me! The dozen cultivators were scared out of their wits by this scene. Countless chaos beasts surged forward and drowned these cultivators in an instant. Outside the Chaos Rift, countless cultivators were fighting with their lives on the line. No one wanted to die. However, in this endless wave of chaos beasts, the human cultivators were too insignificant. They were directly drowned. Only a small number of people managed to escape from the Chaos Rift. On this day, the heaven realm was shaken, the human world was shaken, and even the experts from the primogenitor realm were shocked. What world is this? Is there an imprint of this world in the myriad heavens and 10,000 realms? The experts from the primogenitor realm all had powerful backgrounds. Otherwise, they would not have crossed realms and come to the heaven realm. I don't know. That Gufei has the Wheel of Heavens and 10,000 realms. Maybe he knows if this is one of the myriad heavens and 10,000 realms. Someone said, Wheel of Heavens and 10,000 realms. The experts from the primogenitor realm did not say anything. Gufei was an unparalleled savage. He dared to fight with the primogenitor first demon. The primogenitor first demon had even risked his life to send Gufei into samsara. No one dared to go near such a savage. The Chaos Beast wave lasted for a full month. All the cultivators who had entered the periphery of the Chaos Rift had been wiped out by this beast wave. Of course, there might be some lucky fellows who survived. However, there were very few of them. Most of them had become food for the Chaos Beasts. In the demon race's ancestral land, the old turtle, Gufei, and the old turtle's uncle were drinking tea and chatting on a short mountain. Their days were carefree. Di, Jiutian, and the star beast Venerable stood in the distance. I say, Brother Gu, are you sure that your daughter is going to look for Fan Xiu? The old turtle put down the teacup in his hand and looked at Gufei with a smile that was not a smile. What's there to be worried about? Gufei picked up the teacup in front of him and took a sip. There was a piece of leaf floating in the teacup. There was a natural pattern on the leaf, and there was a faint spiritual light coming from the leaf. Although it was only a small piece of leaf, it gave off a sweet fragrance. The entire cup of tea was dark green, like jade. Hee, that Fan Xiu is not a good monk. The old turtle laughed evilly. I say, did you treat me to tea today, just to say this nonsense? Gufei said indifferently. Hee. The old turtle laughed awkwardly and said, then I won't talk nonsense. Let's get straight to the point. What do you think about the Chaos Rift? The old turtle's uncle pricked up his ears. Do you think I'll be interested? Gufei suddenly smiled and shook his head. No matter what kind of heaven-defying creation there was in the Chaos Rift, it was dispensable to him. One should know that he was once an eternal supremacy who was even stronger than an extreme supremacy. What kind of opportunity had he not seen? I heard that the Wheel of Heavens and realms in your hand can distinguish whether a world belongs to a world within the myriad heavens and realms. The old turtle thought for a moment and said, Is that so? It was the first time that Gufei heard of such a thing. The Wheel of Heavens and realms has the imprint of the myriad heavens and realms. The old turtle's uncle continued. Huh. Gufei was startled when he heard that. It seemed to be true because he had used the Wheel of Heavens and realms before. This supreme Tao tool was really imprinted with countless imprints of the heavens and realms. He then turned his right hand, and the Wheel of Heavens and realms immediately appeared in his hand. When Gufei took out the Wheel of Heavens and realms, the old turtle and his uncle were moved and extremely envious. This was the supreme treasure of the ancestral realm. Soon, Gufei put away the Wheel of Heavens and realms. That world is actually not one of the myriad heavens and realms. Interesting. Gufei muttered to himself. What? The old turtle and his uncle were shocked when they heard Gufei's words. The world that crashed into the corner of the heaven realm was actually outside of the myriad heavens and realms. Even Gufei was a little surprised. No one knew what the world outside of the myriad heavens and realms was. Not long after, the conversation between Gu Fei and the old turtle was heard by others. Everyone was inexplicably shocked that there really was a world outside of the myriad heavens and realms. Even Gu Fei was a little curious. The interior of the chaos rift gradually calmed down. After the beast tide of chaos broke out, no one dared to enter casually again. More than 3 months after the beast tide ended, some people became restless again. It was all because the opportunities in the chaos rift were too attractive. Whether it was divine medicine or rare immortal treasures or divine metal, as long as one could obtain them, one would be rich. It was worth gambling with one's life. At this time, in the Western Desert, there were still powerful purgatory masters appearing in the extreme Western purgatory. From time to time, there would be powerful purgatory masters attacking the Western Desert Buddhist lands. Outrageous. Those fellows are too cunning. The sky had just brightened when a Buddhist sect formidable martial artist appeared in a valley. "I'm late. My Buddha is merciful." The Buddhist sect formidable martial artist looked at the destroyed houses in the valley and the countless corpses on the ground. He could not help but frown. "Brother Buddha, what's going on?" Another Buddhist sect formidable martial artist appeared. The purgatory masters did a good job. The Buddhist sect formidable martial artist sighed and turned to leave. It was nothing new for the purgatory masters to wreak havoc in the Western Desert. Although the great evil Xian, Huang, had been taken care of by Gu Fei, the other purgatory masters were still around. Although these purgatory masters could only seal their own cultivation and suppress it to the quasi-supremacy realm, they did not fight with the Western Desert Buddhist lands. The purgatory masters were unscrupulous. Wherever they went, all living beings would be killed. They came and went like ghosts. Even the little monk Fan Xiu had a headache dealing with them. On this day, another purgatory master descended. He directly charged into a city and started a massacre. He did not even spare the old, the weak, the women, and the children. He was extremely cruel. That is, in a forest, more than 10 black figures were moving quickly. They were chasing a man and a woman. This man and woman were both cultivators. They were not Buddhist sect disciples. "Su Chun, what are you trying to do?" The male cultivator who was being chased shouted angrily. These people were the subordinates of the Su Chun purgatory master. They were all brave and ruthless. "How dare you call my master by his name?" The leader of the black-robed men immediately used a mystique and instantly appeared in front of the man and woman. He blocked their path and stared at them viciously. "Why are you wasting time talking to these people? Just kill them." The leader of the experts roared angrily. Yes, everyone obeyed. However, at this moment, the black-robed men attacked. They were like ghosts. The man and woman could only block their attacks and could not fight back. Whoosh! There was a flash of blood. The male cultivator screamed in pain. His back was slashed and a bloody wound appeared. Blood splattered everywhere. "Black and white sages, are you not going to surrender?" The leader of the black-robed men said coldly. "Kill." What responded to the leader of the black-robed men was a dazzling sword light. The power of the sword Tao mystique that the man and woman used together increased greatly. However, the man and woman could not withstand it. With a flash of the blade, the white-robed woman's shoulder was slashed. Her entire left arm was almost chopped off. "Kill! Kill these 2 fellows for me." The leader of the black-robed men roared crazily. The group of black-robed men immediately rushed forward. Just as the black and white sages were about to die under the slashes, a sword pierced over from the side. Chapter 44:19. Heaven realms Western Desert. Ever since the great Calamity Xian Huang's battle, the entire Western Desert had not been peaceful. The great Calamity Xian Huang was one of the 7 purgatory masters of extreme Western purgatory. After Xian, Huang was captured by Gu Fei. Another purgatory master fell in the war with the Buddhist sect. Right now, the extreme Western purgatory only had 3 purgatory masters guarding it. Void Purgatory Master was one of the 3 purgatory masters. With the fall of the other purgatory masters, Void Purgatory Master finally stood up. He and the other 2 purgatory masters divided the other purgatory masters' territories. These 3 purgatory masters would not rest until Western Desert's Buddhist sect was dead. However, Western Desert's Buddhist sect had suffered great losses in the great calamity of the demon. But Myriad Buddha Palace was still there, and so was Little Monk Fan Xiu. Little Monk Fan Xiu had many experts under him, such as Buddhist Lord Mo Luo, Shilin Buddhist Lord, and Buddha Ranbei. Golden Eagle Buddha Lord was somewhat unlucky. When the great calamity Xian Huang had ravaged the Buddhist lands, he had been smashed into meat paste by the great calamity Xian Huang. Even Golden Buddha Mountain and Shilin Ancient Temple had been destroyed by Xian Huang. Only Myriad Buddha sect was left. In the Great War with extreme Western purgatory, Western Desert's Buddhist sect had the upper hand. Because they had great killing weapons, 2 purgatory masters had been killed by surprise. Void Purgatory and the other purgatory masters were naturally frightened and retreated to extreme Western purgatory. Large-scale conflicts between extreme Western purgatory and Western Desert's Buddhist lands would not happen in the near future. However, small skirmishes would not happen, especially when the 3 purgatory masters were unscrupulous in dealing with Western Desert's Buddhist lands. This time, Void Purgatory subordinates had secretly infiltrated Western Desert's Buddhist lands to wreak havoc. They had been discovered by twin sages of black and white, so they had chased after them for millions of miles. Twin sages of black and white had been unlucky. They had encountered these purgatory fanatics and had been injured in a single exchange. They had to flee. Just as the 2 saints of black and white were about to be dismembered by the purgatory zealots, a sword light flew over. With a flash of the sword light, all the purgatory zealots, except for their leader in black, were instantly killed. This sword, when the 2 saints of black and white sensed the power of the way of the sword that erupted from the sword light, they could not help but be shocked. The person's way of the sword was definitely far above theirs. The sword light disappeared, and a veiled woman appeared in front of the black-white sages. This was an unremarkable woman dressed in coarse cloth and carrying a seemingly rusty iron sword on her back. Her entire person gave off a feeling of being travel-worn. The black-white saints were in disbelief. Was it really this fellow who had saved them just now? The 2 saints of black and white came from the same great sect. The reason they had appeared in the Western Desert was because they wanted to roam the world and gain experience. They were fellow apprentice brothers and sister. Was it you who saved us just now? The white-clothed woman said with a lingering fear in her heart. They were almost killed just now. N. The masked woman nodded. You're also a sword cultivator? The black-clothed man glanced at the iron sword on the masked woman's back and said. The masked woman said nothing. Isn't that obvious? The white-robed woman looked at the black-robed man with displeasure. Haha, that's true. The black-robed man came to a realization. This woman had just killed a dozen mad disciples of the extreme Western purgatory with a single strike of her sword. You be asterisk stards. Do you think that I, the mad god of purgatory, am invisible? The black-robed leader saw that the 3 of them were only talking and no one was paying attention to him. This feeling of being ignored made him extremely unhappy. The consequences would be dire. The mad god of purgatory was a general under the master of the void, Purgatory. He was far more powerful than the subordinates that the masked woman had just killed. Boom! The mad god of Purgatory's body trembled as a violent force burst forth from his body. Black gas filled the sky and covered half of the sky. It was as if a peerless demon had been born, and the entire sky darkened. "This is great sage. He's a great sage," the white-robed woman exclaimed. They were only sage kings, not even sage emperors. This fellow was actually a great sage. Just thinking about it made their scalp go numb. They could only blame this fellow for injuring them with a single strike. This fellow was playing a game of cat and mouse. Fortunately, they had met this plain-robed woman. Otherwise, they would have died today. "You two brats, you really don't know your place. Die." The mad god of purgatory grinned as he reached out with his right hand and grabbed at the two sages of black and white. The power of a great sage surged from his hand and instantly covered the sky. The two sages of black and white were scared out of their wits. Layers of divine light surged from their bodies. That was their Tao treasures being activated. However, the layers of divine light that covered the two sages of black and white shattered under the huge hand. The Tao treasures that they were wearing were also destroyed. Seeing that the two sages of black and white were about to be grabbed by the mad god of purgatory, a sword chime was heard. The next moment, a ray of sword light shot out from the plain-robed woman's body and instantly split the huge hand in half. Whoosh! The sword light flashed again. Then, the black aura that filled the sky disappeared. The mad god of purgatory's dead fish eyes widened as he stared at the plain-robed woman in disbelief. His violent and ferocious aura was nowhere to be seen. He wanted to say something, but his throat gurgled. In the end, he did not say anything. At this moment, the two sages of black and white finally saw that a vertical mark had appeared on the mad god of purgatory's forehead. Blood was seeping out of that vertical mark. The two sages of black and white's eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. Then, the mad god of purgatory fell to the ground. The guy who had been acting all high and mighty just a moment ago had died just like that. Killing a great sage with a single strike, the two sages of black and white were shocked. They did not expect this inconspicuous woman to be so powerful. "Ha, sister, you're too powerful. I wonder who your master is." The white-robed woman's attitude towards the plain-robed woman had changed completely. Such a powerful person must not be a nobody in the heaven realm. Her master must have a powerful background. "I'm a lone cultivator. I don't belong to any faction," the plain-robed woman said. A lone cultivator, the two sages of black and white immediately wanted to rope her in. Of course, they could not trust the plain-robed woman's words completely. "Ding Chong, Fu Shui, why are you two still here? The immortal abode in the Chaos Rift is about to open. Why don't you go and try your luck?" At this moment, three figures rushed over from afar and landed on the ground. Three experts appeared. Senior Uncle Chi, Senior Uncle Mu, Senior Brother, Ding Chong, and Fu Shui were overjoyed when they saw the three of them. "Come with us," the Senior Uncle Chi said as he turned into a ray of light and shot up into the sky. The other two quickly chased after him. "Sister, what's your name?" The white-robed woman, Fu Shui, looked at the plain-robed woman. "Gu Ling." The plain-robed woman was a man of few words. "Sister Gu, my sect discovered an immortal abode in the Chaos Rift. Are you interested in taking a look?" Fu Shui invited Gu Ling. Sure. Gu Ling was also going to the Chaos Rift to train, so she agreed to tag along. Senior Brother Ding, why are you in a daze? Fu Shui nudged Ding Chong. Ah, Ding Chong snapped out of his daze. He felt that he had heard the name Gu Ling somewhere before, but he couldn't remember where. The three of them shot up into the sky and headed for the Chaos Rift. The Chaos Rift was very long. Even in the Western Desert, there were entrances to it. Moreover, there were many scattered rifts in other parts of the heavenly realm. Through these scattered Chaos Rifts, one could also enter the region within the rift. The appearance of the Chaos Rift was the result of the collision of the heaven and earth powers between the two great realms. Originally, there was no Chaos Chi in the region enveloped by Chaos Chi. Because of the appearance of the Chaos Rift, the region would be shrouded in Chaos Chi. At the intersection of the two realms, the primordial spirit Chi was vast. All kinds of living beings that came into contact with the Chaos Chi would become chaotic beings. Some living beings were even born from the Chaos Chi. At the intersection of the two realms, all living beings evolved very quickly to a certain extent. This was already a kind of fortuitous opportunity. At the periphery of the Chaos Rift, other than chaotic beings, there were also all kinds of spirit herbs and divine herbs. There were even some immortal abodes from the other world that had appeared. This was a great, fortuitous opportunity. Gu Ling's goal in coming to the Western Desert was to help her father collect a debt. When Gu Ling arrived at the Myriad Buddha Palace, little monk Fan Xiu personally came out to welcome her. When she handed the jade bottle containing 20 drops of immortal god liquid to Gu Ling, little monk Fan Xiu's heart bled. That was 20 drops of immortal god liquid. This poor monk is a man of his word. That was what little monk Fan Xiu said when he sent Gu Ling off. Gu Ling directly turned around and gave him the middle finger. Niece, what are you doing? Little monk Fan Xiu's face twitched. Chaotic beings appeared at the periphery of the Chaos Rift. However, somewhere in the Chaos Rift, 9-colored immortal light rushed out. An immortal abode was faintly discernible in the depths of the mountain range. There were powerful figures appearing near the immortal abode. When Gu Ling and the others arrived, the Zhao family, Zhou family, and Li family had already arrived. These families had all sent sages. Apart from these ancient factions, there were also experts from other sacred grounds. Ding Chong and Fu Shui came from the Tai Ching sacred ground. The Tai Ching sacred ground was a large sect in the heaven realm. There were many experts in the sage realm. There were quasi-supremes in the sage realm. They were not weaker than the ancient factions. Uncle Master Qi, eldest senior brother, Ding Chong and Fu Shui brought Gu Ling to where the people of the Tai Ching sacred ground were. Holy Venerate. The person leading the Tai Ching sacred ground was actually a Holy Venerate. This was a Holy Venerate leading the team. Greetings, Grandmaster Mu. Ding Chong and Fu Shui were shocked when they saw the white-haired old man. They did not expect Grandmaster Mu to come. This Grandmaster Mu had not come out for many years. Gu Ling stood at the side and ignored everyone. Where did this little fellow come from? How rude. Why aren't you coming over to greet our seniors? At this moment, someone suddenly looked at Gu Ling and said coldly, Chapter 44:20. The news that an immortal abode was about to appear in the Chaos Rift spread, and immediately alarmed everyone. Countless experts rushed to the Chaos Rift at the same time. Everyone wanted to obtain the so-called great opportunity. It was a chance to ascend to the heavens in a single step. No one was willing to miss it. At that moment, the immortal abode was still faintly discernible. However, countless experts had gathered around the immortal abode, and everyone was watching. The entire immortal abode was shrouded in a layer of chaos. From time to time, one could see chaos lightning appearing around the immortal abode, like the light of destruction. Even from hundreds of thousands of miles away, one could still sense the aura of destruction sweeping over. "Little fellow, why aren't you coming over to greet our patriarch?" At that moment, an elegant young man in white clothes looked at Gu Ling in disdain from the grand, pure Sacred Lands camp. Beside the young man in white clothes was a white-haired old man. The old man was surrounded by everyone like stars surrounding the moon. He had a proud expression on his face. He was a powerful, holy venerate who was only a step away from becoming a quasi-sovereign. He was an important existence in the grand, pure Sacred Land. Senior brother Bai, fellow Taoist Gu is senior brother Ding's, and my savior. Fu Shui stared at the young man in white clothes and said coldly, "Junior brother Bai Chun, what do you mean?" Ding Chong's expression became a little ugly. Their relationship with Bai Chun was a little complicated. At that moment, the other disciples of the grand, pure Sacred Land did not speak and were all looking at them. Bai Chun was a direct descendant of the Bai family of the grand, pure Sacred Land. The Bai family was one of the three major forces of the grand, pure Sacred Land. The other two major forces were the Fu family and the Mu family. The Mu family of the grand, pure Sacred Land had nothing to do with the Wood clan of the ancestral world. The Wood clan of the ancestral world that Gu Fei destroyed back then was not human, but the Mu family of the grand, pure Sacred Land was human. The Bai family originally wanted to join forces with the Fu family, but Fu Shui was with Ding Chong. Ding Chong was not a member of the three major families. The current Holy Lord of the Grand, Clear Sacred Realm did not come from the three major clans. This could be said to be an anomaly in the Grand, Clear Sacred Realm. One must know that the position of the Holy Lord had always been held by the three major clans. However, the current Grand, Pure Sacred Leader appeared out of nowhere when the three families were fighting for the position of the Sacred Leader. He directly defeated the competitors of the three families and became the Sacred Leader. Ding Chong was the successor of the Grand Pure Sacred Master. The Fu family's Fu Shui and Ding Chong were together. The other two families knew what the Fu family was planning. However, Fu Shui was the most beloved granddaughter of the Fu family's patriarch. The other disciples of the Grand Pure Holy Realm did not dare to say anything, but Bai Chun was fearless. Bai Chun was the most outstanding successor of the Bai family. Although he was young, he had already reached the peak of Saint Ruler and could break through to Saint King at any time. It's nothing. Isn't it only natural for juniors to pay respects to their seniors? Bai Chun shrugged and spoke as if nothing had happened. Fu Shui glared at Bai Chun angrily. How could she not know what Bai Chun was doing? This guy wanted to sow discord between the Fu family and the Mu family so that he could reap the benefits. The patriarch of the Mu family was still sitting cross-legged in the void with a smile on his face. He looked at the scene indifferently, as if these things had nothing to do with him. Junior Martial Sister Fu, could it be that Martial Ancestor Mu is not qualified to accept a bow from your savior? Bai Chen's lips curled up as he sneered. That's right. With Grandmaster Mu's status, it's only natural for him to receive a bow from a junior. Someone agreed. How arrogant. Junior Apprentice Sister Fu, your savior is really awesome. He even ignored Grandmaster Mu. Impudent and disrespectful. How uncultured. Many disciples of the Grand Pure Holy Realm mocked. However, Gu Ling still stood there quietly. Even though she was being ridiculed, she remained indifferent. In her eyes, these people were merely ants. At this moment, even Fu Shui felt a little embarrassed. Grandmaster Mu was a senior after all. Even she had to be polite when she saw him and did not dare to slight him. Gu Ling actually treated Grandmaster Mu as if he was invisible. This was too rude. Bai Chun smiled. He was originally a handsome young man, but his smile attracted the attention of the female disciples of the grand, pure, holy realm. Many of them were infatuated with him. Senior brother Bai Chun is too handsome. Senior brother Bai Chun, I want to bear your children. Senior brother Bai Chun, the eyes of the female disciples of the grand, pure, holy realm all lit up. At this moment, even the other disciples of the grand, pure, holy realm felt that Gu Ling was too rude. Humph, he's just a sissy. Handsome my ass. Fu Shui said disapprovingly, I wonder what your name is and who your master is. At this moment, Grand Master Mu spoke. He was a holy venerate, and a peak holy venerate at that. It was very likely that he would become a quasi-supreme and look down on the world. Who would dare to look down on such a person? My Grandmaster is asking you a question. Why aren't you answering? A young man standing beside Grandmaster Mu looked at Gu Ling disdainfully and said he did not take Gu Ling seriously at all. Grandmaster Mu was also very displeased. He could tell at a glance that Gu Ling's cultivation was only at the sage realm. His cultivation was not even as high as his great-grandson's, yet he dared to be so presumptuous in front of him. Humph! Gu Ling did not say anything. He did not care about these guys at all. Gu Ling, you— Fu Shui looked at Gu Ling. Gu Ling? The Mu family's patriarch almost fell from the sky when he heard this name. Why aren't you coming to greet my patriarch? How dare you look down on my patriarch? Do you want to die? The disciples beside Grandmaster Mu shouted one after another. All of you, shut up. Grandmaster Mu roared angrily at the disciples beside him. His forehead was sweating. Could this inconspicuous female sword cultivator really be that person's daughter? Grandmaster, he's just a mere sage. Grandmaster Mu, why did you— Bai Chun still wanted to say something, but before he could finish, he was sent flying by a slap from Master Mu. A few bloody teeth flew out of his mouth. Grandmaster Mu, Bai Chun was dumbfounded. How dare you? With me here, there's no place for you to speak. Grandmaster Mu roared. Everyone was dumbfounded. Even Fu Shui and Ding Chong were dumbfounded as they looked at Grandmaster Mu in a daze. Fellow Taoist Gu, I wonder what's the relationship between Senior Gu Fei and fellow Taoist Gu. Ancestor Mu turned around, and his expression immediately changed. He was filled with fear and trepidation as he carefully spoke to Gu Ling. His previous arrogance was completely gone. You don't have the right to know, Gu Ling said indifferently. Yes. Grandmaster Mu did not even dare to let out a fart. One must know that there were not many people with the surname Gu in the heavenly realm and the human realm. There was only one female cultivator, called Gu Ling. Her surname is Gu Ling. At this moment, Bai Chun suddenly thought of something. His clothes were instantly drenched in cold sweat. Ha! Sister, I'm late. At this moment, a loud laugh was heard. A purple figure appeared in the distant sky and turned into a purple divine rainbow, rapidly approaching where the people of the grand, clear, holy ground were. The powerful aura of a quasi-supreme arrived. All the disciples of the grand, clear, holy ground trembled, scared out of their wits. Even Grandmaster Mu's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly stood up. The newcomer quickly retracted his quasi-supreme being aura and landed beside Gu Ling. Princess Qin Yao. Bai Chen's voice trembled as he looked at the purple-robed woman beside Gu Ling. Greetings, Your Highness. Grandmaster Mu hurriedly bowed to the purple-robed woman, not daring to slight her. This was the princess. The Qin clan was much more powerful than the entire grand, clear, holy ground. Princess Qin Yao was one of the most supreme existences in the world. She was almost invincible as long as she was not in the extreme Tao. Grandmaster Mu Bai Chun, and a few others turned pale. At this moment, they no longer doubted Gu Ling's identity. How could someone who could befriend Princess Qin Yao be simple? Moreover, Princess Qin Yao had already become the disciple of Gu Fei's wife. We're all early. The immortal abode hasn't opened yet. Gu Ling turned around and said to Qin Yao, Haha, is that so? I'd like to see what's good in this so-called immortal abode. Qin Yao said with a smile. Their ambitions were not in the immortal abode, but they had to make some preparations to enter the world on the other side of the chaos rift. This immortal abode was actually left behind by the cultivators of that world. Be it Gu Ling or Qin Yao, they treated the people of the grand, clear, holy ground as invisible and ignored them. Our savior is actually Gu Ling, Gu Fei's daughter. Gu Ling, I knew the name Gu Ling sounded familiar. I didn't expect. When Ding Chong and Fu Shui found out about Gu Ling's identity, they were dumbfounded. That was Gu Ling. Putting aside Gu Ling's father, Gu Fei, even Gu Ling himself, was a peerless expert. With Gu Ling's own cultivation, she could talk to the sacred leader of the grand, clear, holy ground as equals. Even the sacred leader of the grand, clear, holy ground had to be polite to Gu Ling. Fellow Taoist Gu, Your Highness, Grandmaster Mu said hesitantly. His forehead was sweating profusely. Why are you guys still here? Why aren't you disappearing yet? Princess Qin Yao glanced at Grandmaster Mu and the others impatiently. Yes. We'll disappear immediately. Grandmaster Mu hurriedly said before leaving with the group of disciples. Ding Chong and Fu Shui glanced at Gu Ling. They wanted to say something, but in the end, they didn't say anything. They also left. Their intestines were green with regret. They should have supported Gu Ling to kill Grandmaster Mu. If they could befriend Gu Ling, Grandmaster Mu would be nothing. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Boom! At that moment, the blurry immortal abode in front of them suddenly shook. Boundless chaotic light rushed out of the immortal abode and pierced through the void. Is it going to open? Gu Ling and Qin Yao's hearts skipped a beat. Qin Yao's eyes especially lit up. Chapter 44:21. A world outside the myriad heavens. In the demon race's ancestral land, Gu Fei was refining the 10 extinction devil star. The devil qi contained in the star was too strong. Fortunately, Gu Fei had cultivated the Sky Devourer Major technique. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult to refine the devil qi inside the star. The appearance of the chaos rift naturally attracted his attention. However, after discussing it with Old Turtle, he decided to take a look first. This was because he couldn't find the corresponding heaven and earth brand on the Wheel of Heavens and myriad realms that was emitted from the chaos rift. In other words, the world on the other side of the chaos rift might not be in the myriad heavens wheel. In fact, the myriad heavens wheel was just a general term. No one knew how many complete or incomplete worlds had been born from the ancestral realm. The ancestral realm was like a tree, and the myriad heavens wheel was like a leaf growing on the tree. Each leaf was a world. However, in this world, there might be another tree or even a forest. This was something that no one could guess or imagine because there were no records of this in the ancestral realm. In other words, no one had ever jumped out of the ancestral realm. Gu Fei had once cultivated to the eternal realm. He vaguely felt that the ancestral realm might not be the end, and that he might be able to transcend the ancestral realm. However, when his cultivation had just broken through to the eternal realm, he had fought with the first demon ancestor. Although he had killed the first demon ancestor, he had also been forced into reincarnation by the demon, and his eternal cultivation had been stripped. He had no time to find a way to transcend the ancestral realm. The eternal realm gave him hope. Now that he thought about it, there might really be another ancestral realm, another tree. The eternal realm was to jump out of the ancestral realm and become an existence on the same level as the world tree. Perhaps he himself would become the world tree and become another ancestral realm. What's the point of thinking about this now? While the extreme Tao Supremes can't descend to the heaven realm, I have to cultivate to the extreme. Gu Fei muttered to himself. At this time, the fist-sized devil star floating above his head emitted streams of devil qi. The devil qi directly entered his body and was refined by him. This kid is already so strong, but he's still devouring demonic energy. Could it be that he wants to break through to the extreme grade realm? In the distance, even the old tortoise's heart palpitated when he saw the demonic qi soaring into the sky like a peerless demon. That level of demonic qi was not something he could refine. In his eyes, Gu Fei was a freak. Old Turtle's uncle stroked his beard and said, "I've said it before. This little fellow is not simple. He's a dragon among men. As expected, I have a good eye." "Uncle, when did you say something like that? Why didn't I know about it?" Old Tortoise looked at his uncle suspiciously. "TSK, I told you when you weren't here." "No way." Uncle glanced at Old Tortoise and said. Old Tortoise's eyes widened. "You can do that?" "Uh-huh." His uncle stopped talking. At this time, outside the Chaos Rift, the chaotic aura was vast and mighty. An immortal's residence broke out of the ground. Billions of chaotic lights bloomed, and there seemed to be countless immortal beasts and divine birds circling around it. The immortal's residence that was originally exposed on the ground was only a very small part. Now, the ground was shaking, and bottomless cracks appeared. Large areas of the ground arched up, and the ground was overturned. Dust soared into the sky. Everyone who witnessed this scene was shocked to the extreme. Someone used the Tianji mirror of the Tianji divine residence to broadcast this scene. Instantly, the world was shocked. Countless experts who received the news rushed toward the Chaos Rift. Such a huge immortal's residence was not ordinary at a glance. This immortal's residence was many times larger than the mountains. The building that was exposed on the ground was already tens of thousands of feet high, and it was still rising without an end. As the immortal's residence slowly rose from the ground, everyone felt extremely depressed. Interesting. Gu Ling, who was standing next to Qin Yao, could not help but be surprised when she saw this scene. This immortal's residence was not simple. It was too big. To build such a huge immortal's residence was not something that ordinary experts could do. Could it be an immortal's residence left behind by an extreme Tao sovereign? Qin Yao came from an imperial clan. Even if it was an immortal's residence built by her father, it was only SOSO. Whether it's the supreme immortal's residence or not, we'll know very soon. Gu Ling stared at the immortal's residence that was still rising and said indifferently, she had the strongest inheritance, and her father was even an eternal sovereign. This eternal sovereign was an existence even stronger than an extreme Tao sovereign. Even if this immortal's residence was left behind by an extreme Tao sovereign, it was not very attractive to her. Yeah, if it's a supreme inheritance, it's not a bad idea to use it as a reference. Qin Yao said, the Qin clan was an imperial clan and had a complete supreme inheritance. Otherwise, the Qin clan would not have been able to produce so many experts and stand tall for so long. However, no supreme inheritance could allow them to become an extreme Tao sovereign. They could only become an extreme Tao sovereign by cultivating their own Tao to the extreme. In other words, other supreme inheritances could only be used as references for quasi-supreme cultivators like them. They were not of much use. At this time, they could only rely on themselves to achieve the extreme Tao fruit. Even someone as strong as an extreme Tao sovereign, who could split the heavens and earth, divide yin and yang, reconstruct the world with a wave of their hand, and possess all kinds of unimaginable divine abilities, could not raise a quasi-supreme's cultivation to the extreme Tao realm. If they wanted to become an extreme Tao sovereign, they could only rely on themselves. Borrowing from others was a very good method. That's true as well. Guling nodded. At their level of cultivation, only by walking their own path could they become an extreme Tao sovereign. They could use the experiences of others as reference. Rumble. At this time, the earth trembled, and a terrifying collapse occurred in the chaos rift. The entire immortal's residence finally rose from the ground into the sky. The entire immortal's residence was incomparably huge, comparable to a continent. Moreover, the entire immortal's residence was shrouded in layers of chaotic chi. Within the chaotic chi, chaotic lightning flashed from time to time, directly tearing the void apart. Seeing this scene, many experts' expressions changed. This chaotic lightning was not ordinary lightning, but chaotic divine lightning. If struck by it, even a saint sovereign would be blasted to smithereens. This immortal's residence was definitely not simple. There was actually chaotic divine lightning surrounding it. This chaotic divine lightning definitely did not appear for no reason. Someone must have laid down a formation. A bridge to the heavens, crossing the shore. Chapter 44:22. The divine abode appeared in the primal chaos rift, and many experts gathered there. Countless experts wanted to enter the divine abode and obtain the great opportunities hidden inside. However, the divine abode was shrouded in primal chaos chi. Chaotic divine lightning would occasionally wreak havoc in the primal chaos chi. This chaotic divine lightning was extremely powerful. Even holy venerables would not dare to be struck by this divine lightning because they would be killed immediately if they could not withstand it. However, even though people knew how powerful the chaotic divine lightning was, they still took action. Whoosh! A beam of divine light flew over from afar, directly breaking through the chaotic chi outside the divine abode and landing in front of the door. Then, that beam of divine light transformed into a long wooden bridge, which was erected outside the door of the divine abode. Could it be the Buddhist sect's sky-crossing bridge? Someone exclaimed when he saw this. As expected, the crowd saw a white-robed monk walking over from the wooden bridge. He directly walked into the primal chaos, and chaotic divine lightning exploded beside him. However, the white-robed monk seemed to be transparent in the face of the chaotic divine lightning that suddenly appeared around him. He directly walked forward and landed outside the gate of the divine abode. However, when the white-robed monk wanted to retrieve the sky-crossing bridge, a few chaotic divine lightning bolts descended from the sky and directly bombarded the wooden bridge. The wooden bridge was extraordinary. A layer of divine light immediately appeared on it, and it was not immediately destroyed by the chaotic divine lightning. However, the layer of divine light on the wooden bridge quickly dimmed under the bombardment of the chaotic divine lightning. Boom! With a loud bang, the wooden bridge was directly smashed by the chaos divine lightning in the next moment. Bitter, the white-robed monk was both shocked and angry. Without the sky-crossing bridge, he would not be able to come out even with his cultivation. Ha ha! How dare he barge into the divine abode when his cultivation is not high enough? How reckless! Serves him right. He's only a holy emperor, yet he dares to have designs on the divine abode. Lower your voice. He's from the myriad Buddha palace. The people around the immortal abode were all pointing at him and mocking him. However, there were also people who could tell who the monk in white was. Western Desert, 10,000 Buddha Palace. At this time, It was the #1 Buddhist sect in the Western Desert. After hearing that the white-robed monk came from the myriad Buddha palace, the voices of discussion immediately decreased. After the little monk Fan Xiu integrated the Western Desert Buddhism, the 10,000 Buddha palace became the leader. The little monk Fan Xiu had become the true ruler of the Western Desert Buddhism in the heavenly realm. Ever since Gu Fei used his great mystic art to complete the heavenly punishment and unleash its true power, those extreme Tao mystic realms and supremacies no longer dared to appear. As long as the extreme Tao didn't come out, a quasi-supremacy was invincible. Currently, no one dared to provoke those sects, great sects, or cultivation clans that had a quasi-supremacy overseeing them. At this moment, everyone was staring at the white-robed monk in front of the immortal abode. The door to the immortal abode was taller than a mountain. The white-robed monk was like an ant in front of the door. He was basically negligible. The tightly shut door exuded an extremely ancient aura. Could it be that the master of this immortal mansion is actually a giant? Open! The white-robed monk had no way out. He could only try to enter the immortal mansion and see if he could obtain a great opportunity. However, no matter how much the white-robed monk activated the Buddhist power in his body, the door to the immortal mansion didn't budge. It was like an ant trying to shake a tree. How is this possible? The white-robed monk was a saint emperor, a king among the sages. With such a cultivation level, he could be considered an expert in the heavenly realm. But now, a dignified saint emperor couldn't even push open the door to the immortal mansion. Everyone was shocked. Boom! Just then, a huge cauldron crashed into the primordial chi outside the divine abode with a loud bang. The primordial chi surged and churned violently. Streaks of primordial lightning appeared and struck the cauldron. The cauldron only managed to block a few bolts of chaos divine lightning before it dimmed. Cracks appeared on the cauldron as a result of being struck by the chaos divine lightning. When the cauldron passed through the primal chi and landed outside the door of the immortal mansion, the cauldron was already half ruined. Many of the Tao patterns on the cauldron had been destroyed by the primal lightning, and there were cracks everywhere. That was close. A figure rushed out of the cauldron. It was an ordinary-looking young man in green robes. Although he looked harmless, his cultivation level was much higher than the white-robed monks. The peak of the Saint Emperor, someone saw through the young man's cultivation level. "Hee, little Baldy, let me help you," the man said as he strode forward and tried to push open the stone door of the immortal mansion. However, in the next moment, the man's expression changed. His face turned red. Roar! The man exerted all his strength, but even with all his might, he still couldn't push open the tightly shut stone door. Even two holy masters couldn't push open the stone door. The crowd was dumbfounded. Countless experts who watched the scene through the live broadcast were also shocked. It was just an immortal mansion, but a saint emperor couldn't even enter the door. "Sigh, looks like I'll have to ask the ancestor for help." The young man stopped and murmured to himself. At this time, the white-robed monk directly crushed the talismans in his hand. "Sister, should we give it a try?" Qin Yao suddenly said to Guling, "No rush." Guling shook her head and sat down in the void. Qin Yao was a little surprised. Guling was too calm. This kind of temperament was even better than some quasi-supremes who had lived for countless years. Not everyone possessed this kind of composure. Soon, more than a dozen experts attacked one after another. However, some of them were directly struck by the chaos divine, lightning outside the immortal abode. Although some of them managed to break through the chaos divine lightning array with their Tao artifacts, they could not open the immortal abode's door. The quasi-supremes didn't make a move and continued to observe. However, not long after, someone couldn't sit still anymore. Roar! A black serpent rushed over from afar. Its terrifying aura spread in all directions. Everyone felt the immense pressure. Those with weaker cultivations had already retreated in panic. "It's the black serpent," someone exclaimed. This black serpent was extremely powerful. It wasn't a native expert of the immortal realm, but a powerful serpent from the primogenitor's realm. Boom! The quasi-venerable black serpent directly crashed into the layer of chaotic chi outside the immortal mansion. In the next moment, countless chaotic lightning arcs appeared, and all of them struck the black serpent's body. Wounds immediately appeared on the black serpent's body, and blood seeped out from these wounds. Even someone as powerful as the black serpent was injured by the chaotic divine lightning. This kind of divine lightning was too powerful. If it was an ordinary quasi-supremes, they would have long been killed. Chapter 44:23. Finally, a quasi-supreme level existence made a move. Boom! The black aura spread for thousands of miles. A black flood dragon charged from afar and plunged into the layer of chaotic aura outside the residence. In the next moment, countless chaotic lightning bolts were triggered. Rumble, bolts of primal chaos divine lightning that could blast even heavenly sovereigns into smithereens, struck the black flood dragon's body. However, it only managed to cause a few scales to fall off. A quasi-supreme level existence's physical body was extremely strong. The black flood dragon directly passed through the layer of chaotic aura outside the residence and landed in front of the gate, turning into a black-robed, middle-aged man. The black flood dragon was an expert from the ancestral realm. He had the bloodline of the true dragon and was a distant relative of the dragon clan. Seeing his arrival, the holy venerables who had gathered outside the holy realm residence immediately retreated far away, not daring to approach. Humph! The black flood dragon grinned with a vicious look on his face. This fellow was not a kind person. He cultivated a type of divine ability that could swallow his opponents in one gulp. Although this fellow came from the ancestral realm, he had made quite a name for himself in the heaven realm, especially now that there were no extreme supremes and quasi-supremes. This fellow was not afraid of anyone. A bunch of trash. The black flood dragon glanced coldly at those who retreated. Those who were not quasi-supremes were all ants. Even if they were heavenly emperors, he could still kill them with one slap. Hearing the black flood dragon's words, the sages near the gate dared not say anything. No one was stupid enough to provoke this fellow. Let me take a look. The black flood dragon stood in front of the gate and looked carefully. This huge stone gate was many times bigger than a mountain, and there were some blurry patterns on it. The black flood dragon quasi-venerable was shocked. This was a type of Tao pattern that he had never seen before. Someone had set up a restrictive spell on the stone door. It was impossible for those little sage-level fellows to open the door. Countless pairs of eyes were staring at the black flood dragon quasi-venerate. This guy had been standing in front of the closed door for a long time, which made many people feel that something was wrong. Those who knew about the black flood dragon were even more shocked. Could it be that even the black flood dragon quasi-sovereign from the primogenitor realm couldn't open the door to this immortal abode? Even Gu Ling and Qin Yao were paying attention. Roar! The black flood dragon quasi-venerate suddenly roared into the sky, and a violent flood dragon power erupted from his body. In the next moment, his body shook, and he turned into a giant. The giant's eyes were like stars, and its mouth could swallow the sun and moon. The breath it exhaled formed a terrifying storm. It was as if an ancient, celestial being had descended. This guy, seeing the scene, everyone was shocked. The black flood dragon, quasi-venerable, was about to go crazy. The saints near the entrance of the immortal abode were so scared that their legs were trembling. The weaker saints were so scared that they fell to the ground and shivered. Bam! The black flood dragon slammed his mountain-sized hands on the door of the immortal abode. In the next moment, the ancient runes on the stone door lit up. Rumble, the stone door of the immortal abode, which had been silent for God knows how many years, finally shook. Roar, roar, roar. The black flood dragon, Quasi-Venerate, activated the flood dragon power in his body with all his might. Shocking sounds of wind and thunder came from his body. It was the sound of the flood dragon power operating to the extreme. The stone door was slowly pushed open, and there seemed to be a terrifying divine light burning on the giant figure. Just when a crack appeared on the tightly shut stone door, the crack slowed down. In the end, no matter how much strength the black flood dragon Quasi-Venerate used, he couldn't push the stone door anymore. Just a little bit more. Sigh. The black flood dragon Quasi-Venerate shook his head. He had no choice but to stop. He didn't expect that he could only push open a crack on the stone door. At this moment, ancient runes began to appear on the stone door, interweaving into an ancient and mysterious Tao diagram. The black flood dragon Quasi-Venerate was exhausted. He couldn't even maintain his huge Dharma body anymore. The huge figure disappeared. Everyone was shocked. Even the powerful black flood dragon Quasi-Venerate could only push open a crack on the door of the immortal abode. It was unbelievable. One had to know that this was a quasi-supreme, and a quasi-supreme from the primogenitor realm at that. He was even a bit stronger than ordinary quasi-supreme beings. What should we do? Many people who saw this scene were indescribably shocked, especially those who knew about the black flood dragon quasi-sovereign. For a moment, no one made a move again. Of course, this was only temporary. The huge immortal abode floated in the chaos crack. Endless chaotic aura surged, and streaks of chaotic lightning emitted a destructive aura suddenly appeared in the chaotic aura. To enter the immortal abode, the first thing one had to overcome was the chaotic aura and chaotic divine lightning. Ordinary sages would be crushed and obliterated if they entered the chaotic aura. Even heavenly venerates would be destroyed if they were struck by the chaotic divine lightning. Only quasi-venerates could withstand the chaotic divine lightning. Of course, there were also sages who relied on powerful Tao artifacts to break through the chaotic aura and enter the vicinity of the immortal abode's stone door. At this moment, the black flood dragon Quasi-Venerate was exhausted outside the stone door. He was sitting cross-legged on the ground, panting heavily as he circulated a mysterious art to recover his exhausted vitality. Traces of immortal chi seeped out from the crack on the stone door. It was an extremely pure essence chi that could be seen with the naked eye. Within the essence chi, there seemed to be the faint silhouettes of countless living beings. Although the essence chi in the immortal abode was only seeping out in strands, the black flood dragon Quasi-Venerate's vitality was recovering rapidly after devouring the essence chi. Interesting. Outside the chaotic aura of the immortal abode, Guling couldn't help but be moved. The quality of the essence chi in the immortal abode was extraordinary. Even strands of it could allow the black flood dragon Quasi-Venerate to recover his vitality quickly. If he entered the immortal abode to cultivate, wouldn't he be able to directly refine the immortal abode's essence chi to break through to the extreme grade? This mysterious immortal abode might really contain great opportunities. Rumble, at this moment, another expert made a move. It was a burly man with a head full of golden hair. His entire body emitted golden light as he directly tore through the chaotic aura and appeared outside the door of the immortal abode with a single step. What even the black flood dragon Quasi-Venerate couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this burly man. This guy actually reached the door of the immortal abode so easily. His cultivation could only be higher than his. Golden Lion Clan, Chapter 44:24. Among the Quasi-Supremes, there were strong and weak ones. The Black Flood Dragon Quasi-Supreme was only at the mid-level of the Quasi-Supreme realm, but the Patriarch of the Golden Warlion Clan was far stronger than the Black Flood Dragon Quasi-Supreme. Boom! The moment the Golden Warlion stood in front of the gate of the Holy Realm Mansion, a domineering aura immediately erupted from his body. Even the Black Flood Dragon Quasi-Supreme, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground to recover his cultivation, was alarmed and had to retreat. "I didn't expect this clan to come out," someone exclaimed. The Golden Warlion race had once followed the Eternal Buddha sovereign. This race was the guardian of the Buddhist path. The Golden Warlion that followed the Eternal Buddha sovereign back then was the mount of the Eternal Buddha sovereign. Back then, the Golden Warlion followed the Millennium Buddha and fought against the heroes of the world. It made great contributions to the establishment of Buddhism. In the cultivation world, strength was the truth. Whoever had the hardest fist was the boss. The Millennium Buddha wanted to establish Buddhism, so he naturally had to compete with countless experts and subdue all the people and creatures who were not convinced. This patriarch of the Golden Warlion clan was not the old lion that followed the Millennium Buddha back then. However, this patriarch of the Golden Warlion clan was also extremely powerful. His cultivation had broken through to the great achievement Quasi-Supreme realm. In the Heaven realm, where Supremes did not come out, the combat power of this Golden Warlion was definitely enough to run amok in the Heaven realm. Little bug, get lost. The Golden Warlion waved his big sleeves, and the Black Flood Dragon Quasi-Supreme, who had retreated to the side, immediately flew up. He was shaken away by a powerful force and kept coughing up blood. The Black Flood Dragon Quasi-Supreme was shocked and angry. However, he did not dare to flare up. He stared at the Golden Warlion with hatred and retreated far away. The Golden Warlion did not take the Black Flood Dragon Quasi-Supreme seriously at all. At this time, the Golden Warlion directly showed its original form. Endless golden light burst out, like a golden sun appearing between heaven and earth, so dazzling that everyone could not open their eyes. Only existences at the Quasi-Supreme level could see the true body of this Golden Warlion. In the bright golden light, a golden lion with 9 heads roared at the sky. The whole world was shaking. Even the stone door of the holy abode in front of the Golden Warlion had countless ancient Tao patterns. The terrifying sound wave directly knocked out the sages near the stone door of the immortal abode. Even the Black Flood Dragon Quasi-Sovereign was shaken to the point where the blood in his body was in turmoil. So powerful, the Black Flood Dragon Quasi-Sovereign had no choice but to admit that the other party's cultivation was far above his. At that moment, someone broadcasted the scene to the entire Heaven realm through the mysterious Tianji Divine Manor's supreme Tao artifact, the mysterious Tianji Mirror. Countless experts waited in front of the light screen formed by the mysterious Tianji Divine Talisman to watch. Even after countless years, this clan is still so powerful. Someone couldn't help but exclaim when he saw the insolence of the Golden Warlion. The Golden Lion, with 9 heads, slammed its claws on the stone door. Rumble, the stone door of the immortal abode, moved again. The crack on the door was slowly enlarging, and countless essence chi that was visible to the naked eye rushed out from the crack on the door. The Golden Lion's 9 heads directly opened their mouths and sucked, and the countless spiritual lights that rushed out from the stone door were all swallowed up by the 9 big mouths. After swallowing the spiritual lights that leaked out from the stone door of the immortal abode, the power of the Golden Lion became even stronger. At that moment, a powerful wave of power surged out from the stone door, and countless Tao patterns emerged on the stone door, almost covering the entire stone door. Roar! The golden lion encountered a strong resistance. It roared wildly and desperately circulated its power. The golden light emitted from its body was like a jumping divine flame. However, even if the golden lion had the cultivation of a quasi-supreme, it still couldn't push the stone door open. The stone door was pushed open by less than half a foot. However, this was enough. Swoosh! The golden lion directly turned into a golden light and rushed into the stone door. Huh! Seeing this, the black flood dragon quasi-sovereign couldn't sit still anymore. He directly turned into a black light and rushed in through the crack on the stone door. Seeing this scene, many people couldn't sit still anymore. There must be a great opportunity in this immortal abode, and no one wanted to miss it. In an instant, 7 or 8 rays of light suddenly appeared from the nearby area and rushed towards the door of the immortal abode. Like 7 or 8 shocking sword lights, they directly broke through the layer of chaotic aura outside the immortal abode. Those big shots easily broke through the obstruction of the chaotic aura. They didn't stop at all, nor did they hesitate, and directly rushed into the immortal abode. Roar! At that moment, a terrifying roar came from the depths of the chaos crack. Everyone was startled by the sudden roar. At this moment, an extremely huge hand suddenly reached out from the depths of the chaos rift, directly grabbing at the immortal's abode. The huge hand shrouded the entire world, and the incomparably huge immortal abode was enveloped by the huge hand. This huge hand actually wanted to grab the immortal abode. Extreme power. Everyone's expression changed drastically. They didn't know how big the huge hand was, but it directly shattered the void, and even the chaotic aura was dispersed. Just as the immortal abode was about to be grabbed by the huge hand suddenly seemed to have touched something, and actually quickly retracted, dissipating in the void. What's going on? Countless experts were shocked. Deep in the chaos crack, there was actually an existence at the extreme supreme level making a move. The world on the other side was indeed terrifying. However, the extreme supreme that made a move actually retreated. Could it be because of the heavenly punishment? Someone guessed. This was the side of the chaos crack that was close to the heaven realm. Perhaps the mysterious supreme had really touched the power of the heavenly punishment, and thus directly retreated. Only the power of the heavenly punishment could threaten the extreme supreme. The extreme supreme doesn't dare to make a move. This is a great opportunity that belongs to us. Someone laughed loudly. The heavens are really helping me. Someone was extremely proud. At this moment, Gu Ling and Qin Yao frowned. What's that? Something is coming out from the depths of the chaos crack. Exclamations sounded continuously, and one after another, powerful figures with chaotic auras soaring into the sky walked out from the depths of the chaos crack. Each figure was extremely powerful. The extreme supreme can't come out, so they just send shrimp soldiers and crab generals to their deaths? Someone said disdainfully. Noisy! An angry roar sounded from the opposite group of people. In the next moment, a chaotic divine light directly shot out from the opposite side, instantly piercing through the expert who spoke. Chapter 44:25. The experts that came out from the depths of the chaos rift were powerful to the extreme. One of them pointed with a finger and directly killed a saint from the heavenly world. Can't even withstand a single blow, and you still dare to come and fight for the immortal estate's fortune. Just a bunch of ants that don't know life from death. The living beings of this heaven and earth are too weak. The experts that came out from the depths of the chaos rift didn't put the cultivators from the mortal world and heavenly world in their eyes at all. Their tone was filled with disdain and disdain. Those who came out from the depths of the chaos rift communicated with their divine sense. Everyone from the mortal world and heavenly world, even the experts from the primogenitor realm, were shocked and enraged. One had to know that even the powerful clans of the primogenitor realm suffered heavy casualties in the heavenly world. Could it be that the living beings on the other side of the chaos rift were comparable to the primogenitors in the primogenitor realm? Who do you think you are? High and mighty rulers? What a joke! I alone will take on all of you. All of you, come and accept your death. At this time, a figure walked over from afar. This person held a halberd in his hand, exuding a strong battle intent. His black hair fluttered despite the absence of wind, giving off a strong sense of oppression. It's him? Everyone was shocked. This person is called Azure Dragon, an expert from the mortal world. Qinyao said to Guling. Azure Dragon? Guling was stunned. So this was the expert from the southern desolate Azure Dragon clan that fought with her father in the southern desolate wasteland. The southern desolate wasteland of the mortal world had 4 sacred clans, and the Azure Dragon clan was one of them. In this clan, Azure Dragon was not a person's name, but a title. Only the strongest of the clan was qualified to be called Azure Dragon. That is the great dragon halberd. Guling glanced at the halberd in Azure Dragon's hand. She once heard her father, Gu Fei, talk about the time when her father had just started out and fought against the geniuses of the southern desolate wasteland. The Azure Dragon clan's treasure was the great dragon halberd. The halberd in Azure Dragon's hand was pitch black and didn't have any spirituality to speak of. However, Guling knew that the higher one's cultivation level was, the more one would return to their original state. They would look like a person without a trace of Tao energy. Powerful Tao artifacts were just like humans. They normally didn't reveal themselves, but once they erupted, they would be earth-shattering, displaying all types of inconceivable might. What did you say, you ant? Is he courting death? You actually dare to challenge all of us? You're courting death. The experts from the other world burst into an uproar. There were a total of 13 otherworldly experts, and every single one of them exuded an astonishing aura. They were all holy venerables at the very least, and the 5 strongest among them were even quasi-supreme beings. Ha! Do you think you deserve to be dealt with by us together? Since you want to court death, then I'll reluctantly send you on your way. Among the otherworldly experts, on the other side, a short and skinny fellow walked out. He sneered, and his eyes were sinister. He already regarded Azure Dragon as a dead man. Kill. Azure Dragon didn't hesitate and directly attacked. Taking a step forward, the great dragon halberd in his hand pierced towards the otherworldly expert. Roar! A dragon's roar reverberated in the void. The great dragon halberd in Azure Dragon's hand actually turned into a giant dragon, pouncing towards the otherworldly expert. Tao weapon transformation. Seeing this, the otherworldly expert's eyes narrowed. In the next moment, he roared madly, and the muscles on his body tensed up. His right hand clenched into a fist and punched towards the giant dragon that was pouncing towards him. This punch was like a landslide, as fast as lightning. The fist force was akin to 100,000 volcanoes erupting at the same time, shattering the void. With just one punch, this otherworldly expert displayed the strength of a peak heavenly venerable without restraint. This scene shocked all the experts who saw it. Boom! With a loud bang, the otherworldly expert's fist ruthlessly slammed into the giant dragon's head. In the next moment, the giant dragon dissipated, and the great dragon halberd appeared. He blocked the Azure Dragon clan's great dragon halberd with his bare hands. As long as the heavenly world and human world cultivators knew the Azure Dragon's background, They were indescribably shocked. A random fellow from the otherworldly world could actually block the great dragon, halberd, with his bare hands. Even Gu Ling was a little moved watching this scene. Such a powerful physique was truly rare. This otherworldly expert truly had some ability. Humph! At this time, the Azure Dragon sneered coldly. With a shake of the great dragon halberd in his hand, the otherworldly expert screamed in pain. His right fist that was blocking the great dragon halberd exploded, followed by his entire arm. The otherworldly expert was sent flying back, coughing out mouthfuls of blood. He's actually not dead. The Azure Dragon was taken aback. This fellow was merely a heavenly venerable, yet he was able to block his attack, and only his arm was injured. If it was an ordinary heavenly venerable, that person would have been smashed into meat paste by the Azure Dragon. You dare to injure me? The otherworldly expert was enraged. Streams of chaos chi flowed from his body to his broken arm. Very quickly, the flesh, tendons, and bones grew back at a rapid pace. In less than 3 breaths' time, his broken arm had regrown. What a joke! Not only will I injure you, I will also kill you. The Azure Dragon sneered disdainfully. At the same time, he once again attacked the otherworldly expert. The great dragon halberd in his hand tore through the void, crushing everything in its path. Bang! Without any suspense, the otherworldly expert was directly sent flying by Gu Fei. Stop! The leader of the otherworldly experts shouted. Che! The Azure Dragon used his actions to answer the otherworldly expert. With a swing of the great dragon halberd, the otherworldly expert's head was directly chopped off. The expressions of all the otherworldly experts changed, especially the black-robed leader. He glared fiercely at Azure Dragon, as if he wanted to skin Azure Dragon alive. Merely SOSO. The Azure Dragon shook his head. Go to hell. The leader of the 13 experts from the otherworldly realm attacked furiously. A huge hand appeared in the void, enveloping the Azure Dragon under it. The ones who will die are all of you. The Azure Dragon's body trembled. In the next instant, he seemed to have merged as one with heaven and earth. Following that, the energy of heaven and earth was drawn over. Boom! The Azure Dragon brandished the great dragon halberd in his hand. Cracks spread out in all directions as the energy of heaven and earth erupted. The giant palm that was grabbing at the Azure Dragon directly dissipated in the air. The Azure Dragon's attack swept across 3,000 li, directly sending the leader of the otherworldly experts flying. His body was nearly split into 2 by that attack. How is this possible? The otherworldly expert Chun Lang was in disbelief. He was a quasi-supreme existence, yet he couldn't even withstand a single attack from this fellow. Che, with this level of cultivation, you think you're so good? You dare to look down on the heroes of the world? What a joke! The Azure Dragon said disdainfully. Wah! Hearing that, Chun Lang directly vomited a mouthful of blood. What he didn't know was that the Azure Dragon had already used his full strength in that attack. That was the Azure Dragon clan's supreme innate ability. The Azure Dragon borrowed the power of heaven and earth to defeat Chun Lang in a single strike. Even Big Brother Chun was defeated. The otherworldly experts were dumbfounded. Come at me together. The Azure Dragon held the great dragon halberd in his hand as he swept a cold gaze over the otherworldly experts. Preposterous. The otherworldly experts were shocked and enraged. They had never been looked down upon like this before. This was a huge blow to their self-esteem. Kill! The 5 otherworldly experts roared in anger as they pressed towards the Azure Dragon. The entire space seemed to freeze as the 5 experts exuded an earth-shattering, murderous aura. Very good. Why aren't you all attacking together? Since you all want to die, then kill. The Azure Dragon's figure flickered as he spoke, disappearing into the void. What? The 5 otherworldly experts were taken aback. They were about to release their divine sense to sense the Azure Dragon's presence. However, just as the 5 otherworldly experts released their divine sense, the Azure Dragon's silhouette appeared in front of them. Kill! The Azure Dragon roared madly as the great dragon, halberd in his hand, swept out. Shwa! Blood splashed as the 5 otherworldly experts were sliced in half at the waist by the Azure Dragon at the same time. The air was filled with the stench of blood. This, not to mention the otherworldly experts, even the experts from the heavenly world and human world, were dumbfounded by this scene. This Azure Dragon was too powerful, wasn't he? Even though the 5 otherworldly experts were sliced in half at the waist by the Azure Dragon, with their cultivation bases, they wouldn't die so quickly even if they were sliced in half. However, the Azure Dragon wouldn't let them go. He flicked his finger repeatedly, and a divine light shot out from his hand and pierced through the foreheads of the 5 otherworldly experts, scattering their primordial spirits. Damn it! Another 5 otherworldly experts had fallen. In addition to the heavily injured Chunlang, almost half of the 13 otherworldly experts had died. This Azure Dragon, Gu Ling looked at the man who looked like a peerless fiend god. He couldn't help but admit that this Azure Dragon was indeed ridiculously powerful. Even if he were to face this fellow, he might not be able to defeat him. This Azure Dragon clan isn't the true Azure Dragon divine beast. I didn't expect such a big character to appear in the Azure Dragon clan. Qin Yao's expression was solemn. Just as the Azure Dragon was about to make another move, the sound of wind and thunder came from the stone door. In the next moment, everyone saw a hair-raising scene. From the stone door that was slightly opened, a rain of blood and mist of blood actually floated out. What's happening? Drifting blood. Could it be that everyone who went in died? Someone voiced out his concern. Seeing this, the Azure Dragon directly broke through the chaotic chi and arrived at the stone door of the immortal residence. He carefully observed the Tao patterns on the stone door. This was a brand new Tao pattern, and this surprised him greatly. It seemed like those fellows from the outside world had walked their own paths in comprehending the great Tao. Just as the Azure Dragon arrived at the stone door, a bloody arm suddenly stretched out from the gap of the door, as though it was trying to grab something. Chapter 44:26. A corner of the unknown world crashed into the heaven realm. Where the 2 worlds met, the 2 natural laws of heaven and earth could not coexist. They collided, intertwined, and destroyed each other, forming a primal chaos rift that was billions of kilometers long. The appearance of the primal chaos rift caused the living beings within it to undergo shocking changes. The 2 worlds converged, giving birth to primal chaos energy, causing the primal chaos rift to be in a state of primal chaos. Every living creature that was contaminated by the chaos aura would undergo an unimaginable transformation and become a chaos creature. The place with the densest primal chaos chi could even nurture sentient life forms, rare divine medicines, or supreme divine materials. To the cultivators of the heaven realm, these represented great opportunities and great fortune. Some people obtained the seedling of the primal chaos lotus. Some obtained the peerless godly metal nurtured in the primal chaos. And some even obtained some inheritances from another world. This was because there was a cave left behind by an expert from another world within the primal chaos rift. At this time, a huge immortal estate floated within the primal chaos rift. Boundless primal chaos energy swirled around the immortal estate, and from time to time, primal chaos lightning flashed within the primal chaos energy. The layer of primal chaos chi that enveloped the immortal abode was more than 10 kilometers thick. Only a saint of the saint realm could see through the primal chaos chi and see the scene inside. However, there was also an exception, and that was the mysterious heavenly palace's mysterious heavenly mirror. At this time, the surroundings of the mysterious heavenly palace were surrounded by the mysterious heavenly palace's heavenly eyes. The heavenly eye could monitor the immortal abode, and it could also detect the immortal abode shrouded in primal chaos aura. Everyone outside the gate of the immortal abode was under the surveillance of the heavenly eye. Oh my God, what is that? At this time, countless experts who were watching the live broadcast from all over the heavenly realm stared at the scene on the screen with their mouths agape. Is that blood? Fresh blood is flowing out of the immortal sect. A crimson liquid floated out of the gate of immortality, which was only slightly opened, and the smell of blood immediately filled the air. It's really blood. A black-robed old man with blood-red hair, standing near the entrance of the immortal estate, had a drastic change in expression. He was from the Blood Wolf clan, and these blood wolves were creatures that devoured blood. Their sense of smell was incomparably sharp, and as long as there was a trace of blood in the air, they would be able to instantly sense the temperature. Blood, fresh blood, actually floated out of the celestial gate. This shocked everyone. Even Azure Dragon, who was standing in front of the immortal mansion, had a grave expression on his face. A ball of divine light emerged from his body and blocked the blood that was drifting towards him. However, when the blood came into contact with the protective divine light on the Azure Dragon's body, it emitted a sizzling sound akin to a red-hot branding iron being thrown into water. The protective divine light on the Azure Dragon's body dimmed. It can actually corrode my protective divine light. The Azure Dragon was startled and hurriedly retreated. At that moment, a blood-colored arm suddenly stretched out from the gap of the immortal abode's door. There was still blood dripping from the arm. The extended palm pressed against the immortal abode's door, leaving behind a blood-colored handprint. Everyone who saw this through Fecta's live stream felt a chill run down their spine. Azure Dragon discovered that on the door of the immortal abode, where the handprint was, the Tao patterns on the door had actually dimmed a little. What is that? Gu Ling, who had been watching from afar, saw this scene, and her eyes lit up. She couldn't sense any signs of life from the blood-colored hand. At this time, the blood-colored hand suddenly grabbed at the Azure Dragon. A towering blood-colored light rushed out from the blood-colored hand and instantly enveloped the entire heaven and earth. It directly sealed off all of Azure Dragon's escape routes and swept towards the Azure Dragon like a monstrous wave of blood. Roar! The Azure Dragon roared madly. The great dragon halberd in his hand swept out horizontally, breaking through the waves of blood and ruthlessly striking the blood-colored hand. Clang! When the great dragon halberd in Azure Dragon's hand collided with the blood-colored hand, the sound of metal clashing could be heard. What Azure Dragon only felt an extremely powerful force coming from the great dragon halberd. His hands trembled, and the great dragon halberd almost flew out of his hands. He was directly sent flying, crashing through the outer layer of the immortal abode's chaotic energy. He flew for more than 1,000 li before he managed to stabilize himself. He gripped the great dragon halberd tightly, his gaze piercing through the chaotic energy to stare at the blood-colored hand on the immortal gate. His hands that were holding the great dragon halberd were bleeding. What is that thing? In the heavenly world, the demonic clan's ancestral land, the old tortoise was also watching the live broadcast. This guy had obtained a heavenly fate talisman from the heavenly mystery immortal abode. As long as he activated the talisman, a light screen would appear in front of him. At this time, The light screen in front of the old tortoise showed the scene of the blood-colored hand repelling the azure dragon. Hee hee, what else could there be? That place is definitely not a good place. There's something strange and terrifying about it. An old voice came from behind the old tortoise. Mommy, I say. Uncle, why don't you make a sound when you walk? You scared this demon lord to death. The old tortoise almost jumped up in fright when he heard the old man's words. Humph, smelly brat, with your uncle's cultivation, how can I make a sound when I walk? The old tortoise slanted a glance at the old tortoise. The old tortoise was speechless. I say, Uncle, you said that there's something terrifying in this immortal abode. The old tortoise humbly asked because he knew that this uncle of his was definitely a super antique. In this world, there was really no one who knew more than him. Sometimes living a long life was also a kind of capital. Didn't you see? That thing is not a good thing. Those who went in before are probably already dead. The old tortoise's uncle pouted at the blood-colored hand on the light screen. It's a pity that the black flood dragon from the primogenitor realm and the nine-headed golden lion are dead. The old tortoise sighed with a look of pity. Tisk, the old tortoise's uncle chuckled and said, What's there to feel pity about? They're not your subordinates. Those are all top-notch food. The old tortoise licked his lips. Food. The old tortoise's uncle's eyes immediately lit up. He turned around and walked out. Uncle, where are you going? The old tortoise called out. To eat. The old tortoise's uncle did not stop walking. I'm going too. The old tortoise quickly put away the divine talisman of heavenly secrets and chased after him. He asked, Where are we going to eat? Didn't you say that the black flood dragon and the golden lion are top-notch food? I'm going to take a look and stroll around the immortal abode. Maybe I can pick some divine herbs. The old tortoise's uncle said. The old tortoise was speechless again. The old ancestor just said that there was something terrifying in that place, and now he wants to go there to find food. This old ancestor is definitely a foodie. Chapter 44:27. The reason why the old tortoise and his uncle left the demon race's ancestral land was that Gu Fei was overseeing it. Rumble. At this moment, the mountain where Gu Fei was already shrouded by black gas. It was demonic chi, so dense that it could not be dispersed. A fist-sized celestial body floated above the mountain. It was the 10 Extinction Demon star. The 10 Extinction Demon star contained endless demonic chi. Gu Fei was refining and absorbing the demonic chi to increase his cultivation and combat strength. Master is already very strong. If he advances another step, won't his cultivation break through to the extreme grade realm? Di Jiuqian was on another mountain. He could sense the vast demonic aura in front of him and could not help but be moved. The 10 Extinction Demon star was much more terrifying than the legends said. Humph, how can you estimate master strength? The star beast, venerable, glanced at Di Jiuqian disdainfully. In his eyes, Di Jiuqian was just a country bumpkin. Di Jiuqian did not say anything. The star beast, venerable, was speaking the truth. He really could not see through Gu Fei's strength. This was very shocking. Could Master have mastered some kind of secret technique to hide his aura? They guarded at the side and did not dare to leave. In fact, they also wanted to go to the Chaos Rift to fight for the opportunities in the immortal abode. However, they could not go there without Gu Fei's approval. Even the Demon Lord has gone to join in the fun. We are too bored here. The Black Wind Sovereign whispered to the Shooting Sun Sovereign beside him. They did not return to the primogenitor's realm. Instead, they sealed their earth-shattering cultivation and forcibly suppressed it to the quasi-supreme realm. They were very careful and did not dare to be careless. One must know that the current power of heavenly punishment was extremely strong and could even kill a holy venerable. No one dared to remove the seal on their bodies and restore their extreme grade realm cultivation. Once the seal was removed, the power of heavenly punishment would directly descend from heaven and earth and blast them into pieces. "Are you bored?" The shooting sun sovereign murmured. How could he not want to compete with the experts of the various races? However, they were Gu Fei's subordinates. Their lives were in Gu Fei's hands. "Shut up," Star Beast Venerable said in a deep voice. The Black Wind Supreme Being and the Shooting Sun Supreme Being shrunk their necks, not daring to say another word. At this time, on top of the mountain that was shrouded in demonic qi, Gu Fei was inhaling and exhaling demonic qi. As he inhaled and exhaled, astral winds raged around him, and demonic qi surged. It was a terrifying sight. Just as Gu Fei was cultivating in the ancestral grounds of the demon clan, the Azure Dragon was directly surrounded by the 7 experts from the other world. Go to hell. Without any hesitation, the experts of the chaotic world from the 7 alien realms immediately took out their weapons and attacked the Azure Dragon in a frenzy. Even the void cracked from the impact. The void here was located at the intersection of 2 great worlds, giving birth to chaotic energy. The space here was incomparably stable, but now a crack had appeared. One could only imagine how powerful the combined attack of the 7 great experts was. Roar. The Azure Dragon roared and attacked. Boom. With a loud bang, the entire world shook. Spatial ripples spread out in all directions, and 7 figures screamed miserably as they were sent flying. Azure Dragon. At this time, all eyes were focused on the figure in the middle of the battlefield. That person was half kneeling in the void, his hand tightly gripping the great dragon halberd. Drop after drop of blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, but his eyes were still as bright and sharp as before. He's actually this powerful. Someone exclaimed in surprise. The Azure Dragon sent 7 experts flying with a single strike. This scene was incomparably shocking, and it also stunned every expert present. This Azure Dragon is incredible. Qin Yao couldn't help but be moved seeing this. This guy's cultivation was no weaker than hers. With such an expert appearing in the Azure Dragon clan, the clan was most likely going to rise. You bunch of trash can't even withstand a single blow. The Azure Dragon slowly stood up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His cold gaze swept over the 7 experts that were sent flying. Humph! At this time, a cold sneer sounded from the depths of the Chaos Rift. Then, a figure with hands behind his back walked out from the depths of the Chaos Rift, step by step. With every step he took, a chaos flower would emerge beneath his feet, supporting him in the air. They are merely my servants. It's nothing for you to be able to defeat them. In just a few steps, the newcomer arrived in front of the Azure Dragon. This person was clad in white, his brows were straight like swords, and his eyes were like cold stars. He was tall and slender, but he was a handsome young man. What, those fellows are only his servants. Hearing the young man's words, everyone was shocked to the extreme. If those fellows were only this person's servants, then wouldn't this person's strength be boundless? However, no matter how strong he was only a quasi-supreme being. Because this place was close to the heavenly world, the appearance of extreme power would trigger heavenly punishment. Servants. A strong battle intent erupted from the Azure Dragon's body. When he heard that, he directly locked his gaze on the young man. Mas, Master. At this time, Chen Lang hurriedly led the remaining experts and rushed over, saluting the young man. Humph! The young man sneered, then flung his sleeves. Chen Lang and the others didn't even have time to scream before they were turned into a mist of blood dissipating into the void. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. The Azure Dragon's eyes flickered when he saw this. There were quasi-supreme beings among the 7 experts, but they were killed so easily by this young man. No one expected this white-robed young man to be so domineering and ruthless to his own people. The Azure Dragon's pupils constricted, and the battle suit on his body shone even brighter. At this time, everyone who was watching this scene through the Tianji live broadcast was extremely nervous. He killed a quasi-supreme being with just a raise of his hand. This person is extremely dangerous. In the distance, Qin Yao's heart trembled. Even if she went all out, she probably wouldn't be able to kill the 7 experts in one strike because there were quasi-supreme beings among them. Only an opponent like this is worthy of me making a move. Gu Ling said calmly. Sister, you want... Qin Yao was shocked when she heard that. The Azure Dragon is no match for this person. Gu Ling continued. Boom. With a dull thud, the Azure Dragon was sent flying by the white-robed young man. There was a bloody hole in his chest, and even his heart had been destroyed. Of course, with Azure Dragon's cultivation, he wouldn't die even if his heart was destroyed. He could be reborn from a single drop of blood. Again, the Azure Dragon roared angrily and charged at the white-robed young man again. The moment he moved, the power of the entire heaven and earth seemed to be concentrated on him. It was as if the entire heaven and earth were pressing down on him. This was the ultimate move of the Azure Dragon clan. The Azure Dragon borrowed the power of heaven and earth to attack, with full force. Its power was enough to destroy the heaven and earth. However, the white-robed young man merely reached out and grabbed the halberd that was slashing down. Interesting. No wonder you could defeat my useless subordinates. If you follow me and become my servant, I will let bygones be bygones. How about it? The white-robed young man's love for talent grew. Become your servant? What a joke. You're more like my servant. The Azure Dragon roared angrily and tried to retract the halberd. However, it was as if the other party's hand was attached to the halberd. No matter how much strength he exerted, how much he roared, and how much strength he used, the halberd still wouldn't budge. This, Chapter 44:28, a big shot from another world, had arrived. Those experts from the chaotic world were actually his servants. Everyone who saw this scene through the Tianji live broadcast was shocked to the extreme. One should know that there were quasi-supremes among those experts from the chaotic world. Even quasi-supremes were this person's servants, and he killed them as he pleased. One could imagine how powerful this person was. He was so powerful that he could treat quasi-supremes as ants. I am the divine son of the heavens, equal sect from the primordial world. Chi Hao, you actually want me to be your servant? The white-robed young man laughed loudly. It turned out that the world on the other side of the Chaos Rift was called the primordial world. This guy who killed quasi-supremes with a wave of his hand was actually the divine son of the heavens, equal sect. There was a lot of information revealed from Chi Hao's words. Everyone was very curious about what kind of world this primordial world was. How could there be so many experts? I don't care who you are. If you don't want to be my servant, then die. Azure Dragon exerted his strength with all his might. The entire world shook as endless power of heaven and earth gathered towards him. Buzz. The great dragon halberd in his hand shook violently and directly shook off the hand that grabbed the great dragon halberd. Swoosh. Azure Dragon was like a phantom as he retreated rapidly. The guy named Chi Hao did not make a move. A little interesting. Chi Hao looked at Qing Long, and a glint flashed across his eyes. This Qing Long was much stronger than his subordinates, but he was still not strong enough in front of him. Kill. Azure Dragon's killing intent was shocking. He did not have a good impression of these guys from the chaotic world. At this time, he used all his strength and borrowed the power of heaven and earth. He raised the great dragon halberd with both hands and smashed it down towards Chi Hao's head with all his might. Boom! An extremely violent power erupted from the great dragon halberd. The great dragon halberd emitted a divine light that resembled divine flames. Countless Tao patterns emerged from the Tao weapon. Is that all you've got? Chi Hao faced Azure Dragon's earth-shattering attack. He still only stretched out his right hand and directly grabbed the great dragon halberd that was slashing down. Boom! The great dragon halberd in the Azure Dragon's hand seemed to have struck an immortal divine mountain. The entire void shook violently, and ripples of the void visible to the naked eye spread out from Chi Hao's body. This time, Azure Dragon couldn't help but be moved. Just now, he allowed his great dragon halberd to be caught by Huang Xiaolong, but that was because he hadn't used his full strength. However, he had poured all of his strength into this attack, yet the other party still managed to grab his great dragon halberd in one move. At this time, Chi Hao's left hand clenched into a fist, and his fist smashed onto Azure Dragon's body. In the next moment, Azure Dragon was sent flying, and the great dragon halberd in his hand was snatched away. Azure Dragon was sent flying thousands of miles away, coughing up blood continuously. He barely managed to stop himself from retreating. Lowering his head, he saw that there was a fist mark on his chest that had sunk deep into his flesh. The place where the fist hit had shattered his bones. You didn't die after taking a punch from me? Chi Hao was a little surprised. Everyone who witnessed this scene was dumbfounded. This fella had completely crushed the Azure Dragon. Even Gu Ling's eyes shone brightly. As the princess, Qin Yao's fighting spirit was boiling. Such an opponent was definitely hard to come by. Even Azure Dragon was defeated. Who else can be this guy's opponent? Where did Di Jiuqian go? Where's the peerless genius, Gu Fei? The Tianji live broadcast was in an uproar, and the number of people surging into the Tianji live broadcast increased crazily. This made the upper echelons of the Tianji Immortal Palace overjoyed. The more people used the Tianji live broadcast, the more the Tianji Immortal Palace earned. Whether it was using the Tianji Divine Talisman to collect Yuan Qi or to earn immortal crystals and divine stones, the Tianji Immortal Palace had earned a lot during this period of time. In the deepest part of the Tianji Immortal Palace, the endless Yuan Qi gathered by the Tianji Mirror was all absorbed by a strange divine stone. Around the divine stone, there was a mountain of immortal crystals and divine stones. The seemingly inconspicuous divine stone was actually devouring the spiritual energy of the immortal crystals and divine stones. Countless immortal crystals and divine stones were going crazy, and they were all emitting spiritual energy. The spiritual energy was all gathering towards the stone. How much more spiritual energy do we need to succeed? On an altar in the distance, a few elders of the Tianji Immortal Palace in purple stood, and they were discussing with their divine will. I don't know. One of the elders in purple shook his head. They were playing a big game of chess, and they had to be careful. They were the Tianji Immortal Palace under the ancient heavenly court, and they calculated the mysteries of heaven for the heavenly court. Even though the heavenly court had been destroyed, they still passed down their legacy. At this time, outside the divine abode in the Chaos Rift, the white-robed Qi Xiao took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of Azure Dragon. Without hesitation, he punched out again. Heaven's equal fist. The white-robed Qi Xiao's punch seemed to have no power, but in the eyes of Azure Dragon, it was different. It contained the will of the heavenly way, and such power, to a certain extent, was similar to the Azure Dragon clan's divine ability. The Azure Dragon borrows the power of heaven. However, the white-robed Qi Zhao's power was even simpler. He himself was like heaven and earth, and he did not need to borrow it. Roar! Azure Dragon roared crazily, and a huge dragon shadow rushed out of his body, emitting the aura of the ancestral dragon. At this moment, he was like the reincarnation of the Azure Dragon primogenitor. A huge dragon claw directly met Qi Zhao's fist. Boom! The dragon claw was smashed by Qi Zhao, and Qi Zhao's fist once again landed on Azure Dragon's body. Azure Dragon screamed in pain as he was sent flying again. The sound of bones breaking could be heard from his body, and his entire body was almost split into two by Qi Zhao's fist. His chest caved in, and he vomited out all his internal organs. This is terrible. That's Azure Dragon, the invincible southern wilderness of the human realm. How could he be defeated just like that? Countless experts from both the heavenly realm and the human realm were wailing. This guy from the primordial realm was too strong, much stronger than the guys from the extreme mysterious realm. The extreme mysterious realm was still a realm that belonged to the myriad realms. However, the primordial realm was probably not part of the myriad realms. Of course, this secret was only known by a few people, including Gu Fei and the old tortoise. This was because Gu Fei had the wheel of the myriad realms in his possession. He could sense the aura of the myriad realms from this treasure. The Azure Dragon primogenitor is related to us by blood. Should we save him? The old tortoise asked. The old tortoise and his uncle arrived at the Chaos Rift and appeared near the immortal abode, just in time to see Azure Dragon being beaten up by the white-robed Qi Zhao. Save him if you want, but don't expect me to be of any help. The old tortoise shrugged and said indifferently, "Oh, my niece is over there. Is she going to help?" The old tortoise noticed Guling and Qin Yao. The little princess of the Qin clan. The old tortoise's eyes landed on Qin Yao. The old tortoise had lived for countless years and had experienced countless ups and downs. Although the Qin clan had existed for countless years, he had also experienced the era when the Qin clan had ruled over the myriad realms. However, even the Qin clan had declined in the end. Once they lost the protection of an extreme-grade supremacy, the Qin clan had been oppressed by other powerful clans and had no choice but to live in seclusion. Now, the Qin clan was going to rise again. "Is my niece really going to help?" the old tortoise exclaimed. Boom! Just as Azure Dragon was about to be killed by Qi Zhao, a fist came from the side. A vast power filled every inch of the void. This was not the most frightening thing. The most frightening thing was the invincible fist aura contained within this fist. This was an invincible fist technique that even Qi Zhao would be moved by. Humph! Qi Zhao retaliated with a punch. Bam! There was a muffled sound as the two fists collided. The resulting shockwave shook the surrounding space. Spatial ripples visible to the naked eye spread out in all directions. Qi Zhao's heart skipped a beat. This person could actually take one of his punches. He shouted and exerted his strength. However, at the same time, his opponent also exerted his strength. Boom! The power that erupted from the two fists directly shattered the void. Two figures flew out at the same time, and a black hole appeared between the two. Finally, someone can compete with this guy from another world. On the Tianji Live platform, everyone was staring at the live broadcast nervously. Who is that person? And it's a woman. She's masked. How would I know who she is? The Tianji Live platform was extremely popular, and everyone was curious. My junior sister is still too impulsive. Qin Yao shook her head and smiled bitterly. At this time, Azure Dragon, who had escaped, hurriedly retreated. He took out a bottle of dark red liquid, opened the cork, and drank it in one gulp. After Azure Dragon drank the bottle, there was a strange sound coming from his body. His broken bones quickly connected, and his injured body quickly recovered. In just a few breaths, Azure Dragon had recovered to his peak state. Ancestral blood. Lin Fan's uncle stared at the Azure Dragon in the distance as a glint flashed through his eyes. The primogenitor of the Azure Dragon race seemed to have left behind quite a number of good stuff. This primogenitor's blood was definitely a priceless treasure for the Azure Dragon race. However, to other tribes, it was poison. This was because only the descendants of the Azure Dragon tribe could refine the Azure Dragon ancestral blood and obtain power from it. Roar. Azure Dragon roared to the sky, and the terrifying shadow of the ancestral dragon rushed out from his body again. The violent power spread in all directions, and even the void was shaking. The Azure Dragon ancestral blood made Azure Dragon's combat power stronger. This caused Azure Dragon's body to change, and scales began to appear on his body. Kill. Chapter 44:29. Chi Hao, the divine child of the heavens equal sect in the primordial world, was absolutely powerful. Even at the same level, he directly suppressed Azure Dragon. Azure Dragon kept coughing up blood with just a few punches. If it weren't for Gu Ling, Azure Dragon would have been killed by Chi Hao. Boom. Bang. Two silhouettes were moving rapidly in the air. Two powerful forces kept clashing against each other, causing the entire space to tremble. A series of pitch-black spatial cracks appeared in the void like black lightning bolts and disappeared in an instant. The power of heaven and earth here was very strong. It was the border between the primordial world and the heaven realm. The void in the chaos crack repaired itself very quickly. I didn't expect there to be an opponent in this world who can fight against me. Chi Hao was very confident. As the divine child of the heavens equal sect, he was also a famous genius among the younger generation of the primordial world. He was almost invincible among those of the same level. Humph, don't think too highly of yourself, Gu Ling said coldly. She clenched her fists and directly punched out the Five Elements fist. She punched out, and a golden wave of energy broke out, directly rushing towards Chi Hao. This was the power of the metal element. It shook heaven and earth, pressing forward with indomitable will. Equal heaven fist. Chi Hao's right fist directly smashed forward, instantly breaking the golden fist power. Boom. Two fists collided in an instant. Two silhouettes separated in an instant, but in the next moment, they were fighting again. A violent power exploded from the two great experts, and everyone felt a great pressure. Through the Tianji Live broadcast platform, countless cultivators in the heaven realm were fortunate enough to witness this battle. Roar. At this time, there was a wild roar. Azure Dragon, who drank the ancestral blood of Azure Dragon, instantly recovered, and his cultivation returned to the peak. In the next moment, Azure Dragon's body swayed and directly turned into a giant dragon, directly pouncing towards Chi Hao. The giant dragon's claws tore the void, instantly covering Chi Hao. This Azure Dragon seems to be stronger than before. Someone exclaimed, "What is that bottle he drank?" Someone was very curious. The bottle that Azure Dragon drank just now actually made him recover from a serious injury, and his combat power seemed to be even stronger than before. Not everyone had the foresight of old Tortoise's uncle. The ancestral blood of the Azure Dragon primogenitor was incomparably powerful. After consuming the ancestral blood, the Azure Dragon's bloodline would become even stronger, and its potential would be completely stimulated. However, the consequence of this was that it would be even more difficult for the Azure Dragon to become an extreme grade supremacy. Boom. At this moment, Chi Hao raised his hand and slapped out with his palm. It was as if he had instantly opened up a part of the world, and a force capable of splitting the heavens and the earth erupted. The azure dragon, who had transformed into a giant dragon, was actually sent flying by Chi Hao's sky-turning palm. A large amount of dragon blood sprinkled down from the sky and smashed onto the ground, causing dust to rise. So powerful, countless cultivators who witnessed this scene were stunned once again. The combat strength displayed by Chi Hao was too abnormal. Your opponent is me. Gu Ling waved his right hand. Clang! With a sword cry, a beam of cold light shot up from her back and turned into a beam of sword light. It rushed toward Chi Hao, and the cold sword chi spread in all directions. The temperature of the entire world dropped rapidly under the impact of the sword chi. The sword shocked the world, and a murderous aura filled the world. At the moment when the sword was unsheathed, Gu Ling seemed to have turned into a supreme goddess of death. Chi Hao's pupils shrank when he saw this. This woman's swordsmanship was incredible. The murderous aura that erupted from her seemed to have materialized. He had never seen such a powerful, murderous aura from an opponent of the same level as him. The sword light was like a dragon, and it instantly arrived. Chi Hao stretched out his right hand and directly grabbed at the killing sword light. Gu Ling discovered that at the moment when Chi Hao's right hand grabbed out, his opponent's arm turned golden, as if it was made of peerless divine gold. Clang! The incomparably sharp sword light chopped at Chi Hao's hand, and actually produced the unique sound of metal colliding. Chi Hao completely ignored the sword light. He flipped his right hand and actually grabbed Gu Ling's sword light. However, the sword light was like a spirit snake and instantly twisted around his body. Roar! Chi Hao roared, and a mass of golden divine light immediately erupted from his body, blocking the sword light. Immortal golden body. Chi Hao's voice spread throughout the chaos rift. Gu Ling's sword light was directly broken by him, and an ancient sword appeared in his hand. He exerted force with his right hand and directly shattered the ancient sword in his hand. Humph! Gu Ling stared at Chi Hao. The ancient sword that was restored by Chi Hao was only a quasi-supreme sword that she had refined, and not her Tao instrument. Her Tao instrument was the 9 Phoenix Cauldron. You're not bad. Follow me and be my sword maid. Chi Hao looked at Gu Ling, and the corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a cold and arrogant smile. What is he talking about? Old Tortoise, Qin Yao, and a few others who knew Gu Ling's identity were directly shocked when they heard Chi Hao's words. This guy actually wanted to take Gu Ling as his maid. Hee, I wonder how little friend Gu Fei will react when he hears this guy's words. Old Uncle laughed. You're courting death. Old Tortoise said. Who in the entire heaven realm would dare to say such a thing? She was the daughter of the peerless, ferocious Gu Fei. Not long ago, the great, ferocious Xian Huang was defeated by Gu Fei and directly captured. It was unknown whether he had been killed by Gu Fei or not. Although the divine child of the heavens' equal sect from the primal beginning realm was very strong and could suppress Azure Dragon, no one thought that he would be a match for Gu Fei. What are you waiting for? Follow me and your future will be limitless. Chi Hao could not help but feel a little displeased when he saw that Gu Ling did not respond. Ha! Just then, there was a burst of laughter. Everyone looked in the direction of the laughter and saw a woman in purple laughing so hard that she was bending over. Princess Qin Yao. Many people recognized the woman in purple. What are you laughing at? Chi Hao's face darkened. Ha! I'm laughing at you for overestimating yourself. Do you know who she is? You actually want to take her as a maid. Qin Yao said while laughing. Gu Ling's clothes were ordinary and her face was covered, so no one recognized her. TSK, Could she be the daughter of the realm, lord of this realm? So what if she is the daughter of the realm lord? The realm lord is just an ant in our eyes. Chi said coldly and arrogantly. How arrogant! Everyone was inexplicably shocked when they heard Chi words. This guy actually ignored the realm lord. The realm lord was the master of a realm and was an absolutely powerful existence. One had to know that when the extreme, mysterious realm lord's clone entered the heaven realm, it was almost invincible. If it were not for Gu Fei, the heaven realm would have suffered a calamity. A clone was already so powerful. Just thinking about how powerful the extreme, mysterious realm lord's real body was terrifying. All right, warm-up is over. Let's fight to our heart's content. Chapter 44:30. Just as Gu Ling and Chi were confronting each other, another expert came from the other side of the chaos rift. It was an existence shrouded in chaotic aura. Chaotic lightning flashed in the void around him from time to time, crackling and flashing with electricity. Son of chaos. When Chi saw that person, he couldn't help but be shocked. Chi, I didn't expect you to be here earlier than us. Another figure walked out from the depths of the chaos rift. That person was wearing a fiery red armor and holding a scarlet flame spear. Her long red hair fluttered like divine flames. It was a peerless woman. There was fire flickering in her eyes. Goddess of the Heavenly Phoenix clan. Chi was shocked when he saw this woman. Soon after, several powerful figures walked out from the depths of the chaos rift. These people all had great backgrounds. If they weren't the direct descendants of a clan, they were the goddesses, saintesses, or saints of a certain sect or sect. Every figure emitted a peerless and powerful aura. They are all quasi-supremes. Could it be that in their world, quasi-supremes can be found everywhere? Countless heaven realm cultivators who saw these grand incipient realm experts through the Tianji live broadcast were all stunned. Boom. At this moment, Gu Ling made her move. She had no distractions. There was only one person in her eyes. That person was Chi. She wanted to blast this guy into pieces. As Gu Ling punched, the gray fist force seemed to turn into a monstrous storm that swept towards Chi. Sky flipping hand, sky flipping hand. Chi immediately used his trump card. With a flip of his right hand, he blocked the mighty wood elemental power. With a shake of his right hand, Gu Ling's wood element fist force was directly dispersed. Eat my palm. Chi slapped his palm towards Gu Ling. The next moment, the monstrous power of the scarlet sun burst out from his palm, burning the sky and boiling the sea. Water element fist. Gu Ling directly used the water element fist of the 5-element fist. Endless power of the water element burst out. In the void, endless water seemed to appear, directly colliding with the mighty power of the scarlet sun water subdued fire. Gu Ling's water element fist quickly suppressed Chi's scarlet sun palm force. Humph! Chi sneered. His body shook. An endless scarlet sun divine light burst out. It was as if a scarlet sun had appeared between heaven and earth, illuminating the world and dispersing Gu Ling's water element fist power. Chi, as the godchild of heaven's equal sect, you can't even defeat a native here. You're too useless. An expert from the primordial world mocked. Son of chaos, are you itching? Are you asking for a beating again? Chi said coldly. You can slowly play with these natives. We're going to go fight for the opportunity. As Chaos Child spoke, he dashed towards the immortal abode and entered the lair of Chaos Chi outside the immortal abode. In an instant, he passed through the Chaos Chi and arrived before the immortal abode. The heavenly phoenix divine maiden also directly rushed to the front of the immortal residence, and at this time, blood drifted about. The immortal manor was actually bathed in a rain of blood. This scene caused one's hair to stand on end. This immortal manner was extremely terrifying. How could this be? Chaos Child and the heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden did not dare to act rashly. This kind of terrifying immortal abode was not so easy to break into. Even if it was them, if they were not careful, they could also die inside. Rumble. At this time, the door of the immortal abode actually slowly opened by itself. Behind the door was pitch black. Even those who had cultivated the heavens, I could not see what was inside. The door of the immortal abode, that even a quasi-supreme being could not open just now, was actually opening by itself now. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked to the extreme. Even Chaos Child and the other primordial world experts in front of the door of the immortal abode hesitated and did not dare to enter. These guys, seeing this, Chi-Hao also could not sit still. He attacked with all his strength, forcing Gu Ling to retreat, and then rushed towards the immortal abode. Gu Ling did not follow. The immortal abode was extremely terrifying. Although there were great opportunities and great opportunities inside, they still needed to be alive to obtain them. My niece is very smart. Old Tortoise laughed. Hee, it's dangerous to go in. It's better to stay outside and rob these little bastards from the other world. It's safer. Old Tortoise's uncle also laughed. The black dragon quasi-supreme being, the nine-headed golden lion, and the others who had entered before were like stones sinking into the sea. Perhaps they were already dead. Haha, Chaos Child, what's wrong? Are you scared? You don't dare to go in? Chi-Hao said with a laugh. He had already arrived at the door of the immortal abode. Hee. Chaos Child did not say anything. He directly patted a leather bag on his waist, and the next moment, dots of chaotic divine light flew out of the leather bag. In each dot of chaotic divine light, there was a strange-looking bug, chaotic spirit swallowing bugs. Seeing these bugs, the others hurriedly retreated. Even Chi-Hao, the divine son of the Heaven Equal sect, stared at the countless bugs that flew out of the leather bag on Chaos Child's waist with a serious expression. The chaotic spirit swallowing bugs were an exotic species of the untainted land. They were born to devour all kinds of spiritual chi, including the chi of death. A large group of chaotic spirit swallowing bugs was enough to destroy a medium-sized sect. No one would have thought that Chaos Child had refined so many chaotic spirit swallowing bugs. The group of chaotic spirit swallowing bugs directly flew into the immortal abode. Soon, Chaos Child's expression changed. Swoosh! He took a step forward and directly walked into the immortal abode. Some divine sons and saintesses of the primordial world hurried to follow him. Chi-Hao thought for a moment and also followed. Chaos Child used the chaotic spirit swallowing bugs to explore the way, so they had to go through a lot less danger. These guys are not stupid, Old Turtle said. Old Turtle said. The bloody hand in the immortal abode did not appear, but the immortal abode, which was covered by the chaotic chi, was still dripping with blood. The smell of blood was so thick that it almost could not be dispersed. The immortal abode, bathed in the blood rain, looked extremely strange and terrifying. Even those who saw this scene through the Tianji Live broadcast felt their blood run cold, let alone those who were at the scene. At this time, a dazzling divine light shot up from the ground into the chaos rift. Inside the divine light was a powerful figure. Di Jiuqian is finally here. Someone said. The little Peng Emperor was also here. Azure Dragon retreated, and even the great dragon halberd was taken away by Chi-Hao. He had completely lost this battle. He was going to return to the human realm and go into seclusion. On the other side of the chaos rift, a golden-haired divine ape roared at the sky. On a mountain, a young monk in a white monk robe was holding an alms bowl. He was holding a flower and smiling as he looked toward the immortal abode. The powerful cultivators from the heaven realm and the human realm had finally arrived. Even Yi Beichin, from the Yi family of the ancestral realm, was here. He had not returned to the ancestral realm yet, and was still wandering in the heaven realm. Chapter 44:31. At this time, the heaven realm, the human realm, the ancestral realm, and the primordial realm appeared at the same time in the chaos rift between the heaven realm and the primordial realm. They were all heading for the immortal abode that had just appeared. They wanted to obtain the great opportunity and great fortune in the immortal abode. The immortal abode was too extraordinary. It was surrounded by chaos chi, and even a quasi-supreme would find it difficult to open the door. Some people guessed that it was left behind by an extreme grade supreme. Even a quasi-supreme would go crazy for an extreme grade supreme level immortal abode. At this time, the saints and goddesses from the primordial realm had already entered the immortal abode, but Gu Ling and Qin Yao did not enter. It was rare for someone to scout for them. They were not in a hurry and waited for the result. However, not everyone was as calm as them. A ray of golden light rushed over from afar and rushed into the immortal abode. That's an expert of the Golden Spirit Ape clan. Someone saw a golden-haired ape-like figure wrapped in the golden light. Is that Yuan Gang? Old Tortoise's uncle frowned. Why was this guy here? He had some friendship with Yuan Gang's ancestor, but he could not watch the descendant of an old friend die in the immortal abode. Swoosh! The demon clan's patriarch took a step and instantly disappeared into the void. The next moment, he was already standing in front of the immortal abode's door. Uncle! Old Tortoise was shocked. He wanted to stop the demon clan's patriarch, but the demon clan's patriarch had already taken a step and walked directly into the immortal abode. Old Tortoise was a little anxious. This immortal abode was definitely dangerous and terrifying. Even an extreme grade supreme would be in danger if he went in. At this time, a sword light rushed from afar and directly broke through the layer of chaos chi outside the immortal abode. It rushed into the immortal abode's door and disappeared inside. The great elder of the Haotian sword sect. Someone recognized the expert of the sword principle. The Haotian sword sect was a sword principle sect in the heaven realm. Its strength was above average among the major forces, but it was a level lower than the Demon Clan, Buddha sect, Xiantian Holy Ground, and Taiching Holy Land. However, the supreme elder of the Haotian sword faction was an outstanding talent in the sword principle, and was only half a step away from becoming an extreme grade supreme venerable. However, it was extremely difficult for the Grand Supreme Elder of the Haotian Sword School to take this half a step. He wanted to fight for the great fortune of the Immortal's abode. He wanted to go one step further and break through to the extreme grade realm in one go, whether it was Yuan Gang of the Golden Spirit Ape Clan or the Supreme Elder of the Haotian Sword faction. They were all big shots in the heaven realm. Their cultivation was already close to the extreme grade realm. Di Jiutian was also here. He was a genuine supremacy. This immortal mansion was not worthy of his attention, unless it was left behind by a supreme existence in the eternal realm. However, was this possible? Junior sister. Di Jiutian came to Gu Ling and Qin Yao's side. Brother Di. Gu Ling said, "You are Di Jiutian?" Qin Yao sized Di Jiutian up curiously. The princess of the Qin clan. Di Jiutian looked at Qin Yao indifferently. Although his cultivation was suppressed to the quasi-supremacy realm, the aura that he exuded was still very shocking. An ordinary quasi-supremacy would feel great pressure standing in front of Di Jiutian. However, Qin Yao was still calm and did not show the slightest bit of nervousness. She was the princess of the Qin clan, and her father's supreme bloodline flowed in her body. Naturally, she was not afraid of Di Jiutian. My master and your master are husband and wife. Doesn't that mean we are also senior brother and junior sister? Senior brother Di, what do you think? Qin Yao looked at Di Jiutian with a smile. Di Jiutian was stunned when he heard this. He had never thought about this problem before. It seemed like there was nothing wrong with what Qin Yao said. While the three of them were talking, many experts from the heaven realm and the human realm barged into the immortal's abode. Even the experts from the ancestral realm could not sit still. Yi Beichen, the king of supreme beings, also broke through the layer of chaotic aura outside the immortal's abode. He took a step and arrived at the entrance of the immortal's abode. The entrance was wide open. It was pitch black inside, like a bottomless abyss that could devour any living being that approached the abyss at any time. Yi Beichen hesitated for a moment, but he still walked through the entrance and disappeared inside. The blood rain was still falling. It was very strange. No one knew where the blood rain came from. It seemed to appear out of thin air, and the blood rain contained a powerful corrosive power. It could even corrode the protective divine light of a quasi-supremacy. After Yi Beichen entered the immortal's abode, a group of experts from the ancestral realm followed, closely behind him, and entered the immortal's abode. At this time, dozens of quasi-supremacy realm experts had already entered the immortal's abode. Until now, no one had come out. From the Black Flood Dragon quasi-supremacy and the Nine-Headed Lion quasi-supremacy, who entered first to the group from the ancestral realm, no one came out. Gu Ling saw that the golden-winged Little Peng Emperor had also entered the immortal's abode. Even several great monsters from the demon race's ancestral land had entered the immortal's abode. The ancient desolate forces of the human realm had also sent people. They were the divine sons and saintesses of these ancient desolate forces, all of whom were quasi-supremacy existences. The Jiang family's little supreme had also come. The Jiang family's little supreme was a descendant of Jiang Renhuang. He possessed heaven-defying talent, and the speed of his cultivation was astonishing. Jiang Renhuang had brought him along and personally guided him for several years. Jiang Yichen, the Jiang family's little supreme, had swept away all his opponents since his debut. He was almost invincible and was known as the Jiang family's little supreme. Compared to the divine sons and saintesses of the Zhao family, Zhou family, and Li family, Jiang Yichen was much stronger. The divine sons and saintesses of the ancient desolate forces of the human realm clustered around Jiang Yichen and arrived in front of the entrance of the immortal's abode. Without any hesitation, Jiang Yichen and the others directly entered the entrance. As the Jiang family's little supreme, Jiang Yichen had the confidence to ignore all kinds of dangers in the immortal's abode. The Tianji Live broadcast platform had long been in an uproar. The Jiang family's little supreme had made a big name for himself in the human realm. The appearance of Di Jiutian and the Jiang family's little supreme caused a sensation on the Tianji Live broadcast platform. "Junior sister, I'll go in and have a look first." After saying that, Di Jiutian directly rushed towards the immortal's abode with the blood-dripping spear in his hand. When he arrived in front of the layer of primal chaos chi, he slashed with the blood-dripping spear in his hand and immediately cut a 1,000-foot-long crack in the primal chaos chi. He strode in, passed through the primal chaos chi, and arrived outside the immortal's abode. Without stopping, he stepped into the stone door and soon disappeared. Gu Ling and Qin Yao still didn't move. At this time, even the old tortoise couldn't sit still. How could he let go of a great opportunity and fortune in the immortal's abode? At this time, a terrifying energy fluctuation came from the depths of the primal chaos chi. Endless primal chaos chi surged, and powerful figures emerged from the depths of the primal chaos chi. Everyone was shocked to the extreme. Countless warriors clad in battle armor and wielding spears walked out of the primal chaos rift. Their killing intent soared into the sky. Every single one of these warriors was incredibly powerful. They were all holy venerables. Over 1,000 fighters formed a battle formation and charged over from afar. Their presence was earth-shaking, and even the expressions of quasi-sovereigns changed. The soldiers of the Pingtian Empire of the Primal Beginning World, an expert from the Primal Beginning World, cried out. The 1,000 soldiers were imposing and filled with battle intent. They directly tore through the primal chaos chi outside the Immortals' abode and killed their way into the Immortals' abode. Roar! Just when the soldiers of the Pingtian Empire killed their way into the Immortals' abode, a furious roar rang out from afar. Another group of soldiers charged over from afar, and wherever they passed by, countless experts would retreat. It's the army of the Wuji Empire of the human world. The expressions of the experts from the celestial world and human world could not help but change. The Wuji Empire was extremely powerful. It was the greatest empire in the human world, and the Wuji Empire's imperial lord was an extreme sovereign. This empire basically unified the world. Of course, due to the existence of heavenly punishment, the imperial lord had to seal up his cultivation. Boom! The Wuji Empire's army was extremely powerful. They directly shattered the primal chaos chi outside the Immortals' abode and killed their way in. Very soon, powerful pulses of energy appeared in the Immortals' abode. What's happening? They've started fighting as soon as they entered the Immortals' abode. Heavens! It's the soldiers of the Pingtian Empire. They've actually set up an ambush in the Immortals' abode and ambushed the army of the Wuji Empire. A few soldiers of the Wuji Empire flew out from the Immortals' abode and directly exploded into a bloody mist in outer space. There were also soldiers of the Pingtian Empire who were blasted out and also exploded into a bloody mist. Their souls had been destroyed. God damn it! How despicable! Do they think there's no one in the human world? The countless experts from the human world and celestial world who saw this through the Heavenly Secrets live stream were both shocked and furious. Clear the path for our sacred prince. Anyone who comes in will die. An old divine, general of the Pingtian Empire, appeared at the entrance of the Immortals' abode. He carried a divine general on his spear. He was the divine general who had led the Wuji Empire's army into the Immortals' abode. That was a quasi-sovereign, yet he had actually died. His corpse was even carried on the enemy's spear, causing blood to drip down the spear. The old divine general was awe-inspiring. He glanced around and looked down on the world. The Wuji Empire's army has been wiped out. How is this possible? Does the Pingtian Empire want to become enemies with the world? Someone cried out. Is the sacred Prince Pingtian coming? This guy is just too brutal. Many experts from the primordial world had come as well. As soon as they thought of the Pingtian Empire, they all began to sweat. It was definitely a colossal existence that had existed for countless years. It was an eternal empire that could rival imperishable sects and supreme clans. At this moment, the old divine general stood at the entrance of the Immortals' abode. For a moment, no one dared to approach him. Humph! However, very soon, a sneer rang out. Afterwards, a figure walked over from afar. It was a young monk with a violet gold alms bowl. This guy, everyone's eyes widened when they saw him. Hee, that old guy is going to be unlucky. Chapter 44:32. In the primeval world, the old general of the Pingtian Divine Empire was extremely domineering. He actually stood at the entrance of the immortal estate, wanting to stop the various experts who wanted to enter. He's far too arrogant. Does he think he's an invincible exalt? He's looking down on the experts of the celestial world, human world, and ancestral world. He's looking to die. Some people were very disdainful. They did not believe that the old general of the heavens' equal divine empire could fend off the experts of the three organizations. After all, just the celestial world was very complicated, let alone the experts of the ancestral world who had crossed over. Everyone, don't make a mistake. The old divine general looked around. His battle intent surged as his eyes shone with light that was several thousand meters long. It was like a supreme sword piercing through space. At that moment, the experts were all stunned by the old general's might. No one actually stepped forward. They had to admit that the old general was very powerful. He was a supreme expert who had emerged from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. However, it was basically a joke in the eyes of some people if he wanted to make the experts of the three worlds lower their heads all by himself. Ha! A powerful figure began to laugh aloud in the distance. It was as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Sir, your murderousness is far too heavy. Why don't you join my school of Buddhism and practice the Dharma of Buddhism? Wouldn't that be great? At this moment, a white-robed young monk with an alms bowl walked over from afar. It's him. Gu Ling's eyes immediately lit up when she saw him. She had never thought that he would come as well. Little Baldy Fan Shio? The old turtle was delighted when he saw the young monk. There was going to be a show to watch now. The people who knew about Fan Shio were all amused. This guy was the most difficult existence to deal with in the world. Boom. What responded to little monk Fan Shio was a ray of resplendent divine light. The old general didn't say anything and directly raised the spear in his hand that was still dripping with blood and stabbed towards little monk Fan Shio. The resplendent streak of light was like a startling streak of light. It immediately surged to a great height, directly piercing through space and arriving before Fan Shio in a single moment. Clang! Fan Shio used the alms bowl in his hand to block the attack. He only felt his hand shake, and he was blown back by several thousand meters. Benefactor, lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. Today, I will help you become a Buddha. Little monk Fan Shio had a compassionate look on his face. The next moment, his figure disappeared into thin air, without a trace. Even the old tortoise did not see how he disappeared. Where did he go? Old General Pingtian's heart trembled. This little Baldy was not simple. Whoosh! A beam of divine light shot out from the center of Pingtian's brows and scanned the world. Under the gaze of the heavenly eye, nothing could hide. Even some great demons in human form instantly revealed their true forms when they were scanned by the old general's heavenly gaze. So it's three eyes, my God. A shout came from behind the old general. In the next moment, a purple gold alms bowl smashed into the back of the old general's head with a clang. Roar! The old general roared and swept the spear in his hand behind him. This time, his vision darkened, and he felt dizzy. He almost fainted. Why are you being so fierce? Lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. Little monk Fan Shio appeared and disappeared mysteriously. With another clang, the purple gold alms bowl in his hand smashed into the old general's head again. This time, the old general staggered and almost fell. Two huge bumps appeared on his head, causing him to see stars. He was so angry that he almost spat blood. Roar! Heavenly merit of 100 battles. Kill! The old general almost went mad from anger. He had never been ambushed like this before. It was a great humiliation to a god of death like him. Buzz! Boundless divine power burst out of the old general's body, turning into densely packed spears that pierced in all directions. No matter where little monk Fan Shio hid, He could not hide anymore. You're quite fierce. I want you to become a Buddha, but you're not willing. You don't know how to appreciate favors. Little monk Fan Xiu's figure appeared in the void. However, what was shocking was that the countless battle spears that were aimed at him actually passed through his body, as if they were stabbing an illusion. Formless and formless, all techniques returned to the origin. Little monk Fan Xiu was like a phantom. He instantly arrived in front of the old general. All attacks seemed to be useless against him. What a guy! The old tortoise could not help but be shocked when he saw this. It seemed like little monk Fan Xiu had obtained some powerful Buddhist ability in the Myriad Buddha Palace. The Myriad Buddha Palace was a palace left behind by the Buddhist Lord. It contained the Buddhist Lord's inheritance and the legendary immortal Golden Buddha tree. It had to be said that little monk Fan Xiu had obtained great fortune. Go to hell! The old general roared and attacked. The spear in his hand seemed to be burning. Endless divine flames erupted from the spear, destroying the void right away. The countless experts watching the battle nearby could not help but be moved when they saw the old general's earth-shaking attack. The battle prowess of the attack was close to extreme grade. Clearly, the people of the primordial world knew that they could not use extreme grade powers here. However, in the next moment, little monk Fan Xiu disappeared in the void like a phantom from the old general's attack. What the old war general's shock was no small matter. Under his strike, even the void was being destroyed, yet this fella actually disappeared. How was that possible? Just as the old general was feeling shocked, a huge golden palm descended from the sky. With a boom, the old general was slammed into the ground. The golden palm dispersed, and a human-shaped pit appeared on the ground. Little monk Fan Xiu fell from the sky. Everyone was dumbfounded. Old General Pingtian, who had been so overbearing earlier, had been defeated by little monk Fan Xiu. With a single attack, I told you to put down your weapon and become a Buddha with me, so why didn't you? Sigh. Little monk Fan Xiu sighed, as if he was compassionate. This guy is too good at pretending. Seeing this from afar, the old tortoise really wanted to give Fan Xiu's shiny head a few hard knocks. At that moment, little monk Fan Xiu extended his hand and lifted the old general up from the ground. The old general, who had been awe-inspiring and looked down on the world and dared to fight against the experts of the world, was now in an extremely miserable state. Who knew how many bones in his body had been broken? In some places, the broken bones had even pierced through his skin and flesh. Sigh. Why did you have to force me to use my demon-subduing technique? Why? Little monk Fan Xiu shook his head and sighed. Spurt. Chapter 44:33. The little monk Fan Xiu had actually smashed the invincible general of the Pingtian Divine Empire into the ground with a single slap. He was already half dead. The worst part was that the little monk was even shaking his head and sighing in pity. In the old general's eyes, this was definitely the greatest insult to him. The old general became furious as he was lifted up by the little monk like a little chick. He vomited a mouthful of blood. The countless experts who saw this through the Tianji streaming platform were all dumbfounded. This little baldy was definitely a supreme being among the Buddhists. Ever since the little monk joined the Myriad Buddha Palace, he seemed to have undergone a complete transformation. His battle prowess had increased to a level where even the old turtle's expression changed. In particular, he had practiced some kind of powerful Buddhist ability that allowed him to ignore all attacks. At this moment, the sounds of battle rang out from the entrance of the Immortal's estate. Clearly, the soldiers of the Pingtian Divine Empire had not completely destroyed the army of the Wuji Empire of the human world. The Wuji Empire was the greatest empire of the human world after all. The emperor of the Wuji Empire was extremely powerful. In the entire human world, only Ren Huangjiang of the Jiang family could rival the emperor of the Wuji Empire. It would not be easy for the soldiers of the Pingtian Divine Empire to destroy the army of the Wuji Empire. Sigh, there won't be a lot of conflict and slaughter in this world anymore. Yep, if I don't go to hell, who will? Let me purify these people. The little monk, Fan Xiu, acted righteously. He directly tossed the old general into his inner world before striding into the immortal's estate. This guy's acting is just too good. The old turtle could not help but admire Fan Xiu, who knew the little monk's background. The old general had been dealt with by the little monk, so the various experts used this opportunity to use their various abilities. They directly broke through the chaotic qi around the immortal's estate and arrived before the entrance. Without any hesitation, they directly charged into the immortal's estate. At that moment, countless streaks of light charged towards the entrance from all directions. Even Saint Venerables and Saint Kings used their Tao artifacts to protect themselves as they charged into the immortal's estate. They wanted to fight for the fortuitous encounters in the immortal's estate. In total, tens of thousands of saint-level and above experts had entered the immortal abode. The gate of the immortal mansion was like a huge mouth that could devour all living things in the world, as if it would never be full. All right, let's go in too. Guling said to Qin Yao. All right. Qin Yao hurriedly nodded. She couldn't sit still any longer. She could tell that this immortal estate was extraordinary. If she wasn't with Guling, she would have barged in long ago. Just as they were about to move, an incomparably shocking sound suddenly rang out from the depths of the primal chaos rift. In the next moment, the primal chaos energy in the depths of the primal chaos rift surged violently, and one giant figure after another charged out of the primal chaos energy. That is, everyone who saw this through the Tianji live broadcast was shocked. Needless to say, another expert from the primordial realm had arrived. Even Qin Yao was taken aback. The giant figures that charged out of the depths of the primal chaos were all dragons, powerful existences at the ancestral dragon level. They were 9 ancestral dragons. When 9 ancestral dragons appeared at the same time, the pressure that erupted from these ancestral dragons was earth-shattering. Some of the experts who hadn't entered the immortal mansion were shocked. What was even more shocking was that these 9 ancestral dragons were pulling a chariot behind them. 9 dragons pulling a chariot. What a grand display. Even Qin Yao was dumbfounded when she saw this. She was the princess of an imperial clan, and her father was the legendary Yin-Yang Emperor. Even the Yin-Yang Emperor, who was invincible in the 9 heavens and made countless experts bow their heads, had never used an ancestral dragon to pull a chariot. Those were ancestral dragons, peerlessly powerful. The appearance of any ancestral dragon could cause a great commotion. Who is coming? Could it be an extreme path supreme being? Someone exclaimed. A figure stood on the chariot. It was an existence even more destructive than the sun. He drove the chariot over, and he was like a legendary heavenly emperor patrolling the skies. Banners fluttered behind the chariot. It was actually a powerful army of gods. There were 10,000 people in the army, and the killing aura they radiated was earth-shaking. Is that the sacred prince of the Pingtian Divine Empire, an expert from the grand primordial world, cried out. The sacred prince had arrived with 9 dragons pulling the chariot. He was extremely powerful, which stunned everyone. Even Guling's expression changed. The sacred prince of the Pingtian Divine Empire was just too grand. How dare you? Even when my father was invincible in the 9 heavens, he didn't have such a grand display. When he traveled, the old turtle stared at the figure on the chariot as the light in his eyes flickered. Using an ancestral dragon to pull a chariot was definitely an insult to the dragon clan. The old turtle also had dragon blood flowing through him because his father, the Grand Primordial Emperor, was an ancestral dragon. At this moment, the sacred prince glanced around from the chariot. He directly ignored all the experts before leading his army into the immortal's estate. Gu Ling and Qin Yao entered the immortal's estate as well. The moment they entered the celestial abode, the smell of blood surged into their noses. The inside of the celestial abode was a completely different world. In a desolate area, there were corpses after corpses, and the scarlet blood was so glaring to the eye. These were the corpses of the soldiers of the Pingtian Divine Empire and the army of the Wuji Empire. Gu Ling and Qin Yao discovered that there were still battle cries ringing out from up ahead. An almost immortal figure rose into the air and killed his way into a valley. Roar! The 9 ancestral dragons roared at the sky, shaking up the surroundings. However, a huge beast shadow appeared in the valley. A huge beast claw came out of the valley and grabbed an ancestral dragon, dragging it into the valley. Afterwards, the ancestral dragon's roar of despair rang out from the valley. Gu Ling and Qin Yao were both surprised. The battle in the valley up ahead was extremely terrifying. It had already become a terrifying battlefield where supreme experts fought. Something that could make supreme experts fight with their lives on the line was definitely something impressive. Gu Ling's instincts told her that there was definitely something that could drive the supreme experts crazy in the valley up ahead. Otherwise, the sacred prince of the Pingtian Divine Empire would not have personally taken action. They could vaguely hear a Buddhist chant from the valley. Clearly, the little monk, Fan Xiu, was in there as well. I wonder if Di Jiuqian is in there or not, Qin Yao murmured as she stared at the valley filled with killing intent.